Chapter 848. Chinrue thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Best of three?" "You seem to be more stable than I thought. I can see that you want the Thunderite very much, but you didn't choose to bet everything in one go, even if I let you choose first." The mustache-flat Loli had a wise look on her face. "Best of three means that you have at least 3 skills that you are good at. I heard from Oliphius that you used some kind of contract power to defeat Eucharis in the alchemy contest. So you must want to compete in alchemy, right? Humph. How can it be so cheap?" Chinrue finally understood that this bearded flat Loli deliberately let him choose first. In fact, it was a setup or a psychological tactic. It seemed that she was a veteran. The actual age of this world couldn't be judged by appearance, especially dragons with a long life. This female dragon, who looked like a Loli from the outside, could reach the terrifying realm of the peak of the kingdom and beat the blue dragon elder of the same kingdom. Her actual age was definitely above Paglio or Rala. She was definitely not simple. "Then how do you want to bet?" This rhetorical question was obviously expected by the flat Loli. There was a smug smile on her face. She took out a die. "Let's do as you said, best of 3. This is a magic die. We will fill in the items that we want to bet on. Each person has a maximum of 6 items, and the items will randomly appear. This die also has a characteristic, that is, when the items chosen by both parties are the same or similar, the item will have a greater chance of being rolled. Moreover, after being rolled once, it will not appear again. For the sake of fairness, we will ask His Majesty Augustus to examine this item." "No need," Augustus said. "I know about that magic die. Not only did it cause Saurian to lose Old Nest Wind Dragon Island, but it also caused him to lose almost all of his assets. In terms of the item itself, there is no problem. However, Lala Aria, I remember that Saurian, who almost lost to only his underwear, seemed to have given you a special prophecy." "Humph, what kind of prophecy is that?" "Saying that I will lose all my money in the hands of a man is clearly a curse. That old guy only knows how to bluff. If his prophecy is really effective, how can he lose so badly? If I knew, I wouldn't even leave him his underwear." The flat Loli stroked her mustache indifferently. "The old guy recently got a daughter. When she grows up, I will get his daughter and piss that old guy off." The last declaration made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Lala Aria's gambling method was very novel. Luck played a big role. If she was unlucky, she would continuously draw areas that she was not good at and was likely to lose miserably. Just like that, Chinrue and Lala each wrote down the item they wanted to bet on the note and handed it to Augulus. Augulus shone the note against the magic die, and the words on the note were immediately absorbed by the die, turning into 2 pieces of white paper. "You go first!" The flat Loli with a mustache waved her hand at Chinrue. Chin. Rue. Augustus Chinrue took the magic die and looked at it. Although it had just absorbed those words, it still looked like an ordinary die without any special display. He threw it casually and the die fell to the ground. It began to glow and projected a beam of light upward. There were 3 words written on the light beam. Memory contest. The person who remembers the most content of the active magic dictionary within the specified time wins. Ho ho ho. The flat Loli with a mustache let out a weird laugh. Her eyes were full of pride. "So it's this? Your luck is really bad." Chinrue asked a question. "What is the active magic dictionary?" 2 thick books appeared in the hands of the flat Loli with a mustache. All the words in these 2 magic dictionaries can be automatically mixed, rearranged, and sorted. It rejects all imprinting or copying magic. Only real memory can be used. The person who can remember the most correct content within the specified time wins. At the side, Kia asked curiously, "Why is there such a weird item?" "I especially asked the great elder Les Grand to make this." The flat Loli with a mustache tossed the dictionaries. "It's also one of the trump cards of the Dragon Island's gambling king, Lala Torsten Famiat. If you want to blame someone, Blame this guy's hand for being too stinky. He actually picked my strong point. Special request? Augustus laughed. That old guy doesn't have the time to do that. It's you who threatened to woo Lesgrand's daughter. The poor great elder had no choice but to make this for you. Ho ho ho. The weird laughter of the lowly sounded again. Her two fake mustaches almost fell off. Your Majesty Augustus, don't mention these glorious past events. I'll be embarrassed. This lowly is obviously a scourge on the Dragon Island. Chinrue was speechless. He said, Lalalia, I think we can start now. Don't you want to take some spirit potion or something first? The flat lowly with a mustache glanced at him. The gap between us is too big. I don't mind your little tricks. In fact, Lalalia had used this set of dictionaries to win against many people. Even if the dictionaries were arranged out of order every time, she was very familiar with the words, fonts, and sizes. If she encountered an evenly matched opponent, these details would often become the key to victory. Moreover, Lalalia had the mental power and soul power of a nation. Compared to Chinrue, she had an absolute advantage. Even if she deliberately showed her indifference, it was also a means of psychological oppression. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. The flat lowly with a mustache was more serious than anyone else about the bet. There's no need. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, tricks are meaningless. Chinrue smiled indifferently. Chinrue's calmness made the eyes of the flat lowly flash. This calmness, even if it's done on purpose, is enough for me to look at you seriously. How about this? We'll have 3 minutes to read, and then we'll recite what we see. If we make a mistake, the item will automatically stop. In the end, whoever recites the most correct content will win. Therefore, after the arbitrator Augustus verified that the items on both sides were correct, the two of them each took a mobile magic dictionary. After the dictionaries automatically rearranged themselves, they began the shorthand competition. The flat lowly with a mustache was a veteran. As soon as she got the dictionary, she immediately went into the zone. She quickly flipped through the pages, her eyes moving at high speed. Clearly, she was concentrating her nation-level mental power to memorize at lightning speed. The functions of these two magic dictionaries were amazing. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the words in their magic dictionaries disappeared at the same time. Then, the two of them began to quickly read the contents they had written down. The dictionaries emitted a strange light, and lines of text quickly appeared. The tip of Lala's tongue quickly spat out syllables, and the light of the magic dictionary continued to flash. The speed of the flashing was proportional to the typing. At first, her speed was very fast, but it became slower as time went on. This was because, as long as there was a word wrong, the dictionary would automatically stop. Finally, Lalalia's dictionary stopped flashing. She had accurately memorized about 1/5 of the 3,000-page large dictionary. This had already broken her previous best result. After all, she only had 3 minutes to read and memorize the contents. Lala closed the dictionary in satisfaction and glanced at Chinrue beside her. The smug expression on her face suddenly froze. The dictionary in Chinrue's hand was still flashing, and it maintained a relatively uniform high speed. Although this frequency was slightly inferior to Lala's fastest typing speed, the terrifying thing was that it was uniform. If he had maintained this terrifying speed from the beginning until now, the number of entries would definitely exceed hers. What shocked Lala even more was that Chinrue actually turned his head to look at her and smiled. He was still chanting, and the flashing speed of the active magic dictionary did not stop at all. It still maintained that incredible high frequency. It was no longer just a strong memory or the ability to multitask. As the bearded, flat-chested lowly waited almost numbly, the dictionary finally stopped flashing. With a wave of his hand, the two dictionaries flew into his hand. He looked at them, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He announced the result. Lala's 601 pages, Chenrue's 3,000 pages. Chenrue wins. 3,000 pages. This overwhelming victory completely shocked the bearded, flat-chested loli. Even if she simply flipped the pages at high speed in 3 minutes, she would only be able to finish it at most, let alone memorize it. Yet the other party, actually the active magic dictionary, was Lala's own magic item. She was very clear that there was no place to cheat in it. She was even more clear about the difficulty of memorizing. It was simply impossible to memorize everything in 3 minutes and record it without any error. However, Chenrue did it unbelievably. I'm actually defeated in my own area of expertise. The bearded, flat-chested loli's hands trembled slightly. Lalalia, are you ready? It's time for you to roll the dice. Chenrue's indifferent voice sounded. For him, who had deep analysis and super memory, this kind of memory contest was simply a dish that automatically entered his bowl. Damn it! The bearded, flat-chested loli's eyes burned with a raging battle intent. It must be a special memory talent. Don't be arrogant just because you won a game by luck. Since this kind of memory contest has happened once, it won't happen again. Oh, it's currently 1-0. I only need to win one more game to win, and you have no way out. Poor psychological tactics, the bearded, flat-chested loli said disdainfully and threw the dice. There were only 4 words on the beam of light this time. Dragon inscription. It seems that the god of luck has favored the believers of the dragon god this time. I have to say that luck is also an indispensable strength. The Lolita seemed to be beaming with joy. Take a good look at how I turn the tables. Chenrue sighed. I want to remind you that. Stop talking nonsense. Start now. Half an hour later, Lalalia screamed in disbelief. Impossible, how can you win? Even Grand Elder Lesgrun doesn't have such attainments. Are you demons or dragons? Actually, what I want to say at the beginning is that the dragon inscription is also a project that I wrote. Chenrue shrugged innocently. This was the attribute of the magic dice. When the two wrote the same project, the probability of being rolled was greater. In this way I win. The Thunderite mine is very important to me, so I'll accept the Wind Dragon Island's bet. As for the large sum of wealth, you give Oliphius some dividends, and I don't want the rest. I only have a small request. My real name and identity. You must keep it a secret. Humph. I'm a man of my words. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. The angry loli pulled off 2 fake mustaches. Now the entire Wind Dragon Island and that large sum of money belong to you. However, I will never keep your secret. On the contrary, I will spread it everywhere. Unless you continue to bet with me until I lose all or completely admit defeat. I'm the Dragon Island Gambling King. How can I lose in the hands of a guy like you? I must win back all that I lost. Oliphius asked Isabella curiously, Sister, what's the Dragon Island Gambling King? It sounds so powerful. Can I eat it? You can't eat it for the time being. Isabella touched the chick's head lovingly. However, your boss is more cunning and powerful. I've been fooled by him countless times before. Not only me, but from a certain perspective, the entire demon realm has been fooled by him. Perhaps you can call him the Demon Realm Gambling King. Facing the challenge of the beardless flat loli, Chenrue glanced at the calm Aguilas. He thought for a while and nodded. Yes, but I have the Wind Dragon Island and a large sum of wealth in my hands. If it's just to keep this little secret, your bet is too small. Then add 1/20 of my wealth. The flat loli who had lost her mustache still maintained the pride of the dragons. Don't underestimate the wealth of a dragon, especially the Dragon Island Gambling King. 1/20 of his wealth is already far more than the Wind Dragon Island. Your secret is just a small bonus. So the flat loli rolled the dice again, and the result was pharmaceutics. The flat loli gave up this round, and Chenrue won directly. After rolling the dice for the 3rd time, The flat lowly finally showed a smile of success. She had been waiting for this event to appear. Other than fighting and picking up girls, this was what she was best at. It could be said that she was invincible on the Dragon Island, even if it was the Dragon Emperor Augula's. I'm a little surprised. The flat lowly asked calmly, "Have you played this ancient game before?" Chinrue looked at the few words on a light pillar with a strange expression. "I've been in contact with it a few years ago, and I'm quite experienced." A few years ago? Quite experienced? The flat lowly was like an old fox. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she licked her lips habitually. Only then did she realize that her mustache had been pulled off by herself just now. "So everyone is interested in it? Then, let's decide the winner with this. There is no limit to the number of rounds. Until you have no chips. How about it?" "Are you sure?" Chenrue asked. "My level may be much higher than you think." "Then, I'm looking forward to your performance. I may consider leaving you a pair of underwear in the end." The flat lowly sneered secretly. "This is an ancient game with extremely high technical content. It is not something that can be done with simple talent. No matter what kind of talent the other party has, there is absolutely no possibility of luck in this kind of competition. I believe that I will soon win back all the chips that the other party has just won. Not only that, as long as I use a little trick to make him lose red eyes, not only Oliphius, but also Isabella, Kia, and Helen will also be gambled. If Octopus King Red Pipit or Dark Elemental King Hagel were here, they would mourn for the flat lowly in advance when they saw the words on the magic dice, because the words on it were Magic Card Game Fate Duel. Chapter 849. Ah, damn it. Why are you so fast? It's the same thing again. If you're so capable, why don't you launch a sneak attack? Ah, I don't believe it. Bastard. My castle. The flat lowly's angry voice echoed in the air above the courtyard. Ever since she chose the death mode that she was best at, Fated Showdown, she had fallen into a nightmare. As expected, it was a one-sided massacre. However, the one being slaughtered was not Chenrue, but Lolly herself. The opponent's tactics were endless, and some were even unbelievable. For example, in the last round, Chenrue actually used the most rubbish construction troops to launch a surprise attack at the beginning. Master Lalaria didn't even create a higher-level soldier, and she died under the hose of a group of farmers. This kind of grievance was simply indescribable in words. When the last building turned into ashes, Lolly, whose eyes were bloodshot, was about to go berserk. "Damn it again! Although I really want to continue." Chenrue spread his hands. "Unfortunately, you have no more chips." "I can't believe." The flat lowly, who had regained some consciousness, realized that she had lost all her assets. Initially, she wanted to set a trap for Chenrue to lose all his chips and then lose all his women. She did not expect that she would be the one who had lost everything. Damn it! The flat lowly, who had never thought that she would lose so miserably, roared angrily, "Impossible! Bet with me again. The last round. The truth is right in front of you. You've lost everything." Chenrue shook his head. "Aren't you known as the king of gamblers on Dragon Island? At the very least, a qualified gambler should be able to afford to lose." The flat lowly stared at Chenrue for a long time with red eyes. In the end, she did not say anything like reneging on the bet. "As the arbitrator, let me say something." Augustus said, "Actually, Lolly still has chips." The tablet lowly seemed to have been reminded. She slammed the table and jumped up. "That's right, I still have myself." Suddenly, the flat lowly turned her head to look at Augustus. The madness in her eyes gradually disappeared. "It seems that His Majesty the Dragon Emperor wishes for your heir to lose himself?" Augustus raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The flat lowly's eyes flashed with shrewdness. "I'm an orphan. It was Dragon Emperor His Majesty who saved my life. Before I found Ms. Oliphius, His Majesty had always treated me as a daughter and helped me improve my strength at all costs. He also identified me as the heir of Dragon Island. Now, Augustus shook his head and said, "Idiot! Do you mean that you are being treated as a substitute? Or now that I have found Oliphius, I have to eradicate you, a substitute who stole her favor and status? That won't happen. The Dragon Emperor is not a good job. There are too many things to think about, and he also has to face the stinking face of those elders. He is not free at all. You will not let your own daughter suffer this." The flat lowly put her hands on her waist and snorted coldly. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Aren't you trying to change my special hobby? You are really an old guy who likes to talk empty words." Augustus was not angry because of the disrespectful title of the flat lowly. Instead, he grinned. "I don't want the future queen of Dragon Island to be a weird person who doesn't like men. You should at least consider for the sake of your descendants and heir." The flat lowly shook her finger arrogantly. "How can my taste be understood by an old guy like you who can't keep up with the times? You deliberately brought me from Dragon Island to this place for this damn purpose, right? Or rather, you have been planning this for more than a day or two, right?" Augustus took a sip of wine. "Actually, I only wanted you to meet Oliphius this time. Because you're going to bet with Chun-Rue. I had this idea on the spur of the moment. I didn't expect that guy to be much more powerful than I thought. He actually won all of your money. I know that those guys on Dragon Island all regard me as a scourge, and no one dares to approach me. Humph. But old man, your vision is too low. You actually fancy this guy, and you want to throw your 2 daughters to him?" Hearing the words 2 daughters, Augustus looked at the black dragon chick, and then looked at the flat lowly. His face was cheerful, and he looked like a kind uncle who was protecting his children. The flat lowly glanced at Chun-Rue contemptuously and swaggered off the stage. She drew a circle on the ground with her toes. "This guy does have some miscellaneous abilities, but his strength is so weak. How about this? I'll give face to the old man the last round. I'll be in this circle. No matter what means he uses, as long as he can use his real strength to push me out of this circle, I'll give him a chance. If he can't do it, not only will he have to spit out all the previous bets, but you, old man, will also have to give up on this idea from now on. Don't bother about my private affairs anymore. Wait a minute. I already have several lovers, and Oliphius is my fiancé. Madame Lalalia is the heir of Dragon Island. Please forgive me for not accepting this round." Chun-Rue shook his head decisively. He even used the black dragon chick as a shield. No matter if he won or lost this bet, it was a trap. If he lost, Wind Dragon Island and Lei and I would slip away from his hands in vain. If he won, it would be even worse. This lowly was too weird, and the harem was now overcrowded. If he was interfered with by this, it would be strange if the harem didn't explode. Without waiting for Augustus to threaten, the flat lowly burst out a terrifying aura and locked onto Chun-Rue. "You dare to look down on me? You have to bet today, even if you don't want to. Otherwise, I'll definitely renege on my previous debt." Chun-Rue was speechless. She actually threatened me by reneging on her debt. It seemed that this lowly was more cunning than I thought. Of course, this was also because Lalalia had the confidence to win in battle. At this moment, Augustus and Chun-Rue turned their heads at the same time and looked at the garden not far away. They saw a water-blue door of light appearing in the garden. In front of the door of light, a slender female figure quickly became clear. She had long curly purple hair, a perfect figure, delicate and exquisite facial features, and even wore a pair of glasses. Her amazing beauty was filled with a special intellectual temperament. Rala! His fairy Miss Long had come out of seclusion. Chun-Rue's eyes lit up. Rala's perception was very strong. As soon as she appeared, she noticed that Chun-Rue was being pressured by Lalalia's aura. With a move of her mind, a powerful aura pressed toward Lalalia. Compared to Chun-Rue, who had the analytical eyes, Lalalia's reaction was half a beat slower. As soon as she saw Rala's appearance clearly, she felt that the spirit that she locked onto Chun-Rue was cut off by a strange force. Not only that the surrounding elements had undergone a strange change. It was as if she was locked on by countless arrows that were pulled to the full. With Augustus's eyesight, he could naturally see that Rala had advanced to the kingdom level. Although she had just entered the kingdom level, the power of the elements was pure and powerful beyond imagination. Thinking of the six-element kingdom that Chinrue had mentioned before, Sir Dragon Emperor could not help but be shocked. Magical elemental power? A strange smile appeared the corner of the flat Loli's mouth. Beauty, do you know that you're facing a master black dragon who ignores any magic? Before she finished speaking, there was a sizzling sound of electric sparks around her. The flat Loli's face suddenly changed, and her body suddenly trembled. Finally, she could not hold it anymore and knelt on one knee. The electric sparks instantly turned into flames, wrapping Lalalia in it and burning her. This was the special talent that Rala obtained after advancing to the kingdom level, magic resistance suppression. There was a considerable probability that she could ignore the opponent's magic resistance and defense. Augustus raised his eyebrows, but he did not stop it. He saw the figure in the flame slowly stand up, and the flame quickly dimmed as if it was absorbed by the figure. It can actually break the black dragon's magic resistance physique, and it's such a pure and powerful magical power. It's the first time I've seen such a pure and powerful elemental power. Although it's only the early stage of the kingdom level, it's already far beyond those old men. The flat Loli habitually touched the mustache on her lips that no longer existed. Unfortunately, I not only have a high magic resistance physique, but I also have the talent of element devouring. I'm the nemesis of all magic. Suddenly, the flat Loli suddenly felt something. She looked up and saw a huge translucent fist appearing out of thin air, faintly flashing with colorful light as it blasted straight at her. The flat Loli stretched out her hand and resisted the huge fist in the air. The speed of the fist was getting slower and slower, and the flat Loli's feet were sinking into the soil step by step due to the huge pressure. This was because Augustus had secretly set up a protective force around them. Otherwise, the entire courtyard would be in danger of collapsing. The distance between the huge fist and her hands gradually narrowed. Lalalia began to be unable to withstand the huge pressure, and her knees had already sunk into the soil. Suddenly, the flat Loli's eyes burned with a black flame, and her entire figure suddenly grew taller. It wasn't just a simple increase in height, but her entire figure and appearance had changed. If she was a flat Loli, that was one. For meters tall before, then she was now a 17 or 18-year-old delicate and pretty girl that was about 6 meters tall. In terms of figure, although it couldn't be said to be voluptuous, it had completely abandoned the title of flat. It was full of youthful curves and liveliness. It was not only her appearance and figure that changed, but also her strength. In the analytical eyes, the comprehensive strength assessment had reached SS+. Previously it was SS. With Chun Rue's current eyesight and experience, he had already guessed that Lalalia should have used some kind of special power to seal her strength. If she wanted to use a higher level of power, she needed to unseal it. Based on this judgment, if Lalalia wanted to use the strongest Kingdom Peak strength, she should also launch a similar transformation. After transforming from a flat Loli to a young girl, the gigantic fist in the air suddenly paused. Lalalia's body was no longer sinking. Her hands formed claws and grabbed the gigantic fist in the air. Then, she tore the gigantic fist apart. Chapter 850. Lalalia, whose strength had skyrocketed to the middle stage of the kingdom, easily tore the fist apart. Her black pupils emitted an oppressive light. She looked at Rala and suddenly withdrew her hostility, revealing a strange smile. Beauty, I admit that I've underestimated you. You're the most outstanding beauty that I've ever seen. Moreover, you're a rare fairy dragon. I've decided you'll be the empress of my Chenglong Island. Of course, Miss Isabella, Miss Kia, and Miss Helen, You don't have to be jealous because the three of you will also be my favorite imperial concubines. Jealous your sister. Chinrue was speechless at this Lalalia. Lord Ogula's face twitched. He wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words resentfully. Rala didn't even look at Lalalia. She slowly walked to Chinrue and hugged his neck. Chinrue smiled and hugged the warm and familiar body in his arms. Rala, welcome back. This was the first time Rala appeared in front of everyone after the space collapse of the Rainbow Valley. The space passage of the garden should have been repaired. This also meant that Rala had completely mastered the power of the precept and became a true national-level powerhouse. So you're also this guy's. You're really pissing me off. Lalalia couldn't believe her eyes. Not only Isabella and the others, even the future empress of Dragon Island that I've personally appointed is that guy's woman. I'll definitely make you lose, so much that you don't even have your pants. Your women will be mine. The little maid who was jealous of Rala being hugged by Chinrue in front of everyone snorted. Lord Lalalia, you're the one who has lost everything. Lalalia's expression froze and she roared, Chinrue, immediately start our last round, or else don't even think about getting half of the Thunderite, not to mention my wealth. Isabella said, Lady Lalia, why should we believe that you won't renege on your debt after losing this so-called final round? I will lose to him. Lali looked at Chinrue with undisguised contempt and disdain as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Words are no guarantee. How about we sign a contract? Lali rolled her eyes. All right, but I want to add one more condition. If he loses, you have to come with me. Isabella revealed a charming smile. Lady Lali, do you know that your father, the Dragon Emperor, had made the same request? Unfortunately. Oh? Lali's eyes lit up. The woman that the old man once pursued, but failed? Beautiful and charming Miss Isabella, you're really a surprise. Don't worry, I'm much better than the old man. I'll definitely get you. The old man, the Dragon Emperor, choked on a mouthful of wine. He beat his chest and stamped his feet as he coughed for a long time. He almost became the first pseudo-god powerhouse in history to choke to death. Hua. It was the same strange laughter, but Lady Ant showed a different kind of charm. She glanced at the person who let go of her embrace, but still had one hand around Rala's waist. All right, I promise you. Count me in two. It was the little maid who spoke. In some aspects, the succubus' sixth sense was quite sharp. Isabella, Kia, you guys. Obviously, the strategy was successful. Chinrue shifted his attention from the fairy Miss Long to the big and small succubi. Very good. Lali waved her hand, and a contract was instantly condensed and floated toward Chinrue. Let's have the last round. If you lose, you have to spit out all the benefits from winning against me. Isabella and Kia will follow me. If you win against me, then win Dragon Island, and all of my wealth will be yours. Not only will I keep your secret, but I'll also fulfill the old man's wish and give you a chance to pursue me. Damn you, who wants to pursue you? Chinrue muttered. Although Isabella and Kia's actions made it impossible for Lali to go back on her words, Chinrue had no choice but to accept it. However, Lali's words were very flexible. It was just giving him a chance. It was not like having sex or entering a harem. When the time came, he could just brush it off perfunctorily. Anyway, both parties did not have a good impression of each other. Seeing that Chinrue accepted the contract, Lali laughed out loud. Her originally restrained aura surged. I'm in this circle. No matter what attack you use, as long as you can force me out of this circle, you win. As for the time, the contract has already stated 1 hour. I don't have the patience to watch you do useless things for too long. At the same time, the voice of the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law sounded in Chinrue's ears. I've already set up protection around you. You can do it without worry. Let me see the power to defeat Eucalius. Chinrue nodded slightly. Rala kissed him and retreated with Isabella and the rest. Lady Lala Arya, You underestimate me. Underestimate? I advise you not to waste your efforts and play psychological tactics. Lolly sneered. I have a saying for you. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are futile. Perhaps my current strength can't defeat you in your peak state, but if it's just to force me out of this circle. Chinrue shook his head. Everyone suddenly felt that time seemed to have stopped. Immediately afterward, they saw that Chinrue had turned into a figure shining with bright starlight. There were endless, mysterious galaxy phantoms revolving around him. There was a faint, scorching aura in the starlight. The dragon's prestige and aura that erupted from Lolly's body were constantly disintegrated and eliminated under this aura. Chinrue used the time rule to compress the time of his transformation and casting the Blue Star Kingdom and Summer Realm. He planned to give Lolly the strongest blow when she was unprepared. Seeing Chinrue's Blue Polar Star transformation, Augiliz's first reaction was the armor of faith. He immediately sensed the pure and powerful kingdom power emitted by the galaxy territory. It was not the passive enhancement of the armor of faith, but the true kingdom power. It was Rala's first time seeing Chinrue's Polar Star transformation. Her eyes were filled with joy and pride. Lolly's gaze had become extremely solemn. Not only was it because the other party had erupted with unimaginable strength, but she also had a strong warning in her heart, as if some terrifying power was about to be unleashed from the other party. She subconsciously raised the power of her entire body to the peak. Soon, this premonition immediately became reality. A red ocean that was brimming with a fierce and violent aura appeared in front of Lilia. The wriggling blood-red behemoths gave her an innate sense of deterrence, as if they were the real dragons. There were hundreds of these dragons, and they roared with astonishing power. There was no way to dodge at all. Lolly instinctively felt the threat of death. She shouted without thinking. Her pupils turned golden red, and her gaze instantly became violent. Red and black runes appeared on the back of her hand. She had activated the Fury talent that greatly enhanced her strength. She opened her hands and actually planned to take the scorching dragon roar head-on. However, she still couldn't take it. Her body moved involuntarily step by step. The scorching dragon sea had wrapped Lolly in it in the blink of an eye. Outside, only the sea of blood formed by the meandering giant bodies could be seen. There was no excessive movement. However, Isabella and others who had watched the battle in the Fallen Angel Capital Royal Arena knew the terrifying power of this move. But Augiliz's power was far from comparable to Raisin. No matter how powerful the scorching dragon roar was, it could never shake the pseudo-god level defense power. The scorching dragon sea was constantly squirming and moving. Suddenly, the scorching dragons stopped moving. Then they trembled violently. A black crack appeared in the scorching dragon sea. This crack spread more and more. Finally, with a boom, the entire scorching dragon sea was torn apart. The fragments exploded and disappeared without a trace. Chinrue's scorching dragon roar, in his strongest state, was forcibly broken like this for the first time. In the scattered red energy, a figure became clear. Unlike the previous image of a young girl, this was a mature woman with beautiful facial features and a hot figure. Her curvaceous curves were not inferior to Isabella and Rala. With a neutral hairstyle and clothing, she had a special charm. Race, dragons, black dragon, comprehensive strength assessment, SS plus physique, SS plus strength, SS plus spirit, SS plus speed, SS plus analysis, high magic resistance physique, element devour, magic eyes of mind, fury, danger level, extremely dangerous, the strength of the peak kingdom, Lolly's complete form. From a flat lowly to a young girl and then to a mature beauty, it could only be explained with the word unscientific. Damn it! Although Lolly was not injured, she looked very embarrassed. Her torn sleeves revealed the red and black runes on her arms. Her crimson eyes were blazing fiercely. As she was about to launch a counterattack, an invisible force suddenly appeared around her. This force was irresistible and quickly dispelled the talent power of Fury. Gradually, the runes disappeared without a trace, and Lolly's crimson pupils turned back to black. Augula's voice came from the side. "Lolly, don't forcibly lift the seal anymore. It's not good for you to advance to the demigod realm. Not to mention, you have already lost." Lolly was slightly shocked and looked at her feet. It turned out that she had already escaped from the previously limited circle. Her terrifying aura finally converged, and her entire image changed rapidly from a mature beauty to a young girl. Finally, she returned to the flat, lowly appearance. "Madame Lolly." Chinrue knew when to stop and return to his original state. "You have indeed underestimated me. Otherwise, you might not have lost." "Shut up." The flat lowly's eyes were a little red. "A loss is a loss, a win is a win. According to the contract, Wind Dragon Island and my wealth are all yours." "Lolly." Augula's walked over. "This guy only wants Wind Dragon Island. I will make him spit out everything else. Trying to make me feel grateful to him or have a good impression of him. Old man, this move of yours is too weak." The flat lowly glared fiercely at her father, Dragon Emperor. Then she looked at Chenrue. "I'm willing to admit defeat. I promise to give you a chance. But I won't lose all of myself to you. Didn't Oliphius say that you will participate in that martial arts competition next year? I will go too. If you can defeat me in the martial arts competition, then I will be your fiancé." After that, the angry flat lowly stomped her feet, turned into a black light, and soared into the sky. She disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Dragon Emperor, who was below, grimaced and jumped while covering his feet. Obviously, the flat lowly's daughter deliberately stomped on her father's instep before she left. Chapter 851. Good job. Aeogules did not follow the flat lowly to leave. He leisurely sat on the recliner in the yard and praised Chenrue. "Except for Wind Dragon Island, you can't touch Lala's other wealth. Moreover, you must win against Lala in that martial arts conference next year." "Sir Aeogules, you are taking it for granted." Although Chenrue won a big victory, his face was a little ugly. This time he was obviously used by Aeogules, and he even had to deal with the Dragon Island's weirdo, the flat lowly. The sealed power and form of the flat lowly were obviously in preparation for breaking through to demigod. With such an unstable factor participating in next year's martial arts conference, I'm afraid there will be more unforeseen events. In this way, my plan is likely to be greatly affected or even destroyed. That Chinrue, although Lala is a little eccentric, she is a kind and sensible child. Sir Dragon Emperor laughed. The problem is that she is the future empress of the Dragon Island, so I can't. You understand. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you. Aren't you increasing your daughter's competitor? Chinrue threw out his biggest killer move, Oliphius. After seeing the boss hand gesture of counting the black crystal coins, the black dragon chick nodded without thinking and glared at her father. However, Chinrue still underestimated his father-in-law's face. Sir Aeogules spread his hands and looked like a rascal. In any case, my 2 daughters and so much wealth have been given to you. You are the one who took advantage of it. What else do you want? The father-in-law's fearless attitude made Chinrue gnash his teeth in hatred. Are you really Oliphius's biological father? Of course it's true, since it involved a matter of principle. Aeogules immediately jumped up from the recliner. Speaking of Oliphius, it's good that you tried your best to help her dispel Satan's spiritual imprint. But do you really regard her as your own woman? Chinrue was obviously lacking in confidence. After the incident with Eucharis, the black dragon chick's attachment to him had obviously increased, but it was more of a familial feeling, as if he had always treated the chick as a younger sister. Oliphius, did Chinrue treat you to a pa? Augustus asked deliberately. Never. This famous, delicious food made the black dragon girl's eyes light up. She looked at Chinrue and asked, "Boss, will you treat me now?" Chinrue was speechless. Was there a father who would ask his daughter like that? After coaxing Oliphius away, Augilus looked at Chinrue with dissatisfaction. "You still dare to use Oliphius as an excuse?" The guilty person was speechless. The father-in-law sighed and shook his head. "Forget it, my daughter is already grown up. I don't want to interfere too much in your affairs. As for Lolly, at least, you have to beat her in the martial arts conference. As for the future, let nature take its course. If you can make her get rid of that quirk, I won't force you to do anything else." Augilus's words made Chinrue criticize for a while. The martial arts conference is undoubtedly going to be one, but this means that I have an ambiguous relationship with that weird loli. As for correcting the attribute of that lily, it is easy to say, but it has been hundreds or thousands of years. Even Augilus is helpless about it. Otherwise, he would not bring the disaster to me. Okay, that's it. Dragon Emperor's father-in-law saw the displeasure on his prospective son-in-law's face, so he cleverly changed the topic. "The crystal that you mentioned at first, is it a special crystal that can instill and conduct life power?" The prospective son-in-law's attention was really attracted. Recalling the characteristics of the life crystal, he nodded and said, "Yes, this kind of crystal is very rare. Even in the collection of the dragons, it is almost extinct. However, in a place, this kind of crystal is not a rare thing. Although I don't know why you need the crystal, I advise you to give up, because in that place, except for people who meet special conditions, even I dare not set foot in it. If you are not careful, you will be completely annihilated by the terrifying power of destruction. A place that even the pseudo-god powerhouses dare not set foot in?" Chinrue was taken aback. "What is that place? What kind of special conditions are needed to go there?" "That place is not something you can reach with your current domain." Augilus's eyes revealed a dignified look. "I know you have a rare pure light attribute physique. Even if it is blocked by some kind of strange force, you need an even rarer physique if you want to enter that place. That is light and darkness body." When the last 4 words fell into Chinrue's ears, he was suddenly shocked. He finally knew what place Augilus was talking about. He knew that there was only one person who had light and darkness body. It was the woman who entered the 4th floor of the Bloody Empire's library and became the key, Tiffany. So, that place was the mysterious place that Charlie had asked him to follow Tiffany to. Augilus noticed Chinrue's strange expression and frowned. "Do you know that place?" Chinrue nodded slowly. "As far as I know, there is something in that place that is related to a huge secret. This thing is 1/7 or half of something." "You really know?" A strange look flashed past Augilus's eyes. Chinrue sighed. "That's all I know. That thing is a silver box. Back then, I sealed Peglio for this too. However, due to many reasons, there have been many counterfeit silver boxes. The place that Peglio took me to was not the environment where the real silver box could be stored. It should be a fake, so I didn't make things difficult for him." Chinrue shook his head secretly. It seems that Sir Dragon Emperor still ignored the cunning of the poisoned dragon. Coupled with the subjective influence of empiricism, he missed the real silver box. "Sir Augilus, what's going on with 1/7 and 1/2? This box, to be precise, is 1/3 of half. That is, 3 such silver boxes combined to form half of that thing." Chinrue asked curiously, "So the other half is 4 silver boxes?" "No, the other half is also 3, and it should be fused together now." Augilus took a deep look at Chinrue. "That half is in the human world." The human world. Chinrue suddenly thought of a possibility. His eyes were filled with horror, and he asked, "That fuse thing, is it possible for a pseudo-god level to really touch the mystery in it?" An ordinary demigod level may be able to feel some of the mystery, but it is far less than what a pseudo-god can get. Moreover, when fused together, it can play another role. Augilus showed a look of emotion. Chinrue thought for a while and asked again. According to this, there are only 6 silver boxes in total. How did the 1/7 come about? The 7th is a little different from the previous silver boxes. Augulus said meaningfully. This thing perhaps is very close to you, but now is far from the time to come into contact with it. Let's talk about the silver box first. For pseudo-gods, it has an almost fatal attraction. It is said that it is a shortcut to the path of the gods, but there are also legends that it is a dead end that carries the curse of the gods and has buried countless pseudo-gods. In short, if you have a silver box, you must never reveal it in front of anyone. Otherwise, it will bring unimaginable disaster to yourself and your family and friends. No. Chinrue thought for a while and asked, Does this anyone include you? Of course, Augulus nodded solemnly. Obviously, he didn't think that Chinrue could have the silver box. Even those ancient pseudo-gods couldn't resist the temptation of the silver box. In a terrible war that was not recorded in the history books, countless powerhouses fell, including many peak pseudo-gods. This was the most tragic and terrifying war after the Twilight of the Gods. Since then, Twilight of the Gods made Chinrue's ears twitch. It was not the first time he heard this term. At first, he made it up to deceive Aldos. He didn't expect it to be true, and it was a very old secret. Well, you are getting further and further away from the topic. Augulus did not continue on this topic. In fact, what I know is only a little bit. It is too early for you to explore these things now. You should improve your strength first. I understand. Crystal, I don't want to ask for it now. Well, Augulus nodded. Crystal is actually a derivative of some kind of elemental energy in that mysterious place. It is said that in addition to the body of light and dark, the physique that can assimilate elemental energy can also enter. But this physique is even rarer. So, no matter what you need, Crystal, don't be reluctant to give it up. Elemental energy physique. Chinrue suddenly thought of the destruction elemental energy that Charlie mentioned, and the scene when he assimilated the power of destruction with the power of Shura in Charlie's kingdom. He finally understood why Charlie let him go and gave him the evil moon curse with the evil eye. It turned out that Charlie thought that he had the elemental energy physique, so he could enter that mysterious place and try to snatch the silver box from Tiffany. Many mysteries that had been covered up were being revealed one by one. The last question, Chinrue hesitated a little and asked, Has Sir Augulus heard of the name of Charlie? Charlie. Augulus was slightly shocked. It is said that he is an ancient powerhouse who is as famous as Satan. He has a terrifying pupil skill that can see through the world. When I was newly promoted to demigod and became the heir of the Dragon Emperor, I met Satan by chance. I overestimated myself and challenged him. In the end, I was defeated. It was probably for my father's sake. Otherwise, I would have been annihilated long ago. In fact, only now did I realize that even with my current strength, I'm not Satan's opponent at that time. Satan should be the top false god and Charlie. I'm afraid it's the same. When Chinrue heard Augulus' evaluation of Satan and Charlie, he was secretly awestruck and nodded. I won't ask you where you heard about the silver box or Charlie, and I don't want to know what you need Crystal for. Everyone has their own secrets, as long as you promise me. Augulus glanced at the black dragon chick who was chatting with Isabella in the distance with affection in his eyes. Take good care of Oliphius. If possible, also Lalalia. Oliphius is already a part of this small family. As for Lalalia, if possible, I will do my best to be at least a friend. Chinrue had a few thoughts in his mind, but he did not say anything about the silver box in the end. However, if the secret could be solved in the future, the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law would definitely be one of the beneficiaries. Chapter 852. Augulus did not stay in the Dark Moon for long, and he left soon. Perhaps he was worried about the flat lowly, or perhaps he was more worried about what kind of disaster the flat lowly would cause on the Dragon Island. The following is a short clip of Sir Dragon Emperor leaving. With you guys taking care of Oliphius, I can leave with peace of mind. Augulus walked a few steps, and he suddenly thought of something. He turned around. Where is Eucharius's skeleton? What? Chinrue asked Rala on the side. What? Rala asked Chinrue. Augula's had a bad feeling. Skeleton? Oh. Chinrue nodded. Oh. Roloff nodded his head. Augula's. I'm asking about the skeleton. Bon voyage, Sir Augula's. Isabella waved her hand. Dad, goodbye. The black dragon chick waved with her sister. Augula's, watching Sir Dragon Emperor disappear from sight resentfully. Chinrue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Dragon Emperor was obviously fooled. As a traitor of the Dragon Island, the skeleton of the dragon lich Sir Eucharius, who was also hated by the dragons, was successfully embezzled. Although the kingdom-level dragon lich's skeleton was an excellent material for making certain equipment, Chinrue did not do so. Instead, he gave it to the corpse necromancer Garatum for research. Due to the limited materials previously, Garatum had been staying at the level of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. The two key upgrade materials he needed were the Siren's Heart and the Dragon Power Essence. He had obtained the Dragon Power Essence, but he still couldn't get the Siren's Heart. In order to obtain the Siren's Heart, the Siren must willingly dedicate. If it was Athena or other beloved sisters, there would definitely be no problem. Unfortunately, what the little mermaid princess could offer to Chinrue was endless contempt and a venomous tongue. Having said that, if the little mermaid princess was really Chinrue's beloved sister, losing the Siren's Heart would greatly damage her vitality. Chinrue would definitely not allow this. Because of this, Garatum's strength had been unable to improve. Correspondingly, the strength of the undead legion he controlled was also limited to a certain extent until the appearance of the kingdom-level dragon lich skeleton, Eucharius. The kingdom level was too far away for Garatum. This was no longer the difference between the demon overlord and the demon emperor, but Garatum's attainments in undead magic were at a level that even the Lich King, Glorios, had to admire. Chinrue used Garatum's research results to attract the attention of Glorios when he was in the Land of Hatred. As a dragon lich, Eucharius's biggest weakness was that he was disturbed by the rules of the soul imprint. He was unable to condense the lich's most important soul essence and store it in the phylactery. This was the reason why he was completely annihilated by Chinrue. Therefore, Eucharius's life essence was all concentrated on the skeleton. Garatum's idea was to merge his own soul essence with Eucharius's life essence to transform himself into a dragon lich or an existence similar to a dragon lich. Due to the great disparity in strength between the two sides, it required considerable time and materials, and it was also accompanied by great danger. The most likely outcome was that Garatum's soul could not bear the huge power and would be annihilated. Even if it was successful, the original Dragon Lich's strength level would definitely drop significantly, but Garatum still did not back down. In his original words, if it was successful, it would be the most outstanding work in his life. If it failed, it would also be the greatest attempt. Chinrue knew that Augustus turned a blind eye to this matter for the sake of Oliphius Lalaria. Eucharius's matter was considered to have come to an end. At the same time, the large amount of thunderbolt that the Titan urgently needed was also solved. With the huge national machine of the fallen angel empire, it was naturally not comparable to individual strength. The transportation, refining, and collection of other materials were not a problem. It wouldn't take long for Crystal Phoenix to start experimenting with making Titan. The update and upgrade work of Endless Warrior Online was also in full swing. There were 2 updates for this upgrade. The first was race. The concept of reincarnation would appear in the game. When the level reached a certain level and got the corresponding items, they could be reincarnated into the corresponding race. After reincarnation, the level would become level 1, but the basic attributes would increase. In the future, each level up would have higher ability value than the players who did not reincarnate. Not only that, reincarnation would also reflect the characteristics of various races. For example, centaurs focused on strength, dark elves focused on speed, etc. Qin Rui's long-term vision was to add the special bloodline talents of various races, including the royal family, but considering the progress and balance of the game, the corresponding independent skills were not released in this update. The second update content was to enrich the game sidelines and add timed activities, such as monster sieges, bounty quests, etc. This could increase everyone's participation and cooperation ability. At the same time, it could avoid reducing participation due to the dungeon's difficulty. What reassured Qinrui was that the efficiency and control level of a level 3 alchemy civilization city were far higher than that of a level 2 alchemy civilization fortress. After these tasks were arranged, they could basically be handed over to the gremlins for specific operation and debugging. Dark Moon City Palace. Athena stood on the roof platform of the palace, holding the railing, looking up at the starry sky, letting the cool evening breeze gently blow her short, red hair. "I'm looking at the stars alone." The familiar voice fell into her ears. As soon as Athena turned her head, she saw Qinrui's smiling face. "How is Rala?" "She's fine. She should be fine." Qinrui held her hand. Great Demon was a fighting race, due to holding the sword for a long time. The skin of this hand was not as delicate as Kia and Isabella, but it was unusually warm. It felt like the first time he held it in the black rainforest. After Qinrui revealed to Rala the news of the fairy dragon's great elder and the elf king in the human world, Ryuzaku, the fairy Miss Long showed unexpected silence. She locked herself in the Rainbow Valley and even sealed the space entrance. In this case, only Qinrui could enter the Rainbow Valley, and only Qinrui could comfort Rala. Qinrui stayed in the Rainbow Valley for 3 days and finally untied the knot in the fairy Miss Long's heart. Through a heart-to-heart talk, Qinrui learned that the Dragon Emperor Palgoris was behind Rala's marriage. At that time, Palgoris had just ascended the throne, and he could not unify the voice of the Council of Elders. Rala's mother, the great Elder Maria, had the highest prestige and belonged to the neutral faction, while the second elder, Perrin, was Palgoris's uncle and Palgoris's biggest supporter in the Council of Elders. Therefore, Palgoris's purpose in facilitating this marriage was to further stabilize the rule of the throne. After Rala ran away from the marriage, the Elf King beat Perrin up, and Maria also played a trick on Perrin. On the surface, it was to vent her anger, but at the same time, it also gave the Dragon Emperor Palgoris a chance to show his attitude. Therefore, this matter was finally reduced to a small matter. At first, Rala just ran away in a fit of pique, but as she grew older and experienced, she gradually realized that no one knew their children's character better than their parents. Maria and Span must have done it deliberately, allowing her to run away from the marriage without batting an eyelid, and also allowing her to run away from home, so that they could take the initiative in the situation of Ryuzaku by retreating. After realizing this, the fairy Miss Long, who had always been spoiled by Maria and Span, felt that she was used by the people closest to her. She suffered a great blow, and in a rage, she entered the realm of demons, vowing to become stronger and firmly control her own destiny. Before that, she would not return to the surface world, nor would she see Maria and Span. Qinrui and Rala talked for a long night, explaining some things to her. The original actions of Maria and Span, in fact, were not only to control the situation of Ryuzaku, but also to let Rala leave Ryuzaku safely in a special way, which was also to protect Rala. Power and struggle were twins. Cruel struggles were everywhere, and the glorious throne was often built with the accumulation of countless blood and skeletons, no matter which race it was. In fact, Palgoris carried out a great purge of the Elder Council not long after, and many voices of opposition were eliminated forever. Only Maria, who had reached some kind of tacit agreement, still sat firmly in the position of Great Elder, and had been put in an important position until now. However, these were all unpredictable in advance. If Qinrui had not met Span and his wife, Rala would not have known these. Athena glanced at Qinrui. "You've worked hard." "Why does this sound like Kia's tone?" Chinrue shook his head with a bitter smile and gently hugged Athena's waist. I'm sorry, I know the ones who work the hardest are my dear lord and Sir General. Athena pursed her lips and smiled. Then don't hinder me from looking at the stars. I'll give Sir General a suggestion. The stars don't look like this. Soon the two were lying on the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless starry sky. Athena, do you still remember that time in Mountain Shillong? And Athena responded softly and squeezed into his arms again. That was something she would never forget in her life. Neither of them spoke, but just looked at the sky quietly. Chinrue-en? It's nothing. Actually, I've noticed long ago that you've always had something on your mind. Chinrue sighed. It seems that there shouldn't be any barriers between us. Athena lowered her eyelids. I just feel that the distance between you and me seems to be getting farther and farther. Why do you have this thought? I don't know. Maybe it's strength. Maybe it's something else. Athena closed her eyes. Maybe it's just that I haven't figured out some things. I'm sorry. Chinrue suddenly felt very ashamed. Have you ever thought about returning to the human world? Athena slowly opened her red eyes. I remember you said that your identity in the human world seems to be a bit special. There should be your relatives there. No matter what happened in the past, with your current ability and strength, you can already. Before she finished speaking, she was blocked by Chinrue's mouth. Athena trembled slightly, but she didn't struggle in the end. After a long and deep kiss, there are some things that I should tell you. I should be Arthur Roland, the third prince of one of the two holy human empires, the Long Huang Empire, the ruler of the Jinyao territory. The reason why I say should is that the imprint and memory belonging to Arthur have completely disappeared. Chinrue gently stroked Athena's face. No matter how I fell into the demon realm, no matter what the identity of Arthur is, no matter what conspiracy and interests are involved, those have nothing to do with me. Now there is only Chinrue, the demon realm's Chinrue. You can think of me as someone from another world, someone who borrowed this body to be reborn as a soul. The last sentence had actually vaguely revealed his biggest secret. Facing his most beloved woman, of course, Athena wouldn't understand the true meaning of rebirth in this sentence. I have never thought about the so-called return. Even if I can easily travel between the demon realm and the human world now, the reason is very simple. My relatives are in the demon realm. You know, I can give everything for my true relatives. Athena responded again, and her eyes were already faintly sparkling. Can I ask you a question? Of course. I know your plan. If this plan succeeds, the three empires will be completely under your control. What is your purpose? The supreme emperor of the demon realm? You're wrong. I never thought that being an emperor was a good job, and I don't want to be a ruler. Chinrue stared at the starry sky as if he saw a pair of calm black eyes behind the veil again. My biggest wish is to get rid of all restraints and live in seclusion with my beloved woman or travel around, and live a carefree life without worries. However, for now, I don't have the ability to let you completely abandon the responsibilities on your shoulders, or even control your own destiny. In front of me, there are still countless unrivaled enemies and terrifying dangers. I can only keep moving forward, working hard, and surpassing them. Not to mention anything else. Charlie was a powerful existence that couldn't be resisted, especially when the name, Agual, was still in his mind, coupled with the curse of the evil moon. When the time came, Chinrue would definitely be unable to avoid going to that mysterious place, and he didn't know how many dangers he would encounter. It was the first time he told these thoughts to someone. I'm sorry. Athena buried her head in his chest. The things you shoulder are far more than I thought. Some battles are destined to be faced by a person, especially a man. Chinrue felt the heat that penetrated his chest and felt the emotions contained in it. Fortunately, I'm not alone because, although I'm fighting alone, I'm not alone. Athena only felt warmth in her heart, and all the small knots in her heart melted away. This was what she said to him in the green, leaves forest of mountain Shillong back then. He really remembered it all the time and had been doing this. Tomorrow, I will enter the City of Stars in the Blue Lake mountain range for closed-door training. This time it will be a long time. It may take a few months or even longer. Chinrue gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and smiled slightly. I'm worried now that I haven't seen my general for so long. Will there be a greater distance? Of course. Athena showed a gentle and generous smile. She had obviously regained her confidence, but there are some small tricks that should be able to reduce this sense of distance. For example, a small story about the stars. Note, it doesn't count if you have heard it before. As you wish, my most beloved general, looking up at the deep and beautiful starry sky, lying in the warm arms, and a tranquil whisper came into her ears. Athena felt peaceful in her heart, and she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 853. A Blood-like Moon. The light was hot and anxious, emitting an unsettling aura. In front of the tall city wall, there were endless monsters. Some were jumping, some were running, some were flying, and all of them were surging forward. Just the pressure of the aura alone was suffocating. However, the warriors on the city wall, even the imps and dark goblins who were the least capable of fighting, didn't show any fear. Instead, they showed surprising calmness and bravery. This was because everyone had already experienced countless such trials. In such an environment, even the weakest person would be tempered into a will of iron and blood. Following the commander's order, the high-energy magic crystal cannons shot out deadly rays. Ballistas, catapults, and other military equipment were launched simultaneously, harvesting the monsters' lives in large numbers. However, the number of enemies was unimaginable. Even the improved magic crystal cannons couldn't avoid the cooldown time. The catapults were limited by close range, so they couldn't stop the enemies from charging into their effective attack range. The ballistas also needed to be reloaded and adjusted. After a round of firing, the enemies were already quite close to the city wall. The commander gave another order. The warriors on the parapet raised a type of long barrel-shaped weapon. The archers inside the city wall knocked their arrows and pointed to the sky. The enemies were getting closer, but the commander didn't give any orders. The warriors also seemed calm. After countless bloody lessons, regardless of race, regardless of whether they had undergone professional training or not, they all understood the importance of teamwork and obedience in such battles. Even though the commander's strength was not the strongest, his ability to command had been tested by blood and fire several times, and he had won everyone's trust. Fire! The commander finally gave the order. The long barrel-shaped weapon spat out tongues of fire. At the same time, locust-like arrows rained down. The sound of the ballista's mechanism also sounded. Rows of monsters fell in response. Hundreds of giant metal humanoids whizzed out and continuously threw bombs with poisonous smoke, creating gaps in the crowd of monsters. The monsters didn't seem to have any fear. They continued to roar and charge forward. The gaps were instantly filled. They were about to rush into the city wall and engage in close combat. Although they could be revived after death in a monster siege battle like Endless Warrior Online, dying once meant leaving the battlefield. Everyone gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, surging with a strong will to fight. Tonight was destined to be a tragic battle. In a hidden palace, there were countless people wearing black cloaks and metal masks. On the front wall of the palace, there were 3 layers of huge relief sculptures. They were brimming with a mysterious and gloomy atmosphere. Even the bright sunlight from outside seemed to have become cold. The leader of the group, a cloaked man wearing a blood-red mask and a robe embroidered with red edges, said, "Bishop Solange of the Eastern District." Here, a cloaked figure wearing a light gold mask stepped forward. It was a woman's voice, and there was a hint of flirtatiousness in it. "Your talent and performance are obvious to all. Under your leadership, the faith of the Church of Light has faced unprecedented setbacks and doubts. It's really amazing that you've achieved such remarkable achievements in just a year. After a discussion among the several patriarchs, we've made an exception and promoted you to be the Archbishop of the East District. Thank you, Lord Gomet. Solange will do her best to live up to your expectations. Solange bowed deeply and took the gold-edged cloak and light red mask. Gormet continued, Guardian of the East, Richard. Here, you have great power and an unimaginable talent. Similarly, your contributions are quite outstanding. Now, you're promoted to the Great Guardian. Continue to assist Archbishop Solange. When the next oracle descends, I'll give you special permission to participate. By the way, I have high hopes for you. Hearing the word oracle, whispers came from the Church of Black. Behind the masks, there were looks of jealousy, surprise, and envy. The Black Death Apostles who could participate in the oracle's descent were all important people of high status. Even an archbishop did not have the right. It was said that they could receive countless benefits from the gods. If they could gain the favor of the gods and become a god's descender, they would have the highest authority equivalent to the Pope. Thank you, Lord. I won't let you down. Richard still seemed unfazed by honor or disgrace. This made Gormet look even more impressed. Richard put on the Guardian's mask and felt a special power integrate into his consciousness. When he looked at the reliefs, the second and third layers were already clearly visible. Only the first layer was still blurry. Compared with the many sculptures below, there were only 3 sculptures on the first layer. Looking at the reliefs representing the gods, Richard revealed a strange smile behind the mask, and a faint red flashed past his eyes. Night fell, and the purple moonlight sprinkled on the earth, showing a tranquil scene. In a certain bedroom in the palace of the fallen angel empire, colorful lights constantly flickered, overflowing with a mysterious aura. 100 grams of papaya. Adeline cut it and put it here. 10 grams of rock sugar. I'll weigh it first. 100 grams of top-quality, flat-boned cow milk. Oliphius, don't drink it. That's for configuration. 1 gram of magic yeast powder. Adeline cut the papaya and asked, Alice, is this okay? Alice looked at it and praised. Adeline, your knife skills are really good. You cut very evenly. You are the most powerful Naga I have ever seen. The Naga girl blushed, and the black dragon chick on the side said, Alice, is this secret recipe useful? The strange soup you made last time made me fart for a week. My sister won't let me enter the yard. Humph. Wasn't it the same last time? Actually, I was fooled by that fox, Isabella. She said something about detoxification, beautification, and breast enhancement. As a result, it's different this time. This is the super magic breast enhancement milk tea that I developed by combining the ancient secret book and teacher Rolla's secret recipe. It's absolutely effective. Sister is not a fox. The black dragon chick sniffed, but this milk tea smells very fragrant. It's much better than the Lala potato detoxification soup last time. Of course, good things should be shared with everyone, the little lowly said proudly. In fact, she had been hiding Stiller's secret chest massage exercise. Oliphius is my brother's fiancé. I can't teach it to this opponent, at least before I become a big-breasted alien. The problem is that the effect of the massage exercise is not very obvious. It has been almost a year since my brother went into closed-door training, and it seems to be still mediocre. Under the same cold moonlight, in a private manor in the outskirts of the Shadow Empire, there was a fiery light. The red light was shining like a burning flame. If it weren't for the enchantment around the manor, others would think that the entire manor was burning. A red light shot out like an arrow and hit the huge pig head. The poor pig head was suddenly torn apart, and the pieces were turned into ashes by the high temperature. The red light also fell to the ground. A small, cute figure wrapped in the red light was covering its head with both hands. It seemed that it hit hard just now. An anxious voice sounded from behind. "Baby, stop playing. It's dangerous." The red light moved and rose into the sky again. The speed and power of the flight were completely disproportionate to the immature body. "Huh, Aunt Lilith. Can't catch up. Can't catch up." Lilith broke out in a cold sweat. The growth rate of this baby little princess is staggering. It has only been a year since she was born, and she is already equivalent to a 3-year-old child. Moreover, her speech and thinking are quite clear. Baby's growth in strength and talent were equally shocking, especially his innate flame energy, which was incomparably powerful. It was just that he just had to like some strange and dangerous games, such as this Angry Birds, which made people's hearts tremble. Who knew which bastard had instigated this? "Baby, come down quickly. Your mom is coming." The red light paused and slowly fell. Suddenly, it bounced again and flew to the gate. A woman wearing a robe and a veil appeared there. The red light did not hit the woman, but it converged the flame and fell gently into the woman's arms. "Mom! Mom! You're being naughty again." The woman's tone was a little harsh. "Next time you give Aunt Lilith a headache, Mom will make your little but hurt." "Mom won't hit. Mom won't hit." The little girl squirmed in the woman's arms like a spoiled child. The woman's calm black eyes revealed gentleness and love. She gently stroked the little girl's head and carried her into the yard. In the boundless sea, there is a vast archipelago. No one, including the ferocious beasts of the sea, dared to approach these islands. This is because these islands are inhabited by the most powerful creatures, the giant dragons. The central island is the largest, as if it is surrounded by the surrounding archipelago. The seawater around the central island gradually changed, as if it is being pulled by some invisible force. It is a spectacular sight. Boom! A loud sound came from the central island, as if something had broken out of the ground. The seawater that rose into the air exploded in all directions, and the entire island was trembling. "Ho ho!" A strange laughter came. From the sound, it seems to be a young girl. "Old man, do you see that? I have finally broken through. That damn guy, I must take revenge. I must take back everything that I lost. I must trample you under my feet. Your women will all become my harem." The island was constantly bombarded with destruction, accompanied by a strange laughter. The nearby powerful dragons acted as if they had seen a ghost. They hid in their caves one after another, especially the dragons who have females at home. It was rare for them to have a peaceful year under the protection of the dragon god. Unfortunately, the dragon god's endurance is not good, and the scourge of this dragon island has emerged again. 1 year is enough to change a lot of things, except for the size of a certain lowly's chest. Chapter 854. Blue Lake Mountain Range. On a tall tower far away from the city of the ancient alchemy civilization, dazzling starlight was glowing, as if it was truly the city of stars. This kind of starlight had lasted for nearly a year. At first, the color was blue, then it gradually turned pale red, and recently it had become dark red. This was still in real time. In the center of the starlight was Chun Rui, who was sitting cross-legged. In this year, many things that happened were within his plan, but there were also many things that were not planned. For example, he didn't know that a certain flat lowly on Dragon Island had broken through a certain bottleneck and became the biggest scourge again. He also didn't know that one, or more than one, lowly was using a secret technique to exercise her chest size every day, wanting to surprise him. He also didn't know that one day, in a manor on the outskirts of the Shadow Empire, there was a baby's cry that almost shook the entire imperial capital. The flame power it carried reflected half of the sky red, and now this little lowly was passionately playing the dangerous game that a certain unscrupulous father once taught her every day. The eyes that had been closed gradually opened. If someone was opposite Chun Rui, they could clearly see the countless bright stars circulating in his black pupils. In the next second, the starlight that had always been quiet suddenly expanded. This was not an ordinary flame, but the power of the law of destruction that contained infinite mysteries. The burning starlight seemed to want to destroy everything. Under the illumination of the starlight, the tower and everything nearby were all turned into particles and annihilated. There was only endless destruction left between heaven and earth. The endless flame starlight instantly converged into the deep black pupils again. The fiery red starlight disappeared, and everything around remained intact as if it was just an illusion. The long-lasting starlight on the tower finally extinguished. Chen Rui's figure had disappeared in an instant, and the illusion just now became reality again. Everything nearby turned into nothingness and annihilated. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. It was not only the power of destruction, but also time. The reason why it was temporarily restored to its original state was that the flow of time had changed. In just an instant, Qinrui had already appeared in the central control palace of the City of Stars. Large-scale teleportation and ordinary teleportation were indeed incomparable. Moreover, he was the highest ruler of the City of Stars. As long as he entered the range of this civilized city, he could teleport at will. Shift represented a realm, and that was the law. Previously, when Chen Rui used the blue polar star transformation, he was enhanced by the polar star transformation and was able to use shift. However, that wasn't a power that he had comprehended on his own. Now that Chen Rui could move freely without using his transformation, it meant that he had completely mastered the power of the laws and had truly stepped into the realm of the kingdom. Crystal Phoenix showed the current time. Qinrui looked at the time and was shocked. I actually spent almost a year in seclusion this time. No wonder his stomach felt empty. However, he wasn't as weak as he had imagined. Could it be that his physique had changed correspondingly after the kingdom transformation? No, not only physique, but also vitality. This feeling was like a silkworm shedding its skin, undergoing a brand new change. Not only was the organ itself similar to an evolutionary mutation, but more importantly, the blood circulation and aura flow in the body were integrated with the natural universe. It was as if this body was a small universe, and the power it produced was vast and powerful like the power of nature. This was not a feeling that could be brought about by the polar star transformation armor, but a qualitative change produced by himself. This power that integrated with the natural universe was the true power of stars. Under this cycle of qualitative change, the body could absorb the power of nature to replenish energy, and it could not completely rely on food to maintain life. Not only that, but the power of life was also greatly enhanced under the effect of the power of nature and the laws, and his lifespan increased by nearly 10 times. With the base value of Chen Rui's current lifespan, this 10 times number was quite terrifying. Even ordinary dragons were far inferior. With a further understanding of the laws and the nature of the universe, this vitality could be further enhanced. No wonder those demigods and false gods had extremely long lifespans. Longevity was of course a good thing, but Qinrui did not want to have a long life alone. If he had to watch his beloved women die one after another because of the end of their lifespans, it would be more unbearable than his own death. If Chen Rui had to choose between living alone for eternity or sharing a limited life with his lover, he would choose the latter without hesitation. After comprehending the laws, the biggest change was naturally his strength. Title: Polaris Emperor Evolution Level. 6 stars Comprehensive Strength Assessment. SS plus Physique. SS plus Strength. SS plus Spirit. SS plus Speed. SS plus. Aura Value 11. 275 billion Faith Crystal. 137 billion Polaris Rank. Crimson star. The dark blue star pulse with the word yin inside the mouth and nose of the 3D human form had turned crimson. Crimson Polaris Emperor. Compared to the difficulty and thrill of the previous advancement, this advancement from the Polaris Emperor realm could be described as natural and smooth. The actual time spent in the training ground during the 1 year of retreat was at least 50 years. The values of his comprehensive strength and individual qualities had directly climbed to the strongest SS plus level of the current realm. This wasn't just the value on the surface. From the moment he slept to the moment he woke up, Chenrue had fully mastered the power of the Crimson Star rank. In the super system, the original galaxy had expanded by dozens of times, and there was not only one sun, but more than a dozen stars. The galaxy where each star was located was considered a small galaxy, so it was a medium-sized galaxy. The rhythm between the small galaxies and the overall rhythm of the entire medium-sized galaxy contained mysterious and powerful power. The signs of intelligent life had also spread from the original small galaxy to the entire galaxy. Although there were only some habitable planets, the source of the entire faith had been expanded by more than 10 times. Crimson Polaris Emperor was not a 7-star evolution, but a small promotion in the 6-star evolution. There were no new skills in this promotion. On the contrary, many of the original skills had disappeared from the skill tree, such as Teleport, Aura Blade, Aurora Shot, Galaxy Territory, etc. It was not that these skills could not be used, but they had been integrated with him. As long as he had enough star power, he could use them freely without time or number of times. This was the biggest breakthrough, not only because the restrictions were removed, but just like what Chenrue felt after entering a certain realm, the sense of data gradually faded and was truly transformed into his own power. In other words, the real role of the super system was to assist and guide the controller to master the power step by step and reach the peak, instead of passively upgrading and granting some skills. Blue Pole Star Transformation had become Crimson Pole Star Transformation, which would increase Chenrue's combat power to another level. The Stargate S star points had increased to 4, and the setting time of the star points had also increased from 3 years to 10 years. Unfortunately, he still couldn't bring people other than himself through. However, Chenrue did not have too many regrets, because the changes in Crimson Star's promotion were far more than these. There were 3 surprising changes. The first change was that the link enhancement that could not be grayed out before could finally be used. There were 2 types of link enhancement. Battle enhancement consumed 100 faith crystals each time, and there was a time limit. Star enhancement was permanent. Each enhancement required 100,000 faith crystals. It could greatly increase the strength of the linked user. However, there was one condition. After the link was removed, the enhancement effect would disappear. The price of star enhancement was not cheap. 1 star enhancement required 100,000 faith crystals per person. This was an expensive value before Endless Warrior Online. As for now, Chenrue still had 2 billion faith crystals left after the promotion. This number was just a drizzle. The second change was the star ceiling platform. A new star position appeared on the star ceiling platform. Star Concubine, star position bonus, Spirit SS, special trait, Thoughtbreaker, spirit and soul attack damage doubled. Spirit and soul attacks received halved. Star Marshal, star position bonus, Strength S++, Speed S++. Special trait, Protection, greatly reduces damage, doubles physical strength recovery. There was 1 spot for Star Concubine, 2 spots for Star Marshal. The original Star General was expanded to 4, 6 Star Servants, and 8 Star Disciples. Initially, Chenrue was worried that the number of stars was too limited. The current expansion perfectly solved this problem. He could grant as many stars as possible to his loved ones and friends that he valued. The bestowment of the star position would not only enhance the abilities of the other party, but Chenrue himself would also receive feedback. The third surprise came from the training ground. The maximum upper limit of the training ground's time rule became 500 times, and a special function of faith projection was added. This was a special function that materialized the super system. It could project the training ground into reality. The effect was 1/5 of the main body. There were two prerequisites. First, pay the corresponding faith crystals. Second, the person who entered must be a spiritual link object or a believer who provided faith. Non-believers could not enter. In addition, there was an additional faith martial soul in the exchange center. This martial soul could be attached to any weapon to enhance the power and add a trace of the controller's destruction rule. Similarly, it could only be used by the spiritual link object or the believer. Chen Rui suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he, the controller, was a god, and star sealing, faith martial soul, and faith projection were means to show miracles to the believers. Qi Xing's advancement seems to be more like a god. However, he did not delve into these illusory things. Strength was what he could really grasp in his hands. After replenishing some food, Chen Rui began to check the information of Crystal Phoenix. During his retreat for a year, whether it was the operation of Endless Warrior Online or the construction and production of the City of Stars, they did not stop. On the contrary, the number of participants in Endless Warrior Online had reached a terrifying level. People's game level had also been significantly improved. Many difficult dungeons were conquered, one by one. This improvement was also reflected in the real strength. This was a special training that could really enhance combat power. What excited him the most was the production achievements of the City of Stars. Looking at the various and latest research results listed by Crystal Phoenix, Chen Rui showed a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. After calculating, the 2-year armistice agreement time was up. Then, a certain plan should be launched at the final moment. Chapter 855. Yes. Wait. Catherine's voice was a little more gloomy. Who slapped Lilith's face just now? Catherine's faint voice interrupted him. 3 days later, a military parade will be held, and it is planned to be broadcast to the entire demon realm through Magic TV. Is the news I got yesterday the top secret information you mentioned? Florence smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. That bastard. Sigh. Anyway, Metaloo has settled down now. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's continue the topic just now. According to someone, this is like the straw that broke the camel's back. Kathleen's gaze trembled slightly, as if she had thought of something from someone. Al, there are two things. First, immediately mobilize all available funds to deal with this crisis. Second, investigate the detailed information of those long-term loan holders and the whereabouts of the funds. No matter what method you use, you must get through this. Humph. A mere Imperial attendant dares to stop me from reporting urgent matters to Her Majesty? Lilith. Catherine's voice came from the hall. Lilith only felt that the oppressive momentum instantly collapsed. Bring them in. What aspect do you think I need to consider carefully? For example, the candidate for the Crown Prince? Catherine showed a contemptuous smile behind her veil. Before this rumor arose, there were many loans of huge amounts, and they were signed with long-term agreements. According to recent investigations, the banks of various estates seem to have this situation. I suspect someone is deliberately manipulating it. Vikursa escaped from death. He took a few steps back while trembling. He couldn't stand steadily, and he sat on the ground. There was no calmness and demeanor from before. Catherine nodded slightly. I have received an invitation written by Raisin. Yes, Your Majesty. Vikursa's head was full of cold sweat, and he retreated hurriedly. Vikursa was shocked. Your Majesty, it was just a misunderstanding just now. Soon, Finance Minister Al walked into the hall. Al was a thin and tall middle-aged man with a shrewd face, but his expression was a little panicked now. Your Majesty, it's bad. Something happened to the bank. Prince Vikursa, Her Majesty is discussing important matters with Uncle Florence. No one is allowed to disturb them. Yes, Your Majesty. No wonder you're Catherine the Great. You've already seen through my identity. Luo Jiefu's hand exuded a faint black aura. With His Majesty's eyesight, you should be able to see that my dark energy has already corroded His Highness Prince Vikursa's soul. With a single thought, his soul would dissipate. I just want to leave this place safely. Please let me live, Your Majesty. Otherwise, this prince will be buried with me. It's like this. Originally, due to various reasons, the liquidity of the banks has begun to shrink. Recently, rumors have been spreading in every corner of the three empires, saying that the armistice agreement has expired and the three empires are about to start another war. Once the war starts, the currency will depreciate. At that time, food that can be bought with a white crystal coin might be bought with a black crystal coin. Although this rumor had gradually subsided due to the efforts of various places, it has suddenly exploded in the past few days. More and more people are withdrawing money. Since this morning, there have been long queues in front of every bank in the imperial capital. If this continues, the reserve of magic crystal coins in the banks will soon run out. Once there is no money to withdraw, let him in. Catherine was slightly shocked. For Ire to call it an emergency, it was definitely not an ordinary matter. Therefore, Lilith came to report directly after weighing the pros and cons. You're right. Catherine's tone suddenly changed. You broke into the hall against orders just to give me this so-called reminder. Watching Vikursa's figure leave, Florence, who had been silent, spoke. His Majesty's power is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the harvest from this closed-door training is quite great. But if my old eyes are right, Luo Jifu's power has already eroded into Vikursa's body. If he isn't treated, he will become delirious even if he doesn't die after a long time. When His Majesty was still a princess, Vikursa once coveted His Majesty's beauty. All these years, he hasn't made any progress and only knows how to take advantage of opportunities. This time, he actually wants to become the crown prince. He is simply hopeless and seeking his own death. Lilith, I want to see His Highness. Bank. Catherine was shocked. When Florence ordered to follow the example of the fallen Angel Empire to set up a national bank, she was in closed-door training. When she came out of the closed-door training, the bank had already spread to various estates. Since the three empires were vigorously opening national banks, and the benefits were quite considerable, Catherine did not deny Florence's decree. Since the development of the bank, it was very popular. Almost everyone had a magic crystal card. Florence nodded heavily. It is indeed unexpected, and it is actually such an unheard-of method. It is simply impossible to guard against. That's right. Catherine couldn't think of a reason. Maybe I'm overthinking. After Lilith and Ire left, Catherine took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Uncle, it seems that we are all wrong. In this most unlikely situation, the opponent actually made a move, and this blow hit the vital part that we didn't expect. Vikursa immediately said, "This martial arts conference is no small matter. Raisin will fight in person. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. There might even be life-threatening danger. Your Majesty must consider it carefully. If you want to threaten an emperor, you are not qualified yet." Catherine shook her head lightly, and a light flashed in her black eyes. Luo Jifu suddenly shook. Starting from the hand that was strangling Vikursa's neck, his body turned into ashes and dissipated. Uncle has always been sharp-eyed. Catherine smiled slightly. She did it on purpose just now. Vikursa had always coveted her beauty and the throne behind her. It would be fine if he was really talented, but he just happened to be useless. His ability and wildness didn't match at all. It was just that the prince's identity was a bit special. It was a critical period now. Just in case, Catherine made a prompt decision to use the enemy's hand to kill the possibility of this prince causing harm to the empire. Why is the gap so big? Catherine was shocked, and Florence also looked horrified. This was like a sudden blow, and it was quite fatal. Your Majesty is wise, Vikursa said sternly. Although it is a bit offensive to discuss this topic as the ruler of an empire, this is an aspect that must be considered. Lilith, you immediately summon the ministers to the hall for an emergency meeting. I have something important to report to Her Majesty. If it is delayed, can you bear this responsibility? Shadow Empire's palace in front of the hall. Let's not talk about the various estates first. Looking at the situation of the capital bank, it will take at most 3 days. Ayers smiled bitterly if this frenzy of money withdrawal continues. Florence sighed. I've only misjudged one person in my life. He almost ruined my daughter's life. I regret not listening to your advice. Lilith brought Prince Vikursa and his entourage into the main hall. In the main hall, Catherine sat on the throne, and royal Uncle Florence sat beside her. When Catherine was in retreat, as the uncle of Her Majesty Empress and the most senior prince of the royal family, Florence used to act as regent for government affairs. Later, when Catherine came out, Florence immediately resigned and returned the power to Catherine. Catherine didn't give him a seat as usual, but she said indifferently, "Tell me, Vikursa." Catherine knew who he was talking about, and she comforted, "Forget it, uncle. The past is the past. I heard that Metallu has found the man she likes now. I'm sorry, Prince Vikursa. Lilith is doing her duty." Vikursa looked embarrassed. "It turns out that your Majesty has already planned it. It seems that I have worried in vain. However, there is one more thing. A month later, Raisin the Great's martial arts conference is about to be held. Your Majesty should attend it, right?" "Pa." There seemed to be a slap in the face. "If I guessed correctly, Raisin must be having a headache like us now." Catherine's hand holding the armrest of the throne was a little tight. What a fatal attack without blood. I understand now. It turns out that when the 3 countries signed the armistice agreement, he had already been planning this attack. That damn guy. I received the latest news that the fallen Angel Empire will be in 3 days. Catherine's indifferent voice shocked the man behind Vikursa. His first reaction was to pounce on Vikursa. Vikursa was caught off guard, and his throat was grabbed by his confidant, Luo Jeff. Vikursa's expression was stagnant. He bowed his head and said, "I'm just dedicated to the country. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Your Majesty. I will leave now." Florence frowned and said, "Logically, it is the calm before the storm now. It is not a good opportunity for Your Majesty or Jia and Raisin to make a move. As for Vikursa, it is just a small move." Catherine glanced at Vikursa in disdain. "Now you can leave. If you dare to barge into the hall again, you know the consequences. When you go out later, apologize to Lilith, and this matter will be over." Luo Jeff, formerly known as Tu Sitten, intermediate stage of the demon overlord, Mammon royal family, is good at camouflage and transformation. He has been lurking beside Vikursa for many years. He is regarded as a confidant and is deeply trusted. Catherine nodded. Generally speaking, the military parade is conducted in secret. Even if it is some kind of celebration, it is only a formal military parade. Now that the armistice agreement between the 3 empires is about to expire, the fallen Angel Empire suddenly announces a live broadcast of the military parade through magic television at this time. I don't know what the intention is, unless Jia can come up with the power to deter Raisin or me. Otherwise, this kind of military parade will only backfire. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. I always feel like something big is going to happen. Once this situation occurs, not only the credibility of the empire will be greatly damaged, but it will also bring a series of terrible consequences. Catherine immediately understood the seriousness of this matter, and her expression became extremely solemn. "If I use the emergency funds of the treasury, how long can it last?" At this time, Lilith hurriedly walked in. "Your Majesty, Finance Minister has an emergency and requests to see you." Prince Vikursa appeared to be around 30 years old. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. Looking at the demon realm's most beautiful empress wearing a veil on the throne, Vikursa's eyes flashed with greed. He bowed from a distance and said, "Your Majesty, Royal Highness Florence, please forgive my rudeness, because I have the latest top-secret information to report to Your Majesty." Lilith, who had 5 red marks on her face, was not afraid. She waved her hand and was about to launch the signal to summon the guards to attack. The man behind Prince Vikursa took a step forward. Before he moved, Lilith felt a terrifying aura oppressing her. She was actually unable to move for a while. Chapter 856. As Catherine expected, Raisin also encountered this blow from some damn guy. For the bloody empire that hid its soldiers among the people, it was more resilient than the Shadow Empire. Raisin adopted a solution that was completely different from Catherine's style, which was to promote the argument that the war must be won. The Bloody Empire had the strongest combat power among the three empires. The war with the fallen Angel Empire 2 years ago proved this very well. At that time, if it weren't for Catherine's timely reinforcement, the fallen Angel Empire would have been destroyed by Raisin. Regardless of individual strength or overall combat power, the Bloody Empire was worthy of being the top empire. From a certain perspective, if there was a real war, it could also bring huge benefits to the Bloody Empire. This was also a kind of pride that the Bloody Empire injected into the whole country. This pride had been maintained since the fall of the Lord of Midnight Son of the fallen Angel Empire. In this case, the Bloody Empire temporarily passed the crisis, but the Bloody Empire had many far-sighted talents. They had already seen that the bank, a new thing learned from the fallen Angel Empire, was definitely a double-edged sword. Not only could it bring huge benefits, but it could also bring unexpected huge crises. It could even shake the foundation of an empire. The currency shortage this time might just be the beginning of a war. There was no death and blood in this war, but the horror was no less than a real battle. What was even more terrifying was that you didn't know what kind of attack the enemy would use. Compared with these two empires, the fallen Angel Empire, which was also a test subject, was calm. By increasing interest rates, appeasing people, holding various activities and other measures, the situation was quickly stabilized. 3 days later, the fallen Angel Empire ushered in the first military parade broadcast live to the entire demon realm. It was only a few days since the TV station issued the notice to the official start of this military parade, but it was obvious that the fallen Angel Empire had been preparing for this ceremony for a long time. The largest main road from the city gate to the capital's central square had been isolated through traffic control in the early hours of the morning. No carriages or pedestrians were allowed to pass. Soldiers stood on both sides of the street, and they set up the corresponding protective barrier. The ceremony had yet to begin, but both sides of the street were already packed with people waiting. Naturally, there were spies from the other two empires among them. Pictures began to appear on the magic TVs along the way. These pictures captured the scenery of the capital from various angles, especially the huge statues of the royal palace and several famous landmarks, which were the scene of the live broadcast. The pictures switched to different clips now and then, including the scenes where the people of different territories were watching the magic TV in the square and the arena. The male and female voices of the commentary cooperated tacitly. They described the deeds of Empress Jia's rise step by step from the Dark Moon Estate, defeating the rebel Obsidian, and leading the people of the fallen Angel Empire to get rid of poverty and prosperity. Although the people were already familiar with these stories, they still felt an indescribable excitement when they heard it from the beginning to the end like a story. The big screen cut to the newly built high platform in the central square. Amidst the majestic and solemn military song, a blood-colored flag was rising, the royal flag of the fallen Angel Empire, the red blood flame flag. On the high platform, the figure of Empress Jia, Lucifer of the fallen Angel Empire, appeared. Her Majesty Empress, who had only been on the throne for a few years, had already achieved absolute rule over the fallen Angel Empire. She was the supreme controller of the empire in the true sense. The ministers and nobles were standing under the platform, and there were dense people nearby. There was only one person standing behind Her Majesty Empress on the platform, a man wearing a mask and a cloak. King's husband, Aguile. Royal Highness King's husband, who was once questioned, became the first dual Grand Master of Potion and Mechanics in the demon realm in hundreds of thousands of years after his overwhelming appearance in the alchemist contest. In particular, he was the Grand Master who could make the highest black potion, Resurrection Potion. Not only that, Royal Highness King's husband also showed a powerful strength that moved the demon realm's top powerhouse, the Bloody Empire, Lord Raisin. He openly invited him to participate in the martial arts contest a month later. Compared with Her Majesty Empress, who had an incredible reversal of the Obsidian Empire, Royal Highness King's husband was also a legend. Empress Jia made a brief and inspiring speech. Then she announced that the military parade officially began. There was a rather rhythmic and powerful footsteps in people's ears. Then they saw a dense team appearing on the distant road. The TV screen had already zoomed in. This was a phalanx composed of soldiers. The first phalanx had about 300 people. The soldiers were all wearing green leather armor. They were in high spirits, holding round shields and long swords. Their pace was neat and consistent. The more than 300 soldiers seemed to be one person. Even if they were just watching from a distance, they could feel the oppressive momentum. The voice of the commentator came from the Magic TV. Elite light infantry, suitable for all kinds of environments. Their light shields can resist long-range arrows and magic spells, and their sharp longswords will kill any enemy that comes close. They are the indispensable cornerstones on the battlefield, after the light infantry phalanx were the heavy infantry phalanx and the long spearman phalanx. Soon, the cavalry and heavy cavalry phalanx also appeared in everyone's sight. Bloody Empire, the Palace Hall. The big screen Magic TV was broadcasting the military parade of the Fallen Angel Empire live. The audience was Raisin and the ministers. A legion commander showed disdain. These troops seem to be elites, but they are just selected from 100. Our Bloody Empire army can select more elite soldiers. If the so-called military parade is only at this level, Her Majesty Jia is overreaching herself. The colleague beside him nodded and said, her biggest failure is that she shouldn't have divided every soldier into a phalanx. If she didn't divide the soldiers into different phalanxes, and instead divided them into phalanxes according to the legions, she could at least put up a show. I believe that this farce will end very soon. Raisin on the throne listened to the discussion of the ministers and generals without saying a word. His eyes fell on the masked man behind Jia in the picture. A cold light flashed across his eyes, and he said faintly, "Keep watching." As soon as the sentence came out, the discussion in the palace suddenly quieted down. Then the goblin warriors appeared. The goblin warriors were the strongest manipulators of ordnance on the battlefield, and they were also indispensable and important soldiers in large-scale battles. In the offensive and defensive battles of the Moonlight Fortress, Warlock Fortress, and other places, the goblin warriors played an important role. Goblins were much shorter than ordinary warriors. Their entrance wasn't as grand and imposing as the previous armies. Instead, they had their own special way of doing things. A small arrow tower was quickly erected in the middle of the goblin army. The small arrow tower then transformed into a catapult. It advanced at an unimaginable speed while disassembling and assembling the catapult, winning the audience's enthusiastic applause. After the gnome phalanx, the magician phalanx appeared. They were all wearing black robes, and under the command of their leader, they raised their hands in unison. The entire team seemed to be ignited by flames. Immediately after, the flames changed again, becoming gray and mixed with countless electric arcs. This power was controlled quite exquisitely. While displaying their power, it gave people a pleasant effect. After the magician team passed by, the camera switched to the sky. There was a black mass of figures there. It was the Air Legion, composed of griffin, wyverns, and manticores. Under the control of the knights, they formed the words "Fallen Angel" in the air and landed on the ground. The performance of the Air Legion made the atmosphere of the audience more active. Squirming figures appeared in everyone's sight. They were wearing special leather armor and holding longbows. The upper body was a graceful female body, and the lower body was a winding snake body. It was the Medusa Legion. Medusas were powerful archers. Whether it was shooting range or aiming, they were far better than their peers. What was more terrifying was that these beautiful snake women also had the talent of petrification. They could turn the enemy into lifeless statues. Behind the Medusas was a group of tall and strong Taurans. The heavy metal chain armor was as light as a feather for these burly warriors, and the giant axes in their hands would tear the approaching enemies apart. In addition to their powerful strength talent and anti-magic physique, the Taurans also had metal casting skills that did not match their rough appearance. They were the best blacksmiths in the demon realm. Just when people thought that the parade of the phalanx was almost over, the nearby air suddenly became cold. A new phalanx appeared, and these phalanxes surprised many people. Rows of strange troops were salivating. This was a group of skeletons with white bones, holding machetes and shields. It was the undead army. Skeleton soldiers, the lowest level of cannon fodder among the undead creatures. However, these skeletons were like elite soldiers. They were wearing armor and holding sharp weapons, and their steps were neat without the slightest sense of disorder. The soldiers who had participated in the Obsidian Crusade against the Dark Moon knew that these were not ordinary cannon fodder, but skeleton warriors comparable to heavy infantry combat power. What was more terrifying was that they didn't know what fear, fatigue, or pain were. Even if they only had half of their bodies left, they could still become the enemy's nightmare. Behind the skeleton warriors was a group of specters that floated forward while maintaining their formation. Specters were undead creatures that were transformed from the dead who possessed powerful mental strength when they were alive. They could greatly reduce or even nullify physical damage. They were the absolute nemesis of all melee soldiers. Following the Phantom's phalanx was a group of terrifying Terror Knights. Their whole bodies were covered in black armor, and the war horses they rode were also black ghost war horses. Terror Knights were made of special dead souls and corpses. They were powerful knights during their lifetime, but their souls could not dissipate due to some kind of will or curse. They who were reborn in the body of the undead used resentment and killing as the source of power. They retained powerful combat consciousness and skills. They were the top existence of the undead creatures. The Terror Knights were also a phalanx of about 300 people. This lineup was a bit terrifying. Generally, the Terror Knights had the strength of a great demon king. Coupled with the speed of the ghost war horses, it would be a sharp blade with great mobility on the battlefield. Terror Knights, phantoms, and skeleton soldiers were considered undead creatures in the conventional sense, while the skeleton magicians, skeleton knights, and the skeleton air force flying in the air were undead creatures beyond ordinary cognition. They were also the masterpiece of Garadam, the undead magician master 2,000 years ago who had transformed himself into a lich. With the introduction of the commentary, an astonishing number of undead creatures appeared on the magic television screen. These were naturally individually edited clips to show the power of the fallen angel undead army to the audience. In terms of quantity, these units participating in the parade were obviously just a drop in the bucket. In the Shadow Empire's Palace Hall, Catherine and the generals and ministers of the Shadow Empire were also watching the live broadcast while discussing. The Empire's general, Crawford, frowned and said, "According to the analysis of the intelligence, these undead army are stronger than we previously expected in both quantity and individual strength. There must be some special changes. I can only be sure of one thing." Finance Minister Al looked at the undead army with his eyes glowing. "The equipment of those skeletons is better than our regular army. Take the skeleton magicians as an example. The equipment with magic enhancement has exceeded the standard of our magician legion. War is all about throwing money. With the fallen angel empire's current strength, if it's just comparing throwing money, it is definitely the first in the demon realm." Another minister also said with deep feelings, "The fallen angel empire's military power seems to be much stronger than 2 years ago. Even we may not have the confidence to win. Regular Legion, Medusa and Tauran Legion, plus the Undead Legion. Uncle Florence frowned. Logically, the Fallen Angel Empire's trump card should have almost been revealed. Why do I feel that this ceremony is not over yet? Uncle, your hunch is right. Catherine's voice sounded on the throne. Everyone looked at the big screen in unison. They saw a new team appearing behind the undead phalanx. This was a group of soldiers wearing simple leather armor with strange weapons in their hands. Upon closer inspection, it was a long tubular metal object. This kind of weapon should be the first time it appeared in the army, but for most demons it was no stranger. This is... Someone couldn't help but blurt out, "Magic rifle!" This was a powerful magic weapon in the Endless Warrior online game. The range and damage of the magic rifle far exceeded the traditional bow and arrow. It was not inferior to the ballista, and it had the mobility and portability that the ballista did not have. The most important thing was that ordinary warriors without magic power could also control it to exert terrifying combat power. In the monster siege battle or dungeon instance in the game, it was a key weapon. Rifle shooters with shooting proficiency skills were also indispensable in the team. I didn't expect the magic rifle to appear in reality. Is it a gimmick? Or is it a bluff? Balloon-like, flying targets rose in the air in the distance. The soldiers raised their guns and shot in a uniform movement. Bang, bang, bang. All the flying targets shattered. Seeing this scene, both the audience in front of the Magic TV and the live audience were excited. A real magic rifle. A real rifle shooter. Catherine and Florence glanced at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. The two of them knew very well what the emergence of this new weapon meant. What was surprising was yet to come. Dozens of huge figures appeared in the air. They flipped and flew, making various difficult movements. Then they landed neatly on the ground, forming a formation. The huge humanoid figure was 8 to 9 meters tall. Its whole body was made of dark golden metal. Its eyes flashed with light blue light. It was hard to believe that the previous flexible movements could be done by such a big guy. Battle puppet. Whether it was the palace of the Shadow Empire or the Bloody Empire, more than one person exclaimed in unison. The commentator had already said its real name, Assemble Battle Puppet. Chapter 857. Assemble Puppet was one of the important professions in Endless Warrior Online. It was not inferior to the war puppets of the Asmodeus royal family. It was even better in some aspects. More importantly, even non-combat troops, such as imps and goblins, could easily control the war puppet to exert powerful combat power as long as they mastered the corresponding skills. Forget about the previous magic rifle. No one would have thought that this powerful war machine that only appeared in the illusory game actually appeared in reality. It appeared in the military parade of the Fallen Angel Empire. In the palace of the Shadow Empire, everyone stared at the huge war puppet on the screen intently. All kinds of expressions such as surprise, solemnity, and fear were intertwined. Magic game. Good plan. Good plan. Catherine closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and whispered to herself in a voice that only she could hear, "Is this your second blow?" In the palace of the Bloody Empire, the voices that previously said that Jia was self-defeating and bluffing suddenly disappeared. Only Raisin was still sitting calmly on the throne. His indifferent pupils were dancing with flames of ignorance. The appearance of the magic rifleman and Assemble Puppet made the atmosphere of the audience instantly boil, especially those puppet pilots in the game. What was even more exciting was the next introduction of the commentator. The function and operation of the Assemble Puppet were exactly the same as the battle puppets in the game. A brilliant operator could control the Assemble Puppet to fight against the Demon Emperor or even the Demon Overlord. Pilots who were confident in their control skills could come to the newly established pilot recruitment office in the capital to sign up. There were no restrictions on nationality or race. As long as they passed the certification and assessment, they could join the Rune Legion of Aguile, the the Prince of Gilly and become a powerful battle puppet pilot. This news caused a sensation. Even many puppet pilots who were not from the fallen angel empire couldn't help but feel excited, let alone the favorable treatment. Being able to control their favorite battle puppet in the game in reality could be described as a dream come true. It could be expected that there would definitely be spies from other countries mixed in, but the assembled puppet was not as simple as imagined. Even if the pilot's control ability was strong, he could not violate the instructions of the highest controller of alchemy civilization. With the sensing power of Chun Rue's spiritual imprint, he could easily eliminate the dissidents. The excitement caused by the assembled puppet was not over yet. There was a dense sound of footsteps coming from behind. It seemed that a large group of things were running. Catherine's pupils in front of the magic TV suddenly shrank. After the appearance of the magic rifleman and the assembled puppet that caused a sensation in the demon realm, this military parade is actually not over yet. A group of strangely shaped figures appeared in front of everyone. This was a strange kind of demonic beast. It was slightly smaller than a horse and was somewhat similar to ordinary hellhounds. The strange thing was that its whole body was crystal clear, like a crystal. Judging from its sharp claws and teeth, it should be a fierce predator type. The number of the demonic beasts was about 500. The running rhythm seemed to be chaotic, but of the demonic beasts. Suddenly, the demonic beast stopped in unison and stood up. At the same time, the assembled puppet in front suddenly rose into the air, and the magic rifleman turned back at the same time and shot at these demonic beasts. Sparks splashed everywhere. Facing the attack of the magic bullets, the demonic beasts were actually unscathed. They did not counterattack and just waited there quietly. Crystal Beast, Ancient Guardian. It has strong offensive and defensive abilities and speed. Its special physique can greatly reduce magic damage. Its average strength is chief level, and it is fully under the command of the Queen and Royal Highness Consort. The two Empire elites in front of the magic TV took a deep breath. Powerful offensive and defensive abilities, fast speed, greatly reduce magic damage. This kind of special demonic beast that has never appeared before simply has no weaknesses. Quite a few generals noticed that if it was an ordinary magical beast, that kind of shooting just now would have already caused chaos. But these crystal beasts were actually like a well-trained army. They were completely unmoved and obeyed orders. This was the most frightening thing. The strength of a chief level was the strength of a middle-level powerhouse. If there were more of these crystal beasts, it would be a nightmare for all ground troops on the battlefield. This was just a military parade, so only 500 crystal beasts appeared in front of the people in a phalanx. Then, how many crystal beasts are there in the fallen angel empire? 5,000 or more. Many generals looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. This should be the secret weapon of the fallen angel empire, but they actually didn't hide the attributes of this crystal beast. The first general of the Dark Shadow Empire, Crawford, said in horror, "Jia will definitely not think of this unless they don't care about being known at all." Florence's expression became unprecedentedly serious. The fallen angel empire is demonstrating to the two empires and the entire demon realm. Catherine seemed to think of something, and her calm eyes trembled slightly. The power that can really shock the entire demon realm? What is that? It's not over yet. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by the human figures floating in the air. It was a graceful woman with a veil and uniform leather armor. Her body was surrounded by a strange light, which made her look elegant and mysterious. Lamp spirits, imperial guards, ancient guardians with excellent magic talent and combat skills. Their duty is to protect Her Majesty Empress. When needed, these valiant figures will also appear on the battlefield, becoming an existence that makes all enemies tremble. Flying was the symbol of a high-level powerhouse, and these more than 300 lamp spirits, imperial guards, were all floating in the air. In other words, more than 300 imperial guards were at least demon emperor-level powerhouses. It was said that the intelligence showed that there were at least 5,000 lamp spirits, imperial guards around Jia. Even if their strength was only Great Demon King, it was shocking enough. The lamp spirits landed lightly on the ground and walked forward with the crystal beasts. Is this the last phalanx? Even Florence was a little unconfident now. Not long after, the ground began to tremble, as if something heavy was walking over. Crystal beast? No, it's a giant beast with a material similar to the crystal beast. It was more than 10 meters long and about 6 meters tall. It had strong limbs and a long tail. It walked over at a rhythmic pace. About 100 of them walked over in a neat formation. When this giant beast appeared, the audience on both sides suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. The wyverns and manticores and other demonic beasts in front all showed fear. This fear was captured by the camera in time. It could be seen that this was a powerful creature that had never been seen before. An excited voice sounded. Giant crystal beast, the guardian of the ancient civilization, the loyal servant of Empress Jia and her husband, Aguil. Each giant crystal beast has demon overlord level strength. This broadcast made the scene boil again. More than 100 demon overlord level giant beasts. There were quite a few people who noticed the word servant. Catherine took a few deep breaths and shook her head. Listen, that's the rhythm of the footsteps. There should be something behind. This exclamation almost broke everyone's tense nerves. The answer was soon revealed. These were huge humanoid figures that were taller than the giant crystal beasts. They were about 10 meters tall, which was similar to a construct puppet. The number of giants was wearing tight armor. Their exposed skin showed a metallic luster. Their eyes were pale gold. Their bodies were either flashing with lightning or lingering with the breath of a storm. The scene quickly cut to a clip. This was a battle between a giant and a black dragon. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a real battle and not a show. The giant and the black dragon were actually evenly matched. Sister, look, I'm on TV. The chick in a courtyard pointed proudly at the TV. I even earned an appearance fee. Titan, the strongest warrior of the ancient civilization, the loyal servant of Empress Jia and her husband, Aguil. They have the powerful strength to rival the dragons. The strength to rival the dragons. Everyone was shocked again. Soon, all the phalanxes had gathered in the royal square. Jia's loud and powerful voice sounded. The power we have is not for war and plunder, but to protect the hard-won peace. To protect the home we built with our own hands. We don't want war to happen, but we are not afraid of any war. The atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. No one knew who took the lead, but everyone began to shout the slogan, "Long live the Empire! Long live the Empress!" In the bloody Empire Palace, Raisin had slowly stood up from the throne. The burning light in his eyes was almost materialized. This military parade shattered the original pride of the bloody Empire, which claimed to be the strongest country in the demon realm. At the same time, it also shattered the previously proclaimed theory of victory in war. Even if the fallen Angel Empire did not launch a war, the ensuing negative effects would cause the bloody Empire to suffer a heavy blow. Not to mention anything else, the currency crisis that had just been calmed would erupt again with unprecedented power. 100 giant crystal beasts, 100 Titan giants. This does not include the original demon overlord of the fallen Angel Empire and the hidden strength that did not appear in the military parade. Just the high-level combat power alone, the fallen Angel Empire, is enough to wipe out the two empires. Conventional forces, Undead Legion, Ancient Legion. Even if the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire unite, they may not be the current opponent of the fallen Angel Empire. If it is a one-on-one battle, then they will definitely lose. 2 years ago, the fallen Angel Empire still had to unite with the Shadow Empire to avoid being destroyed by the Bloody Empire. In just 2 years, their strength has skyrocketed to such a terrifying level. Your Majesty, the current situation is urgent. We should immediately send messengers to the Shadow Empire to unite with Catherine the Great to fight against the fallen angel empire. Raisin nodded slowly. At this time, someone outside the hall reported that the messenger sent to the fallen angel empire to send the invitation letter to Aguile had returned. He also brought a reply written by Aguile. In a flash, Raisin opened the letter brought back by the messenger. There was only one powerful word on it: fight. Raisin raised his eyebrows, and his eyes shone brightly. The letter seemed to be affected by the raging fighting intent. It instantly burned and disappeared into smoke. Only the word fight, with special power, was suspended in the air. After a while, it slowly dissipated. Chapter 858. As expected, the currency crisis that shook the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire became more and more intense after the military parade of the Fallen Angel Empire. The situation of the Fallen Angel Empire was becoming more and more stable. The Fallen Angel Empire had a strong belief, which was what Jia said: "We are not afraid of any war." After the fall of the Lord of Midnight Sun, this domineering declaration was first uttered by the king of the Fallen Angel Empire in nearly 400 years. It was so confident. This was not blind arrogance. The military power shown by the Fallen Angel Empire at the military review ceremony was enough to overlook the entire demon realm. There was even no need to hide the secrets of those powerful troops. In the days after the military parade, the cohesion and self-confidence of the people of the Fallen Angel Empire were unprecedentedly strong. In contrast, the other two empires seemed to be in a panic, fearing that they would fall into an unwinnable war. There was news that the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire had secretly formed an alliance to fight against the Fallen Angel Empire together. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the Fallen Angel Empire was currently the well-deserved #1 power in the demon realm, including both military and economic aspects. Who could have thought that just 2 years ago the Fallen Angel Empire was still the weakest of the three empires? It had to rely on the power of the Shadow Empire to resist the invasion of the Bloody Empire. It was not that the Bloody Empire or the Shadow Empire had become weak, but the Fallen Angel Empire had become incredibly strong. In just 2 years, there had been a qualitative change. The Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire helped each other and finally stabilized the currency crisis temporarily. However, a wise person like Catherine had already seen a series of terrible consequences that this crisis might bring. It might even cause the entire empire's economy to collapse. This kind of alternative economic war had appeared for the first time in the demon realm. Its lethality was terrifying. But for now, most of the people's attention was diverted by another matter. The demon realm martial competition held in the Bloody Empire was finally about to begin. This time, the venue of the martial arts conference was set in the ancient battlefield in the Iron Fist Estate. The candidates participating in the competition were no longer limited to the Bloody Empire, but powerhouses from all over the demon realm. Especially the Bloody Empire's Raisin, the top powerhouse, would participate in person. Wang Fu of the Fallen Angel Empire, the double Grand Master Guile, and the Dark Shadow Emperor Catherine would also be invited to participate. The Bloody Empire attached great importance to this grand event. It was said that it took a year just to set up the protective enchantment of each division. Raisin the Great even personally went to debug and inspect. Like the military parade, the entire competition would be broadcast to the entire demon realm through magic television. This broadcast had been strongly supported by the Fallen Angel Empire a long time ago. They sent a large number of personnel to participate in the construction of the venue and provided the most advanced broadcasting equipment and professionals. The registration time was 3 days, but as early as a week ago, the Iron Fist Estate was already overcrowded. Although the two popular sports, Battle Ball and Magic games, were popular in the demon realm nowadays, the status of fighting was still irreplaceable for the demons who were brave and ruthless in their bones. What's more, this was an unprecedentedly grand fighting competition. Even the top powerhouse would participate in person. The registration location, the result reporting office, and the waiting area for the contestants were uniformly set up in the expanded arena of the Iron Fist City. This arena was originally a large arena second only to the Bloody Empire's capital. After transformation and expansion, the area was doubled and could accommodate nearly 100,000 spectators. Due to the high level of strength of the contestants this time, considering safety issues, the audience could not go to the ancient battlefield to watch it live. They could only watch it from various perspectives through a special large screen in the arena. In fact, it could be watched on magic television anywhere, but the Iron Fist Arena could see those contestants, feel the warm atmosphere at the scene, and watch the battle from different perspectives. Therefore, the audience who came to the Iron Fist Estate was still flocking. Chun Rui arrived at the Iron Fist Estate on the last day of registration. As everyone knew, the military parade strategy of the Fallen Angel Empire a month ago was quite successful. In fact, the whole plan started when the three empires signed the peace agreement, especially the one that seemed to have suffered a big loss. All the new technologies that appeared in the Fallen Angel Empire will be shared with the other two empires. Magic, television, millet wine, and so on were just baits thrown out. After the two empires tasted the sweetness of sharing, they launched the real killer move of bank. Behind the seemingly stable profit model, there was actually the most terrifying crisis. This kind of crisis was no less than a war of life and death. The currency crisis was only the beginning. If it triggered a series of subsequent financial storms, then the economies of the two empires were likely to collapse or regress. In this environment, even if the two empires did not go all out to start a war, the Fallen Angel Empire might be affected immeasurably due to the butterfly effect. What Chinrue wanted was a prosperous and stable demon realm. It could be in the form of an alliance, but it would never be a unification destroyed by economic warfare and war. The real purpose of his launching the currency war was just like the intention of this military parade ceremony: display, shock, and build momentum. At the future negotiation table, whoever had a harder fist would have more reason. This time, Chinrue's family and friends came, including Empress Jia. In addition to Chenrue, there were also Rala, Dodo, Lomont, and Oliphius among the family and friends who participated in the competition. It was Rala's decision to participate in this martial arts conference, help Chenrue defeat Raisin, and avenge the shame of the Warlock Fortress. Chenrue did not stop her. With Rala's strength, even if she encountered Raisin, it was still unknown. There should be no danger. Moreover, Rala had her own path of a powerhouse, so he didn't want to drag her down. Lomont was actually the first person to come into contact with Endless Warrior, and Chenrue also specially opened unlimited access to him. After this kind of virtual battle training, combined with the hard training in reality, plus the special effect of the star ceiling and the training ground projection, Lomont's current strength had reached the peak stage of the demon overlord. Not only that, Master Lomont was really proud of his success now. After unremitting efforts, Delia had acquiesced to the existence of Metaloo. It could be said that he was benefiting from both sides. This major competition was a rare opportunity to train. Lomont also wanted to find a path to a higher realm by fighting with the other powerhouses of the demon realm. The Black Dragon chick's stubborn illness was now gone, but the reason why she participated in the major competition was not to break through or something, but for the prize money set by the major competition. Those who passed the qualification screening and entered the first round of the preliminary could each get a reward of 50 black crystal coins. Those who entered the semifinals could get a reward of 1,000 black crystal coins. Those who entered the final stage. The reason why Master Dodo participated in the major competition was even simpler. Due to the long contact with the dragons, Master Slime had long been infected with the bad habit of accumulating money. When he eavesdropped on the Black Dragon chick excitedly calculating the accumulated prize money for entering the final stage with Isabella, he immediately made the decision to participate in the competition. Paglio had to be mentioned here. Master Poison Dragon disappeared as early as the last time Augustus brought the mustache lowly to the dark moon. In fact, he was ordered by Augustus to go to the Dragon Island to train. Master Poison Dragon once vowed that he would rush to participate in a major competition and defeat Raisin to avenge his humiliation. But for some reason, he hadn't appeared yet. This made Ms. Betty worried for a while. Today was the last day. The people who signed up for the major competition were still endless. With the addition of the registration office, there were still several long queues, and the crowd of onlookers was even more crowded. Registration was very simple. Pay a registration fee of 1 black crystal coin, register some basic information, and then receive a number plate. At that time, there would be a random draw to arrange the groups for screening. Chinrue was still dressed in a mask and cloak. Because of Aguile, this kind of dressing was already very popular in the demon realm, so no one recognized that the cloaked man with an onion on his shoulder was the famous Grand Master and Royal Highness of the fallen angel Wang Fu in the demon realm. It was just that Rala's beauty attracted many people's attention. Similarly, the pretty long-legged black dragon chick also attracted many sidelong glances. Chinrue was about to line up with Rala and others to sign up. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd on the right, and they made way for them. A few people walked out from the crowd. The black-haired woman in the lead was dressed in black robes and had a cloak draped over her shoulders. Her face was covered with a veil. Although her appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, one could clearly sense her graceful and outstanding temperament. Isn't that the top court wizard of the Shadow Empire, Fender? By the way, that is Fansiding, the new third general of the Shadow Empire. He is said to be the strongest in the army. These people are all following behind that woman. That woman. What woman? That must be the Dark Shadow Empire's Catherine. The top beauty of the demon realm, Catherine the Great, is here. Catherine noticed Chinrue and the others and stopped. The star-like eyes behind the veil glowed with a burning light, and they met Chinrue's gaze. Both of them had concealed their true appearances, but under that kind of gaze all masks and disguises were unnecessary. In reality, both of them had a rather good understanding of each other, be it their emotions or their bodies. Unfortunately, they were still standing on opposite sides. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Chinrue spoke first. Only Catherine could understand the true meaning of this sentence. One day, I will come to the Shadow Empire with the power to make the entire demon realm tremble. Even if you are the heir of the Empress, even if you have ascended the throne, I will take you away. When he said this in the Silent Night wetland at that time, this sentence was just a ridiculous delusion. I didn't expect that in just a few years from the Silent Night wetland to the fifth nirvana, the past scenes reappeared quickly in her mind. Catherine felt a touch of gentleness in her palm, but her eyes looked more determined. Raisin and I have underestimated you. It was also a pun. What they underestimated was not only personal strength, but also more things. This sentence also shifted the level of discussion from personal affairs to official business, indicating her attitude. Both of them were clever people. In just a short conversation, they had gone through countless twists and turns. Outsiders naturally couldn't understand. However, those onlookers had already guessed the identity of this cloaked man. There can only be one person who can be evaluated like this by Catherine the Great. Fallen Angel Wang Fu, Grand Master Guile. As Chinrue was about to speak, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. At the same time, a faint burning sensation came from his left arm. In the distant stands, a little girl held by a woman suddenly shouted, "Dad! Dad!" Chapter 859. Dad! Dad is there! In the stands, the little girl's immature voice was quickly drowned out by the surrounding noise, and it couldn't be spread. The veiled woman holding the little girl was taken aback. Since the little girl was born, she had always been by her side. Due to some kind of power mutation, the little girl looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. In fact, She had just turned 1 year old, but her wisdom and mind were extraordinary. Although she often saw the little girl acting coquettishly in front of His Majesty and crying for her dad, it was the first time that she took the initiative to point somewhere and shout Dad. Could it be the veiled woman's mind turned quickly, and she quickly coaxed the little girl, Duo be good. Aunt Lilith will take you to buy red rice cakes to eat, okay? I don't want red rice cakes, I want Dad. The little girl, Duo, struggled to leave Lilith's arms. Lilith was shocked and quickly hugged Duo tightly. The identity of this little princess was too special. Before His Majesty made a decision, she must not cause the danger of exposure because of unnecessary trouble. Duo didn't increase her strength, and her whole body glowed red. The surrounding breath suddenly became hot. In the blink of an eye, Lilith felt that she couldn't control the flame power. Fortunately, Turtlet at the back discovered the abnormality. He waved a special power in his hand. It was the talent power of the Asmodeus royal family, elements weakening, which quickly dissolved the fire elemental power condensed by Duo. Duo lost her elemental power, and she couldn't break free from Lilith's hands. She cried, Aunt Lilith is a bad person. I hate Aunt Lilith. I want Dad. I'm sorry, Duo. Lilith sighed and pressed a communication magic contact on the bracelet. The stands were far from the registration place. Chinrue didn't know what happened there, nor did he know that a little girl was crying for her dad. He just felt a strange heat coming from his left arm. At the same time, he had a strange feeling. This feeling seemed familiar, as if there was an important voice calling him. You should have Raisin's invitation letter, which means that you have the qualification to skip the screening and directly enter the preliminary. Catherine calmly changed the topic, but she suddenly felt something strange. Her face changed slightly, and she didn't speak anymore. She hurriedly left with her subordinates. The heat in Chinrue's left arm had turned into a burning sensation. Just as he was about to subconsciously turn his head in a certain direction, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He raised his head abruptly and saw several huge shadows appearing in the sky, almost blocking the light of the 2 moons. Giant dragon! Someone exclaimed. Chinrue keenly sensed an incomparably huge spiritual force enveloping him. This force instantly locked onto him, and a familiar voice was heard. Humph! I finally found you. The huge black shadow in the sky disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, 5 figures appeared in front of Chinrue. Other than Chinrue, Rala, and a few others, almost no one realized that these 5 people were the dragons in the sky. We meet again. What's your name? The one who spoke was the short man at the front. He was a flat-built, good-looking, short-haired, lowly with a small mustache. Chinrue could say the name of this weird, lowly even with his eyes closed, Lala Master. I can finally settle the score from 1 year ago. What's your name? Fortunately, due to the restriction of the contract, Master Lala could never say the name Chinrue. Call me Iguile. Chinrue smiled, but he paid more attention to the guy behind Lalalia. This guy had an expression of, I don't know, this lowly in front. Before he spoke, Crobolus had already pounced on him. Peglio, little Betty. Master Poison Dragon hugged Miss Emerald Long tightly, and he almost burst into tears. Little Betty is the best. Those women on the Dragon Island are either too snobbish or too weird. Chinrue noticed that Master Poison Dragon's comprehensive strength assessment had reached SS-, which meant that he had successfully broken through the biggest bottleneck of the demon overlord and stepped into the ranks of super demon. Although he didn't know what this dead duck dragon had experienced on the Dragon Island. Judging from his tears and snot, he must be full of bitterness and sorrow. Ms. Rala, it's such an honor. Are you also participating in this competition? As soon as the bearded flat lowly saw Rala, she immediately forgot about, what's your name? She walked over with a flower in her mouth. This is the most delicate and rare amethyst rose on the Dragon Island. Please accept my gift of friendship." Before Rala spoke, the voice of the black dragon chick on the side sounded. "Wow, amethyst rose must be very valuable. Lala Leah, take this as a gift to prove our friendship." The flat lowly race, dragons, black dragon, comprehensive strength assessment, SS, physique, SS, strength, SS, spirit, SS, speed, SS. Analysis, high magic resistance, physique, element devour, magic eyes of mind, fury. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Lala Leah's strength has entered the demigod level. Chanrue suddenly thought of what the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law mentioned. Lala Leah seemed to have used a secret technique to seal her power. She wanted to use this to advance to the demigod realm. Now it seemed that this weird lowly actually succeeded. Although the strength of the flat lowly shone in the analytical eyes surprised Chinrue, he ignored the Lala dragon and walked directly to Peglio. "I say, Peglio, it seems that your great ideal has been realized?" Ideal? There was no greeting of reunion after a long time, but only such a strange sentence. Master Poison Dragon couldn't help but be taken aback. Master Lomont on the side seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. It's something like hovering in the sky with a group of female dragons. Little Betty's ears in Master Poison Dragon's arms suddenly perked up. Master Poison Dragon only felt a pain in his waist. He grimaced fiercely at the two bad friends who had bad intentions. "It's me who is being hovered in the sky by them, okay?" This sentence is true. This kind of stinky man still wants to fly in the sky with Madame Lalalia and us. There were 3 other girls who came with the flat lowly and Master Poison Dragon. 2 of them looked about 16 or 17 years old, and the other was even weirder. She looked less than 10 years old. The one who spoke was the red-haired girl who looked the oldest. Leia, Phyllis, Lowy. The 3 Lolas posed, and their crisp voices sounded at the same time. "We are the fan club that loves Madame Lalalia. We are here to cheer for Madame." There is actually a fan club. Chinrue was speechless. He had a new understanding of Lalalia's degree of harm. No wonder the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law threw the flat lowly to me. Once Lalalia is allowed to develop like this, the next generation of the dragons will be full of weirdos. It might even trigger the extinction crisis of dragons. "Stop talking nonsense. You." The mustache lowly gritted her teeth and bled a little. She finally got rid of the friendship of the black dragon chick. She pointed at Chinrue, and her whole body exuded a powerful aura. She had a bit of Alice's momentum. "You better pray that you don't meet me in the competition too early." After speaking, the mustache lowly straightened her flat chest and walked back without looking back. "Madame Lalalia is so cool," the fan club screamed. "Wait a minute. Ayu." The mustache lowly suddenly turned around and asked, "Do I have to sign up here first?" Plop. It was Master Poison Dragon who accidentally fell. I don't know who it was, but he threw a banana peel on the ground. Madame Lalalia is so cool when she turns around. The fan club continued to scream. Bang! This time Master Lomont also stepped on the banana peel. After the interruption of the Lowly and the Die-Hard fan club, Chinrue found that the heat in his left arm had disappeared as if it was just an illusion. "What's wrong?" Rala found that something was wrong with Chinrue. "I don't know." Chinrue shook his head. That feeling was like he had missed something important. His left arm was occasionally hot before, but he had never felt like today. Rala seemed to sense something and looked in another direction. Chinrue also noticed the abnormality of the breath there. The crowd there quickly separated to make way. Those people all showed awe in their eyes. A figure slowly walked out. He had long black hair, wasn't very tall, and looked ordinary. But this ordinary person was indeed an existence that most of the powerhouses in the demon realm had to look up to. The host of this martial arts competition, Bloody Emperor, the strongest powerhouse in the demon realm, Raisin. Raisin's footsteps didn't stop. He didn't look at anyone else. His eyes glanced past Rala and Paglio, and he looked straight at Chenrue's face. The moment their gazes met, it was as if two sharp blades had collided, creating invisible sparks in the air. Everyone in the vicinity could feel the dazzling power. When everyone regained their senses, the two had already passed by. "I'll wait for you in the finals." Raisin's eyes had already looked forward, and he said calmly. Chenrue's tone was a little more meaningful. "If you can hold on until the final, let me remind you, this competition will be more exciting and unpredictable than you think." "That's exactly what I'm looking forward to." Raisin also smiled, walked forward step by step, and soon disappeared into the crowd. Chenrue's current spirit perception had reached the peak kingdom level. Even if he didn't cast analytical eyes, he could see that Raisin's strength had increased significantly. Just like Catherine previously, he didn't know what specific encounter she had. However, in any case, it wasn't as terrifying as the mustache-flat Loli. That Loli might be the strongest opponent in this competition. In the distant stands, a man wearing a dark red cloak with an indistinct face watched the scene just now. The corner of his mouth seemed to be showing a strange smile. "Aguile, it turns out that you're here. Did I miss something?" Another familiar voice sounded. "Mr. Red Pippet, if you didn't come, then you really missed it." Chenrue smiled slightly and greeted. "It's nice to meet you, my friend." Catherine, Raisin, Lolly, Paglio, Rala, plus Octopus King. Everyone was here. As Chenrue said to Raisin, this competition would be more exciting and unpredictable than imagined. Chapter 860. The highly anticipated Demon Realm Martial Competition finally began as scheduled in the Bloody Empire's Iron Fist Estate. Due to the large number of participants this time, it far exceeded the expectations. Therefore, before the official preliminaries, a large-scale screening match was needed to eliminate more than half of the players. At the same time, the results of the screening match would determine the grouping of the next round of preliminaries. The method of the screening match was very special. It was to pass through the Land of Courage near the ancient battlefield. This was a special trial passed down by the Bloody Empire for generations. There were various tests, and the most powerful was the illusion inside. The weak or weak-willed practitioners would be trapped in it and unable to extricate themselves until they fainted. Some would even have their souls damaged. When the participants signed up, they would get a number plate. In addition to drawing lots, this number plate had two functions. The first was to record time. The fastest group of people to pass the Land of Courage would be separated. In the next round of preliminaries, they would be in the same group as the slowest people to pass. This could prevent the elite powerhouses from meeting in advance and being eliminated. When it was close to the final time limit, the number plate would also issue a warning sound. The second function was to leave the battlefield. When the Land of Courage couldn't support it anymore, one could crush it and automatically teleport out. Of course, that also meant giving up the competition. Chenrue's number plate was number 3, Raisin was number 1, Catherine was number 2, and King Octopus was number 4. These 4 numbers were reserved and enjoyed the privilege of being exempted from the screening match. As for the rest, they did not have such treatment. They had to participate in the screening match. Rala's number was 9777, Oliphius's was 9778, Lomont's was 9779, Dodo's was 9780, and Paglio's was 9781. 5 consecutive numbers. Due to the number of people, the screening match was divided into several large groups. The prescribed time was 4 hours. Those who left early or failed to arrive at the prescribed time would be eliminated. A strange scene appeared in the arena. The 6 newly built giant pillars in the 6 corners projected a huge hexagram. The image in the center of the hexagram was the exit of the Forest of Courage. This was no longer an ordinary plane, but a 3-dimensional image. It was somewhat similar to a holographic projection. With the large magic TV screens set up in various directions, the competition could be clearly watched from various angles. This was definitely a surprise. Only the audience who arrived at the scene could enjoy this treatment. Those who watched in front of the magic TV would not have such an effect. Because the power of the battle was too strong, it was impossible to actually go to the ancient battlefield to watch the battle. However, in the center of the arena, they could see a realistic 3D projection, as if they were there. Moreover, the projection would definitely not affect the audience. The only drawback was that it could only affect the audience and not project sound. According to the advertisement in the Magic TV, it was the latest research project of the Fallen Angel Empire 3D projection movie, which was still in the debugging stage. This time, it happened to be running in the broadcast of the fighting competition. At the exit of the Forest of Courage, several rays of light shot out, revealing the silhouettes of people. Immediately, staff members came forward to board the plane and record the number plates. The big screen of the Magic TV was also broadcasting the results and ranking of the first group at the fastest speed. 1. Westry 197 took 16 minutes. 2. Number 976 Sarandi took 20 minutes. 3. Stiller number 1075 took 21 minutes. 4. 1305 Rados took 26 minutes. 5. Number 28 Gustav took 28 minutes. There were many well-known figures in the demons on the list, and there were also many powerhouses who were not well-known or lived in seclusion. They were determined to amaze the world in this fighting competition of the demon realm. For hours had passed. The number plates of the contestants who were still in the land of courage were automatically shattered, and they were teleported back to the starting point. In this round, the first group had eliminated half of the contestants. Rala, Lomont, and others were in the third group. When the referee announced the start, Lomont rushed into the land of courage at full speed. The eye of evil that was integrated with the evil-eye tyrant was fully opened. He ignored the invasion of the illusion along the way, and the speed of the flash was maximized. He shuttled forward as fast as lightning, bypassing the layers of traps. Not long after, he arrived at the exit. I'm number 1. Lomont looked around and saw no one. He laughed and took out a bottle of the best yellow wine. When he was about to drink, his hand suddenly felt light, and the bottle flew out to a distant big tree. Under the big tree, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Paglio. You're number 1? Your left eye is blinded by a woman, right? Master Poison Dragon's hand shook, and the bottle cork flew out. He took a sip of wine happily. Free wine is still the best. Before he swallowed this mouthful of wine, he suddenly spat it out. The wine turned into a flame, burning a big pit on the ground. Rala! Master Poison Dragon shouted angrily. Didn't I deliberately use some poison in the forest before? I didn't stop you. Before he finished speaking, the bottle in his hand suddenly froze into ice. A certain lady didn't even bother to say what. You actually dare to provoke me. Humph humph. On the big screen, the results of the third group caused a sensation among the audience. First place, number 9777 Rala, used 37 seconds. Second place, number 9781 Paglio, used 58 seconds. Third place, number 9779 Lomont, used 10 minutes. Fourth place, number 6720 Farmer, used 17 minutes. Fifth place, number 9779 Lomont's 10 minutes was already the fastest among the top 3 groups, but he was only ranked third. Number 9777 Rala and number 9781 Paglio didn't even take 1 minute. The attentive audience also noticed that Rala, Paglio, and Lomont's numbers were quite close. The screen showed that the 3 people seemed to be very familiar with each other. They should be old acquaintances. Although the Forest of Courage's trial could not fully reflect the overall strength, and those with high spirit cultivation and fast speed had a relative advantage, this incredible result had far exceeded the scope of ordinary powerhouses. counting the first powerhouse, Raisin, the second powerhouse, Catherine, and the mysterious Aguile, it could be foreseen that this competition would be unexpectedly exciting and intense. Time passed by minute by minute. The group of relatives and friends, including Rolla, couldn't help but show surprise because the 4-hour deadline was approaching and Oliphius and Dodo hadn't come out yet. One of these two guys had S+ strength, and the other was S++, who could break through to the kingdom at any time. They actually stayed inside for so long, worried that Isabella couldn't help but pull Chinrue to the exit of the Land of Courage to wait. Finally, before the final time limit arrived, the figures of the black dragon Chick and the slime appeared at the entrance. Both the dragon and the slime had a dejected expression. So many treasures. It's fine as long as I don't wake up from this dream. The black dragon Chick said with a sad face, I and I were once the richest man in the demon realm. The slime nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Just now, Master Slime also had a craving in the illusion. It was also a dream of getting rich. If it weren't for the warning sound from the number plate, Master Slime really wanted to stay inside. When he woke up from the dream, the tall, rich, and handsome guy became a loser again. How could the dragon, Slime, not burst into tears? The two guys sighed as they walked. When they talked about the sad part, they almost hugged each other and cried. Boss, my spirit has suffered a huge blow. Can you give me 50 black crystal coins to soothe my injured heart? The slime also took the opportunity to point at his nose with a wronged expression. Chinrue, not only Chinrue, but all the group of relatives and friends were speechless facing these two weirdos. What made the audience even more shocked was that Rolla's record was broken in the fourth group's elimination round. Number 10501, Lalaria, took 8 seconds. I'm a man. When the mustache-flat Loli was interviewed by the Bloody Empire TV station, she only said such a sentence and left arrogantly. The screams of the 3 diehard fans sounded behind her. Madame Lalaria is so handsome. The elimination round with no shortage of weirdos was over. The next round was the preliminary round, which was the real competition. The rules of the preliminary round were very simple. 200 people were in a group, and the last one left on the battlefield would enter the next round. Although the contestants could use the number tag to leave the battlefield and be judged as a loser, it took time to use the number tag. For some powerhouses, this short time was enough to be fatal. This kind of casualty rule had been publicly announced during the registration. All contestants participating in the fighting competition had the psychological awareness of killing or being killed. The preliminary round was grouped according to the total results of the elimination round. For example, Lalaria, Rolla, Paglio, and others were listed as seeded contestants, and they were separated far away. The seeded contestants were in the same group as the groups with the lower results in the previous elimination round. In this way, the elites could avoid meeting too early and reduce the excitement of the competition. Raisin, Catherine, Chinrue, and Octopus King Red Pipit, who passed the elimination round directly before, were also listed as seeded contestants to participate in the preliminary round. The preliminary round was held in various areas of the ancient battlefield at the same time. The magic TV at the scene would broadcast it on separate screens. As for the open space in the center, the broadcaster would choose the exciting competition for a 3-dimensional live broadcast. Since the Bloody Empire was the organizer, the projection live broadcast of the first round was given to the number 1 area where Raisin was located. The competition began, but the audience only saw Raisin standing alone in the area. There was actually no opponent around him. Obviously, no one in this group dared to challenge the famous top powerhouse Raisin. Raisin entered the next round directly without any effort. The Dark Shadow Emperor, Catherine, in the number 2 area was similar to Raisin. There should have been 200 opponents, but only 3 people went on stage. Catherine didn't do anything at all, and the 3 people fainted together. After Raisin, Catherine became the second contestant to advance. In contrast, there were much more people in the number 3 area where Chinrue was located. Although he had killed Eucharis in the alchemist contest and got Raisin's invitation, compared to Raisin and Catherine, people's understanding of Igual was more about the identity of the alchemy Grand Master, or Royal Highness, Royal Highness. Therefore, many people planned to try the strength of this Grand Master with a fluke mentality. In this kind of group battle, if the difference in strength was not big, then tactics were particularly important. It was definitely not a wise move to exert too much strength at the beginning. Most people would tacitly choose to defeat the weak opponents first. Then, on the basis of self-protection, they would try to knock down the other strong opponents and strive to become the final winner. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, tactics and wisdom were all floating clouds. Chinrue just shook his cloak lightly, and everyone flew into the air involuntarily. Then they fell down heavily one by one, unconscious. In the number 3 area, Igual advanced easily. Chapter 861. Preliminaries. Number 24 division. This should be a division without any suspense. Just like the previous division, where the seeded players such as Red, Pipit, Rala, and Sarandi were located, the favorite to advance in this round was the 4th place of the first group of the preliminaries. Seeded player number 1305, the reclusive powerhouse of the Shadow Empire, Radost. When passing the Land of Courage, Radost only took 26 minutes, which was faster than the first general of the Bloody Empire, Gustav. It was said that this person had always been low-key, and his strength should have entered the peak stage of the demon Overlord. Radost looked at the 199 contestants around him faintly, and he was not in a hurry to make a move. He was a calculating person. Among these contestants, the magician of the early stage of the demon Overlord, Gale, should be the strongest opponent. Although the magician was weak in close combat, he had many means that were impossible to guard against. Moreover, the next round after the preliminaries was a one-on-one elimination round. He must save every bit of strength and try to kill in one blow. As Radost expected, the rest of the contestants did not join forces to attack him, but they fought each other. There were also a few who wanted to sneak attack in the chaos, but they were easily dealt with by Radost. After Radost killed the attacker, he suddenly felt that Gale disappeared from his mental lock. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He thought that the opponent had launched some special magic. When he took a closer look, he was even more surprised. Gale, who was regarded as the biggest enemy, was hit in the head by a translucent onion. He was already unconscious. Radost has some impression of this onion head. He is the 3rd from the bottom in the preliminaries with an onion head. He is called Dodo. This kind of weakest should be dealt with first. I didn't expect him to defeat Gale. This is definitely not luck, but a tiger pretending to be weak. Radost condensed a green light ball in his hand and shot it at the back of Dodo's head. This blow seemed ordinary, but it contained a powerful territory power. He almost used his full strength. He intended to kill the enemy in one fell swoop, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unexpectedly, the translucent guy grabbed his face with both hands and twisted it. His entire facial features turned incredibly to the back of his head. There were 2 more hands on his body. He opened his mouth wide and went straight to the light ball. The light ball, containing a powerful destructive power, rushed into the big mouth. It was actually like a snowball falling into the magma. It emitted a few white gas and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? His attack, which was almost all of his strength, was eaten just like that? Dallist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, the onion appeared in the sky and turned into a sledgehammer, smashing down at lightning speed. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Dallast didn't dare to take it head-on. Just as he was about to run away, he found that he had been bound by a translucent tentacle, unable to move. The hammer, which had missed its target, turned into a huge mouth and bit towards him. Look at Master Dodo's ultimate move, devouring heaven and earth. Scared out of his wits, Dallast was about to crush his number plate and escape, but he was a step too late and was swallowed by the huge mouth at lightning speed. This scene shocked the audience in front of the big screen, as well as the rest of the contestants in the 24th Division. After the enlarged Dodo swallowed Dal-last, his body suddenly squirmed irregularly. Just when everyone thought that the peak stage of the demon overlord powerhouse, Dal-last, was about to break out of his body to reverse the situation, Master Dodo's squirming stopped. The back of the onion head turned into 2 round buttocks. Immediately afterward, there was a loud noise. The people around all covered their noses. Dallas' body was ejected by some kind of strange gas. His body was covered with some kind of mucus that was suspected to be excrement. He flew for tens of meters before falling to the ground. Although he was not dead, he had completely lost consciousness. The translucent Master Onion spat a few times with a disgusted face as if he was disgusted by the taste. At this time, the contestants in the 24th Division were not just stunned, but they were scared to pee. The peak stage of the demon overlord powerhouse was eaten and then excreted. In the next second, almost all the survivors crushed their number plates at the same time, turning into light and disappearing from the battlefield. There was a big upset in the 24th Division. Contestant 9780, Dodo, advanced. When Master Onion, who became famous in one battle, appeared in the resting area of the arena, he attracted the attention of many people. They were pointing and whispering. Meanwhile, Paglio, Lomont, and others showed an expression of "I don't know this onion" at the same time. Dodo's devouring heaven and earth, which was actually eating, drinking, and defecating, was too awesome. It was not only Master Dodo who had an upset. The Black Dragon chick, who was at the bottom of the screening round, also won easily, but the most amazing scene happened in the 65th Division. Almost in the blink of an eye, everyone became statues wrapped in dark red crystals. A mysterious man in a dark red cloak slowly walked out. Wherever he passed, all the statues turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. Number 17571, the Fallen, advanced to the next round. 199 opponents, none survived. Although casualties were inevitable in this kind of fighting match, the coldness and cruelty of this Fallen still made the audience shudder. Shinrue felt that the attack was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After 3 days of preliminaries, more than 10,000 contestants who passed the screening round were only left with the last 63 to enter the semifinals. The semifinals used a single elimination, one-on-one battle. The winner advanced to the next round, and the loser was eliminated. The 63 contestants were divided into 2 halves. The winner of the last 2 halves would compete for the first place in this competition, which was the true number 1 of the demon realm. After drawing lots, 31 people, including Chunrue, Rala, Raisin, Lola Aria, Oliphius, and the mysterious Fallen, were assigned to the upper half, while 32 powerhouses, including Catherine, Paglio, Dodo, Lomont, and Red Pipit, were assigned to the lower half. After the upper and lower half were determined, the matchup list was determined by drawing lots again. Raisin, Catherine, Chunrue, Lala Aria, and others were listed as seeded contestants, and the lots were drawn separately. The overall standard of this year's martial arts competition was extremely high. Those who were able to enter the semifinals were all extraordinarily strong. In fact, there were quite a number of equally strong people who were eliminated in the preliminary round due to luck or problems with the grouping. It had to be said that luck was also a kind of strength. The knockout match was a real duel. There was basically no possibility of cheating. One could only fight one match at a time. If one really encountered an unbeatable opponent, one could only accept one's fate. After the drawing of lots, the matchup list was released. The exciting knockout match began. Chinrue was lucky to draw by and directly advanced to the next round. 2 matches in the upper and lower half started at the same time in 4 venues. The 2 matches in the upper half were Oliphius versus Stiller, The Fallen versus Fender. The 2 matches in the lower half were Catherine versus Vanden. Barefoot versus Fammer. Catherine's opponent was her newly promoted third general of the Shadow Empire, Vandin. Vandin was one of the few powerhouses in the military. He had been suppressed by Brock previously. Now that Brock was dead, Catherine promoted him to be the third general. He held a large number of troops to guard Jurgle Fortress, so he was naturally grateful, but unexpectedly he faced his own monarch in the first round. "Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness." Vandin solemnly saluted Catherine as soon as he appeared. Catherine smiled indifferently. "Vandin, let everyone see the true strength of the Empire General that I trust." Yes, Vandin's muscles swelled up, and his whole body burst out a powerful breath. He waved his hands, and countless meteor-like flames flew toward Catherine. Before the flames got close to Catherine, they suddenly slowed down. In the blink of an eye, they had been eliminated by an invisible force. Catherine's voice sounded behind Vandin. "Do your best. Don't let me down." Fan Sighting's heart shuddered. His figure suddenly disappeared, and a golden puppet appeared in his place, rushing toward Catherine. Catherine kicked her feet and soared into the air. The golden puppet in front of her suddenly turned into Fan sitting again, and a golden figure emerged from the ground where Catherine was originally at, pouncing on nothing. Although this attack failed, Fan Sighting's tactical means and control of the golden puppet were indeed admirable. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Catherine, who was at ease, was just feeding the moves of this Empire General. Anyway, the rules of the competition were to leave the battlefield, lose the ability to fight, or admit defeat. It was understandable that Her Majesty the Empress wanted to use this opportunity to train her general. Anyway, the back and forth, sparks flew, and the scene was very exciting. The Black Dragon chick's side was equally exciting. Stiller was the top magician of the Fallen Angel Empire, the peak stage of the Demon Overlord. She had extremely rich actual combat experience. It was reasonable to say that even if the Black Dragon chick removed Satan's spiritual imprint and merged with the claw of the royal demon, given by the Dragon Emperor's father, it was not easy to defeat a senior peak stage of the Demon Overlord. To be fair, after Stiller became Zola's nominal disciple, she had indeed made great progress. Unfortunately, she was a magician. When she encountered a black dragon who was born to restrain magic, she could only kneel directly. After all, not every magician was as bad as the fairy Miss Longstiller and the Black Dragon chick were also considered old acquaintances. After symbolically releasing all her magic in one breath, she happily admitted defeat. Those powerful spells looked colorful and gorgeous. The Black Dragon chick, who once smiled like a flower on her face. The registration fee for the competition was 1 black crystal coin paid by the boss. She got 50 black crystal coins through the screening round, and another 1,000 black crystal coins through the preliminary round. Now that she won the first round and entered the next round, she could get 2,000 black crystal coins according to the reward rules. In other words, she had earned a net profit of 3,050 black crystal coins. The battle between the Black Dragon chick and Stiller was not the first to end. Red Pipit and the mysterious Fallen were faster than her. Fammer was a speed-type trainer. His intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord strength was an existence that ordinary powerhouses had to look up to. Unfortunately, he encountered King Octopus, whom even he had to look up to. Before he saw how the opponent attacked, he fell to the ground and completely lost his strength. The Fallen was up against the top magician of the Shadow Empire, Fender. This mysterious man in a dark red cloak just glanced at Fender, and Fender, who had the strength of the peak stage of the Demon Overlord, shuddered. Then, as if he saw something terrifying, he actually stood on the ground, unable to move. He couldn't cast any magic or means. Fender, who was shrouded in a terrifying breath, kept reminding himself to follow Her Majesty Empress's prior instructions to immediately crush the number plate and leave the battlefield when he realized he was no match. However, his body didn't listen to him. A strange feeling of rigidity spread quickly. Immediately afterward, the body of the top magician of the Shadow Empire began to crystallize quickly, and he soon turned into a crystal statue. The Fallen waved his hand, and the pale red crystal statue suddenly burst apart. The top magician of the Shadow Empire was annihilated before he could cast a spell. Chen Rui, who had been paying attention to this battlefield, suddenly contracted his pupils. He finally remembered where he had seen this attack. The missing crystal dragon Jacob. Chapter 862. The means of the Fallen surprised Chen Rui. After inheriting the power of the ancient alchemy civilization in the lobe mine of the White Feather Estate, he beat up the crystal dragon Jacob violently. As a result, the injured crystal dragon fled, and his whereabouts were unknown. The crystal dragon was the peak stage of the demon overlord at the beginning, but he was seriously injured. Moreover, the characteristics of the crystal dragon were somewhat similar to the giant crystal beast. He couldn't use ordinary methods to treat his injuries, so he could only use life energy. If the Fallen was the crystal dragon Jacob, then he had undoubtedly reached the king level, and his control of power was exquisite, which was a big leap from before. Regardless of the identity of this Fallen, he was an enemy that could not be ignored. His means were extremely cruel. Forget about Rala and Lalaria. If Oliphius or other acquaintances encountered this enemy, the best way was to admit defeat directly. Otherwise, their lives would definitely be in danger. After the 4 matches, Oliphius and the Fallen in the upper half advanced to the next round, while Catherine and Red Pipit advanced to the next round in the lower half. In the subsequent matches, the most eye-catching was the appearance of the Demon Realm's top powerhouse, Raisin. Raisin's opponent was also one of the 3 generals of the Bloody Empire, Gustav. This battle was broadcasted live in the center of the arena. The battlefield where Raisin and Gustav were located was an empty field surrounded by a woodland. The two looked at each other from a distance for a long time without any movement. It was also a duel between the Emperor and the Empire's general. Many viewers could feel that the atmosphere between Raisin and his minister was completely different from Catherine and Fanceting previously. Raisin looked at Gustav faintly. "It's really a surprising draw. Or is this what you expect?" Gustav's lips moved, but he did not speak, but his indifferent gaze was definitely not the gaze that an empire's general should have toward the emperor. There are still 30% of the Samel royal family in town Essador. Raisin's inexplicable words made Gustav's eyes full of coldness. He finally spoke. "What do you want to say?" 2 years ago, I gave you and the Samel royal family a chance." Raisin said solemnly, "Unfortunately, the actions of the Samel royal family have already given me the answer." Gustav frowned. "In the past 2 years, I have helped you clear the hidden forces of the Bloodfall, and I have gradually handed over the military power. Why are you not willing to give the Samel royal family a place to stay? I once thought that the Samel royal family was no longer a threat to the Empire, but after that person revealed his true face, I realized that the Samel royal family had never really surrendered. I have never had the habit of tolerating the Empire's threat. That person was naturally Teves, or more precisely, Emperor of Midnight Sunday. As everyone knew, after the Samel royal family was destroyed, they refused to yield to the Bloody Empire. In order to be ruled, they had been brutally suppressed many times. More than 100 years ago, the young prince of the Bloody Empire, Terrace, persuaded the Samel royal family to succeed. The young master of the Samel royal family, Gustav, became the first general of the Bloody Empire, allowing the Samel royal family to integrate into the Bloody Empire. As we all knew, the Samel royal family had never surrendered to the Bloody Empire after it was destroyed. They had been brutally suppressed many times. More than 100 years ago, the Bloody Empire's young prince, Terrace, successfully persuaded the Samel royal family to develop the Bloodfall with the intention of controlling the Bloody Empire. After Terrace's death, Gustav continued to be put in an important position by Raisin. In fact, under the pressure of Raisin, he handed over the military power step by step and tried his best to eliminate the remaining troubles of the Bloodfall. The Bloody Empire was the empire that was infiltrated by the Bloodfall forces the most. In the past 2 years of the armistice, with the help of Gustav, Raisin finally completely eliminated this future trouble. He used the Samuel royal family to develop the Bloodfall with intention of controlling the Bloody Empire. The Bloody Empire was the empire that had been infiltrated by the Bloodfall forces the most. In the past 2 years of the armistice, with the help of Gustav, Raisin finally completely eliminated this future trouble. The internal peace was actually to prepare for the war 2 years later. But he didn't expect that in just 2 years, the power of the fallen angel empire had skyrocketed to the extent that the Bloody Empire and the Dark Shadow had to join forces. Not only that, your plan is actually already in my grasp. Do you think you can divert my attention by following me to the Iron Fist estate to participate in this martial arts competition? Raisin stared coldly into Gustav's eyes. The winner is king, the loser is in the wrong. After so many years, the Samuel family still can't recognize the reality? The Wrath Empire has long been destroyed. This is the Bloody Empire. If you want to survive, you must abandon your so-called pride and truly surrender to me. Otherwise, there is only one outcome, completely obliterated. After the fallen angel empire's military parade, the Bloody Empire's people were unstable, and there was a currency crisis. Therefore, the 3 empires had the intention to take advantage of the martial arts competition to launch an incident. But unexpectedly, it was already under Raisin's control. Gustav looked at Raisin without avoiding, and he said word by word, "Some things are innate. They flow in our blood and breath. Even in the face of death, they will not dim or fade." Very good. A sneer appeared at the corner of Raisin's mouth. The martial arts competition in the past years was held within the Bloody Empire. There are generous rewards for each level. Since you met me in the competition today, I will give you another chance. With the same strength, as long as you can beat me, I will change the order of obliteration to hard labor. However, since you want to challenge me, you must be prepared to die. Gustav took a deep breath and clenched his fists. You can also choose to admit defeat and leave now, or even escape from the Bloody Empire, Raisin added proudly. I won't chase after a stray dog. You are right about one thing. The Samuel royal family has never surrendered. Gustav's eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit, Raisin. I, Bridget. Samuel, challenge you. Are you finally going to pick up your original name? The genius young patriarch of the Samuel family. Raisin said calmly, I know that you have been hiding your strength all these years. Let me see to what extent has Bridget, Samuel, who is known as the Wrath King, reached. Although the audience in the arena saw the confrontation of the two through the projection and screen, they could not hear the dialogue between Raisin and Gustav. There was only one exception, that was Chun Rue. This projection broadcast system was actually a product of the ancient alchemy civilization. As the controller of the spiritual imprint, he could hear the sound of every arena within an effective distance. The name Bridget made Chun Rue realize. When Chun Rue was in Town Lupin, he had met the Dark Elemental King, the Water Elemental King, and Gustav, who was alias Bridget. It turns out that this is Gustav's real name. Bridget took a deep breath. The entire woodland seemed to be affected by the frequency of breathing, and the leaves were flying. There was already a red bead in his hand. After the bead was crushed, a strong blood chi surged out, almost covering the sight of all the audience. Bridget's body, which was wrapped in the blood chi, swelled as if it was inflated. After the blood chi was completely converged into his body, Bridget had changed from a thin and tall man to a burly man with bulging muscles. This was not a simple appearance change. Under the strong and powerful muscles, there was a terrifying, explosive power. The Samuel royal family has 3 bloodline talents. Unfortunately, my aptitude is limited, so I only awaken blood fury. This bead was given to me by that person back then. It can absorb the blood essence power that I train and hide my strength. Bridget raised his fist. Today, I will do my best to fight you until I die. The peak stage of the demon overlord is about to enter the kingdomization. He is indeed the Wrath King. Raisin nodded slightly. I will limit my strength to the peak stage of the demon overlord now. If you can step out of this circle, you win. With that said, Raisin's breath changed quickly. It was indeed reduced to the peak stage of the demon overlord. At the same time, a blood-red halo with a diameter of less than 2 meters appeared under his feet. This halo reminded Chinrue of the bet with a certain Lala dragon, but Raisin was once known as invincible of the same rank when he was a demon overlord. In addition, his strength seemed to have a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 years. His strength had broken through to the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Even if he suppressed his strength to the same level, Gustav's chance of winning was very small. Bridget didn't say much. He shouted, and his fist emitted a faint red light. He struck at Raisin from a distance. The surrounding leaves flying in the sky turned into red powder and dissipated. Raisin didn't evade. He grabbed with one hand, and the fist force in the red light suddenly couldn't move forward. As soon as he exerted force, the fist force was forcibly crushed. Bridget's punch was just a test. Then countless lights blasted straight at him. There were no extra fancy moves. It was just the simplest and most effective attack. This was somewhat similar to Raisin. In the blink of an eye, Raisin was wrapped by the red light from all directions. The red light suddenly stagnated and shattered. It was a fist, Raisin's fist, that defeated the red light. Bridget's pupils flashed with blood, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He had already used the talent of the Samel royal family, Blood Fury. The characteristic of Blood Fury was that the more heavily injured, the stronger the combat power. This talent made the Samel royal family called lunatics. They were extremely crazy when they fought. Of course, the power of Blood Fury was not endless. If it exceeded the limit, the enemy would be seriously injured and die without the need to do anything. As soon as Blood Fury was activated, Bridget's originally strong arm swelled a bit, and his speed was faster. He appeared behind Raisin in the blink of an eye, and he punched at Raisin's back with a simple and powerful punch. When this punch was about to approach, Raisin had turned around incredibly and waved his fist to meet it. In a split second, the two fists had collided. There was a muffled sound. With the two as the center, a circle of thick dust and fallen leaves was repelled outward under the effect of the force field. The ground that was set up with the enchantment actually trembled. Bang! 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 The ground kept shaking. In an instant, the two punched each other countless times. A sturdy figure staggered back, and Raisin didn't move at all. Obviously, the former suffered a big loss. Raisin didn't wait for him to attack, and he punched in the air. Although this punch was nearly 10 meters away, it was like a head-on hit. Bridget couldn't dodge, and he flew out. He barely managed to stand firm, but he was fine. Wrath King's armor? Raisin's gaze fell on the armor worn by Bridget. This was one of the 7 artifacts of the demon realm, Wrath King's armor. With this armor with powerful defense, Bridget should be invincible. Chapter 863. Angry King Armor, one of the 7 artifacts, the highest artifact of the Samel royal family. This armor could greatly reduce physical and magic damage, protect the soul, be immune to mental erosion, and automatically recover damage. It could also give a specific target a strong defense armor soul within a limited time. It had half of the attributes of the Angry King armor, which was equivalent to a super defensive equipment. Terrace used the armor soul to escape from the overlapping superstar explosion of Shura's 3 clones. Although Raisin's power was sharp, it should be difficult to break the defense of the Angry King armor and cause decisive damage to Bridget when his strength was suppressed and his range of activity was limited. However, what Bridget needed was not defense, but offense. There was no suspense in the outcome of this fighting competition, and it was meaningless to him. What he had to do was to let Raisin move out of that circle. This was related to the life and death of thousands of people. With Raisin's strength and experience, fancy moves or ordinary territory couldn't work at all. The most direct and purest attack method was the most effective instead. Bridget groaned, and a large amount of thick blood energy came out of his body, condensing into a huge humanoid phantasm about 7 to 8 meters tall. When the giant was formed, Bridget looked angry and his muscles swelled again. He stomped his feet, and his figure was like an arrow that left the bow, rushing toward Raisin. The ground that was reinforced by the enchantment actually cracked under the stomp. It could be seen how strong his strength was. Violent bloods. When 1/3 of the blood is lost, a few blood rage talents can enter the state of violent blood, and their attack power will have a second stage leap. This punch condensed the power of violent blood and the territory power of the giant phantasm. The audience all had an illusion as if the giant phantasm was attacking Raisin, and it was thousands of punches. When they calmed down and looked again, all the punches in all directions instantly converged into a punch and hit Raisin's chest. This punch carried an indomitable momentum, and it already faintly had the embryonic form of rules. There was no way to avoid it, and he could only take it head on. Raisin's casual expression became serious. He stared at this punch, but he didn't move. When Bridget's fist was about to reach him, he waved his fist like lightning. In the eyes of the audience, Raisin's fist drew a double shadow. It seemed to be blurred because of the high speed. Only a few people such as Chinrue could see it clearly. Raisin made a total of 3 punches. The first punch hit Bridget's wrist from the side, as if he hit the snake's weak point. The second punch dispersed the remaining power of Bridget's punch. This was similar to a process of recovery, and Bridget's energy was eliminated. The third punch hit the fist that had exhausted his old power head-on. Take advantage of your weakness. The 3 fist intents of interception, guidance, and attack were completed in one go. The timing was ingenious and precise. It seemed that Raisin only made 1 punch. Boom! Raisin's figure shook, but his feet still did not move. The giant phantasm behind Bridget suddenly dimmed. He took 5 to 6 steps back, and each step left a cracked footprint on the solid ground. Blood oozed from the corner of Bridget's mouth. This was no longer the skill of blood fury, but the injury caused by the shock of Raisin's fist. If it weren't for the protection of the angry king armor, this punch would be enough to shatter his sternum. The angry king is nothing more than this. Raisin said calmly, "You are taking the pure strength route. If you reach the extreme, you can crush any skill. Unfortunately, you haven't realized the real gap. In front of me, your strength is not worth mentioning." Bridget didn't expect that the royal family talent, blood fury, that he was proud of was actually suppressed by Raisin in the same strength. He shouted angrily and exerted violent blood to the extreme. The giant phantasm became clear again, and it rushed to Raisin desperately. Chinrue shook his head secretly. Raisin is right. Bridget is taking the path of strength, but his strength is not completely brute force. Its characteristics are concise, precise, and suppressive. Raisin's style was actually somewhat similar to Bridget's, but Raisin's strength was the organic combination of strength and skill. Especially after kingdomization, his understanding of strength had a qualitative change. The combination of the two was close to the perfect realm. In the blow just now, Raisin's strength was actually inferior to Bridget, who activated violent blood, but he was able to defeat his opponent. This was the best example. Judging from the current strength comparison between the two sides, unless Bridget raised his strength to a level that could absolutely suppress his opponent, otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Raisin out of that circle. The most important thing was that the power of blood fury was not endless. Once the blood loss exceeded the tolerance limit, the attack would plummet. Especially the state of violent blood couldn't last long. Otherwise, there would be the danger of death. As expected, under Bridget's frenzied attack, he couldn't shake his opponent. Instead, he was knocked down by Raisin again and again. Boom! Bridget flew backward again and fell to the ground. His face was full of blood, and the shoulder of his right arm was severely deformed. Raisin's blow just now dislocated his shoulder joint. The giant phantasm became unprecedentedly dim, and his momentum finally began to drop significantly. He had obviously reached the limit. "You have no hope of winning. I'm not interested in wasting time like this." Raisin looked at Bridget contemptuously. "Fortunately, you have the Angry King armor, which can save your life." "Save my life?" Bridget showed a mocking expression, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and slowly got up again. He panted violently. His left hand clasped the dislocated shoulder on the right. As soon as he exerted force, the shoulder returned to its original position. The pain in this process was quite severe. Although there was cold sweat on his forehead, his will was like steel. He didn't even frown. Next, Bridget did an amazing thing. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and the black armor on his body had flown to the side, revealing his scarred body. The surface of Bridget's body was full of bruises and scars. Raisin's punch was very overbearing. If it weren't for the protection of the Angry King armor, the bones of his whole body would have been shattered long ago. Even so, his internal organs were also seriously injured under this continuous, heavy shock. Bridget looked indifferent, as if his body didn't belong to him. Bridget's move was far beyond the expectations of Raisin and all the audience. Angry King armor is the most important factor for Bridget to fight with Raisin until now. Giving up the protection of Angry King armor now is tantamount to seeking death. Bridget's gaze was like a sharp blade looking straight at Raisin. Raisin's eyes actually felt a kind of stinging pain. Then he heard the other party spit out 2 words: blood incineration. Boom, boom, boom. As the huge bloody figure converged into Bridget's body, the continuous explosions made by the body actually caused the blood to explode in the body. Under this explosion, Bridget instantly became a bloody man. The overflowing blood quickly evaporated like a burning flame. This flame was unprecedentedly bright. Blood incineration, a mutated blood fury talent that was 1 level higher than brutal blood, using the soul as a guide, burning the blood to the extreme, bursting out the strongest power beyond the limit. This was also a taboo power that burned life and soul. Once the blood was burned out, then the soul would also be annihilated. Under the protection of Angry King armor, Bridget couldn't exert this desperate taboo power. Raisin was right. With Angry King armor, a defensive artifact, he could save his life and even escape from the bloody empire alone. However, he couldn't escape, retreat, and lose, because his people were still in the hands of Raisin, because he was the patriarch of the Samel family. Therefore, Bridget gave up Angry King armor without hesitation and chose to fully exert blood incineration. Bridget knew very well that he only had the power for 1 blow. After this blow, whether he won or lost, there would only be 1 result for him. However, he didn't hesitate at all and chose to burn everything to attack the unattainable figure. Some things are innate, they flow in our blood and breath. Even in the face of death, they will not dim or fade. In the eyes of the audience in the arena, Bridget turned into a bloody flame and flew toward Raisin. His body or facial features could no longer be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen was his unyielding eyes. For the first time, Raisin had a warning sign of extreme danger. His expression suddenly became dignified, and his fist glowed with purple light. Thunder Emperor Seal. Although the demon overlord level power restriction was not lifted, Raisin had already exerted his strongest attack. The 2 forces had collided in the blink of an eye. At this moment, due to the strong shock in the space, the entire projection in the arena became blurred. After a long time, the projection gradually became clear. The 2 figures that were attacking each other, Raisin and Bridget, raised their right hands at the same time, maintaining the posture of punching each other. There were large cracks on the ground. With the 2 as the center, the surrounding forest turned into particles and dissipated. At the same time as the forest was annihilated, the light in Bridget's eyes also began to dim quickly. I will be a sharp sword in the cold night, sprinkling hot blood, burning the darkness, just for the family watching behind. I will abandon cowardice, abandon longing, abandon honor and disgrace, abandon life. Guard here! I really want to hear it again, that woman's singing voice. Raisin's pupils shrank suddenly. He took a step back, then another step back. Wherever he stepped, the ground cracked inch by inch. On the third step, he finally stood firm. But this step had already stepped out of the limited circle. This punch contained all of Bridget's blood incineration. It had already exceeded the limit. It was actually above the attack of Thunder Emperor Seal. Seeing this scene, Bridget's eyes that were on the verge of collapse flashed, and it was finally completely extinguished. Raisin did not wipe the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, nor did he attack again. He just looked at Bridget, who was still standing stiffly without a trace of life. The king's indifferent eyes were still cold, but he was no longer indifferent. After a while, Raisin quietly turned and left. He didn't even look at the furious king armor on the ground. Chapter 864. The bloody battle between the Bloody Empire's Raisin and the first general of the Bloody Empire, Gustav Bridget, was unexpected, especially when they witnessed Gustav's death. Almost all the audience was shocked. The projection of the central live broadcast had long disappeared. It wasn't until Gustav's name disappeared on the screen of the grouping list, and the display information that Raisin entered the top 32 came that many people woke up like a dream. Although they didn't understand the specific reason, the fact was in front of them. Raisin really killed the first general under his command. In the subsequent elimination matches of 63 to 32, although there were many fierce battles, they were no longer as shocking as this battle. After the end of the first round of semifinals, the list of the top 32 was released. As expected, 8-seeded players such as Raisin, Chenrue, Rala, Catherine, and Lalaria advanced successfully. The intensity of the top 32 matches was even higher than the first round. The winner would enter the top 16. Chenrue, who had a bye in the first round, encountered the veteran demon overlord of the Bloody Empire, Sharna. When she was in the Warlock Fortress, Sharna had witnessed the battle between Chenrue and Raisin, so she knew that the opponent's strength was above her. After her ultimate move couldn't shake Agual at all, Sharna was surprised to find that the strength of Agual seemed to be far better than 2 years ago. She wasn't a reckless person. She knew that she had encountered an unbeatable opponent, so she didn't hesitate and admitted defeat happily. Due to the disparity in strength, Raisin, Rala, and others quickly ended the battle. The groups with comparable strength were in fierce battles, and there was even a situation where both sides suffered. In the last 4 matches to advance to the top 16, 2 matches in the upper half attracted Chenrue's attention. One was the Black Dragon chick, Oliphius, against the bearded flat, lowly Lalaria, and the other was Jia's diehard fan, Sarandi of the Fallen Angel Empire, against the mysterious Fallen. In the center of the arena, the 3D projection was broadcasting the battle between the Black Dragon chick and the bearded flat lowly. To be precise, this was the internal fight between the 2 daughters of a certain Dragon Emperor's father. Speaking of which, the Black Dragon girl was at a disadvantage due to her placement in the qualifiers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met a seeded player so quickly. However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 Black Dragon girls only said a few words before the comparison ended. Ms. Oliphius, the flat lowly side, the Black Dragon chick rolled her eyes. Dad said that you are also his daughter. In fact, I should call you sister. However, I already have a sister. You can call me Oliphius in the future, and I will call you Lalaria, okay? Of course. For the Black Dragon chick, the flat lowly didn't have any strange thoughts. On the contrary, she felt guilty. Oliphius, you really don't blame me? Many of the things I have now should have been yours. A lot of wealth. The Black Dragon girl's eyes lit up. The little girl shook her head. I've lost all my assets to that damn guy. but I will definitely win it back." As soon as she heard that she had no money, the black dragon chick suddenly lost interest. As for winning it back, the chick had a blind trust in her boss. Her intuition told her that the possibility of Lalaria recovering her losses was almost zero. "Lalaria, are you going to defeat me?" The little girl said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Oliphius, I can't lose. Even if the opponent is the old man Aguilas, I will do my best." But the black dragon chick's eyes flashed with star-like light, making it hard to refuse. This trick was obviously plagiarized from her friend Alice. "I really want those bonuses. I want to use the money I earned to treat Lalaria to eat a lot of delicious food." Currently, the black dragon chick had received 50 black crystal coins through the qualifiers, 1,000 black crystal coins through the preliminary round, 2,000 for entering the semifinals, 5,000 for entering the top 32, which added up to 8,050 black crystal coins. If she could win this match, she would get another 10,000 black crystal coins. Oliphius. The little girl was so touched that she actually agreed to pay the chick the rest of the competition's prize money. In other words, it was equivalent to Oliphius directly receiving all the prize money of the championship. In addition to the 80-50 that the chick had already received, there was still one. 35 million black crystal coins. Although this was a huge sum of money, it was not an unaffordable amount for a dragon's. The problem was that Lalaria lost all her assets in a bet with Chinrue a year ago. After returning to the Dragon Island, she immediately trained stealthily. She had no time to amass money at all, so the little girl had to write an IOU to the black dragon chick on the spot. In Lalaria's mind, the champion of this competition must be her. As long as she defeated Chinrue in the competition, not only could she change the tragic fate of her fiancé, but she could also win back her wealth. A mere million or so was just a drizzle. Although the audience didn't understand why the battle on the live broadcast didn't start, Chinrue heard it clearly. Seeing the black dragon chick waving goodbye to Lalaria with the IOU, Chinrue wiped the sweat on his forehead with a gloomy face. "Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, don't you have a daughter who is not a weirdo?" Compared with the farce of the black dragon chick, Sarandi was a secret disciple of Midnight Sunday. He was a fallen angel royal family and the peak stage of the demon overlord. In terms of the demon overlords of the fallen angel empire alone, Sarandi's strength was definitely in the top 3. However, the strength of the mysterious man, the Fallen, was unfathomable. Even the top court magician of the Shadow Empire, Fender, was killed in seconds. Sarandi could be said to be in danger in this battle. In the arena, Sarandi watched the mysterious man opposite him vigilantly. The power of his whole body was raised to the peak, ready to launch the biggest blow at any time. "You actually didn't abstain?" The mysterious man, the Fallen, spoke for the first time. The overlapping voices seemed as if two people spoke at the same time, which seemed strange and unpredictable. "Someone once taught me that no matter what path I take, I must hold on to courage and confidence and walk on with my own feet." Sarandi took a deep breath. "I can lose victory and even lose my life, but I can't lose courage and confidence. If I don't even have the courage to face a strong enemy, then my path is equivalent to the end. Stupid. Without life, any courage and confidence are illusory." The Fallen sneer was full of disdain. "The person who told you this sentence is the most stupid guy. Don't you dare insult that person." Sarandi shouted angrily. The breath that he was brewing erupted in an instant. His purple pupils turned black and white, and a pair of light wings appeared behind him. He had activated the holy wings and heart of light and dark of the Lucifer royal family. A long black river appeared instantly around Sarandi. The long river flickered with star-like phosphorescence, which looked mysterious and beautiful. This was the unique skill that Sarandi created by imitating the territory of his teacher, the Lord of Midnight Sun, Dream Galaxy. Previously, Fender was instantly killed because his magic was restrained, so Sarandi took the initiative to launch an attack. This person dared to insult his most respected teacher. No matter what, he couldn't back down. It's just a form. The mysterious man waved his hand, and the red light flew into the shining galaxy. The phosphorescence of the nightmare galaxy instantly dimmed and turned into a blood-red color. Sarandi felt that the power of the nightmare galaxy was quickly eroded and assimilated by some strange power of destruction, and a wave of backlash force rolled back. He was shocked, and his figure flew out quickly. The fallen was about to chase, but he suddenly sensed something. He grabbed a black flame that attacked the back of his head. The flame was like a scorpion's tail. It was silent and contained a fierce power. This move is a bit more presentable. In the hands of the fallen, the scorpion tail that contained the talent power of the Lucifer royal family, Black Flame, quickly crystallized. It actually turned from an invisible thing into a tangible crystal, and it shattered with a bang. This flaming tail was a secret skill that Sarandi created in recent years. He didn't expect it to be easily resolved by the opponent. After these two strongest unique skills failed, Sarandi thought of Chun Rue's instructions. He took out the number plate and was about to crush it without thinking, but he suddenly found that the fallen had already appeared in front of him. Sarandi didn't panic. His figure suddenly had a few more shadows, and they scattered in all directions. For a moment, it was uncertain. This move was the life-saving unique skill, Shadow Step, taught by the Lord of Midnight Sunday. However, the fallen didn't think at all. He just bent slightly and took a step sideways to intercept Sarandi's real body. This scene made Sarandi's face change drastically, not only because the Shadow Step was broken, but also because the opponent's movements and timing gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Sarandi just crushed the number plate, subconsciously, and he suddenly thought of something. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. As soon as he said a word, the fallen's finger pressed on Sarandi's forehead. Sarandi only felt a bang in his head, and a strange invading spirit power spread in all directions. His body began to crystallize quickly. Before the fallen launched the next blow, the teleportation power of the number plate had already been launched, and Sarandi's solidified statue disappeared from the arena. Sarandi was defeated, and the fallen advanced to the top 16. In the teleportation outside the ancient battlefield, Chinrue immediately found Sarandi, who had turned into a crystal statue. Strangely, Sarandi was not fatally injured, but he fell into a deep sleep. If Chinrue's senses were correct, it would only take 5 to 6 days for Sarandi to wake up. This could be understood as Sarandi leaving the battlefield in time, and the opponent had not had time to kill him. But Chinrue was very clear about the strength of the fallen. To be able to kill the peak stage of the demon overlord in seconds, he was at least a king-level existence. If he really wanted to kill Sarandi, there was no need for such a slow method like crystallization with that finger. As long as he directly exerted force, Sarandi's chance of survival was basically zero. Chinrue couldn't understand for a while. If the fallen is really Jacob, he will never be kind enough to spare Sarandi's life. Is it a game of cat and mouse? Or is there any other reason? At this point, the top 32 matches were all over, and the matchup list for the top 16 was released. Starting from the top 16, the 4 matches were changed to 1 match for each upper and lower half. The first match in the upper half was particularly eye-catching. Raisin versus the Fallen, Chapter 865. The other match in the top 16 was between Catherine and the stateless cultivator, Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki was a dark horse in this competition. As a member of the Belphegor royal family, even Isabella didn't know this person. He should be a reclusive cultivator who migrated outside alone after the destruction of the Wind Shadow Empire. Thessaloniki's strength was only 1 step away from the national level. He obviously wanted to explore the threshold of nationalization through this competition. It should be said that he was quite lucky to encounter Catherine. Catherine was neither as cruel as the Fallen nor as cold as Raisin, but she had her own plans. This time, she almost killed Thessaloniki in an overwhelming manner as soon as she entered the arena. After showing her powerful strength, Her Majesty Empress used guiding and helping Thessaloniki to enter the national level as a bait and threw out an olive branch. Thessaloniki thought about it again and again, and finally agreed to join the Shadow Empire. This kind of accepting underlings at the last minute should be the aura of the protagonist. Chinrue could only express his admiration for this. Compared with the quick ending of the first beauty, Catherine, everyone paid more attention to the battle between the top powerhouse, Raisin, and the Fallen. Due to the advanced technology of the projection live broadcast, the audience could watch this suspenseful duel in the arena. Raisin, the top powerhouse of the demon realm. Although this number one belonged to the category of ordinary powerhouses, Raisin had obviously entered the ranks of the supergrade now. The Fallen was a mysterious man of unknown origin. His means were cruel. In the preliminary round, he instantly killed 199 contestants in the same arena. In the first 2 rounds of semifinals, he killed the peak stage of the demon Overlord powerhouse in seconds twice. He should also be a supergrade powerhouse. According to the division of the demon realm, those who surpassed the demon Overlord were the demon supremes. Then, this match was a demon supremes versus a demon supremes. It would be the strongest collision since the start of the competition. Can the Bloody Empire, who has always had the title of invincible in the same rank, defeat the mysterious Fallen? Everyone's hearts were full of expectations. In the ancient battlefield, the Fallen in a dark red cloak looked at Raisin opposite, and a strange voice sounded. "You should have been looking forward to this battle for a long time." "You think too highly of yourself," Raisin said coldly. "Your strength can barely stand in front of me, but in my eyes, you have never been a real opponent." "So, who is your real opponent?" "You are not qualified to know." Raisin slowly raised his fist, and a faint purple light appeared on his fist. "I don't have time to talk with you." "Really?" Half of the Fallen One's face was revealed, and a strange smile appeared on it. "It's about time for some things to end." Raisin didn't speak again. The purple light flashed around him, and the figure of the Fallen became hazy at the same time, allowing the purple light to pass through his body. In the blink of an eye, the two had changed positions. There were shocking cracks crisscrossing on the ground, but most of the audience couldn't see the movements clearly. Only Chinrue, Zola, and others saw it clearly. Raisin had just punched dozens of times, but the Fallen's movement was extremely strange. The punches containing the power of law couldn't actually hit the target. They were dodged and deflected. The Fallen's counterattack was only a punch, but Raisin seemed to be unable to dodge it. He directly took it head-on. His arm was wrapped in a layer of red crystals, but it was shattered by Raisin's punch in the next second. The movement method of the Fallen made Chinrue feel a little familiar. It seemed that Sarandi had used it before, and Chinrue seemed to have encountered it somewhere before. Could it be that the Fallen can directly absorb or imitate other people's skills? Compared with Sarandi, the Fallen's movement was more subtle and unpredictable. His attainments were far better than Sarandi. Even in the face of a powerhouse like Raisin, he seemed to be able to use it freely. The movements of the two parties were so fast that the audience could only see them clearly through the slow-motion playback of the magic TVs on the 4 sides of the arena. They exclaimed in belated amazement, but the two people in the projection had already begun a more intense battle. In the test, just now, Raisin judged that the Fallen strength level was the early stage of Kingdom Realm, and Raisin himself had now stepped into the intermediate stage of Kingdom Realm. In fact, this was actually Chinrue's credit. Raisin's body was originally eroded by Travis's special light and darkness curse, and he was in danger. Later, Chinrue used Snow Dowlet flower to dissolve the light curse, but Snow Dowlet's power was very powerful. It was accumulated in Raisin's body. Later, Dark Elemental King Hegel eliminated Raisin's dark curse with the purest power of dark elements. Raisin used the power of the Blood Fury Ring and Hagel's dark elements as a guide to condense Snow Dowlet into one place with the power of the kingdom. Under the special absorption effect of the Blood Fury Ring, a mutation similar to the fusion of light and darkness occurred. Raisin got a blessing in disguise. Not long ago, he finally broke through to the intermediate stage of kingdom in one fell swoop. Raisin's feet moved, and he instantly moved to the front of the Fallen. He punched out. The speed of this punch was not fast, but it was concise and pure. Its power was far above the combined force of the previous dozens of punches. The Fallen had a feeling that he couldn't dodge. His figure changed several times like lightning, but he still couldn't dodge it. He had to reach out to meet it. Boom! The ground under the Fallen's feet cracked open, and the Fallen's body reflected countless trembling afterimages as if he was going to split into several people. The afterimages merged into one in the blink of an eye, and Raisin was actually pushed back 3 steps by some strong force. The slow-motion playback showed that the Fallen's afterimages were caused by the strange footwork under his feet. Raisin's punch actually hit the left palm of the Fallen. However, the Fallen's feet moved quickly in a seemingly chaotic manner. Not only did he take the punch, but the punch launched by his right hand almost at the same time also pushed back Raisin. However, Chinrue saw more things. The punch of the Fallen was actually borrowing Raisin's own power to fight with his own strength. This kind of technique was very similar to Chinrue's water esoteric. It even had some essence of the water esoteric, including the somewhat familiar footwork. However, compared with the subtlety of the water esoteric, the Fallen's momentum was more magnificent and free, and it was executed easily. In all fairness, if it was Chinrue himself, if he wanted to borrow Raisin's punch to fight back, he definitely wouldn't be as smooth as the Fallen. For some reason, a sense of familiarity in his heart became clearer and clearer. Raisin's eyes had become dignified. Although it was only 2 simple rounds, his experience and intuition told him that this was definitely not an opponent that could be easily defeated. Raisin's body exuded a terrifying breath. The small plain area where the two were was instantly filled with rich blood chi, and the Fallen had been enclosed in the kingdom's space. The Fallen waved his hand, and there were specks of red light in the blood chi, like stars condensed from crystals. Raisin felt that the specks of starlight carried a strange devouring power, constantly sucking the blood chi in the kingdom. But Raisin did not panic or converge his power. His figure flickered, and countless fist shadows surrounded the Fallen from all directions. The Fallen used the same trick again. He turned into a phantom, trying to move away or borrow power. However, under the influence of the blood chi, the moving shadow became stagnant. Raisin's eyes flashed, and the whistling fist shadows adjusted their direction incredibly in an instant, blocking every dead corner of the figure's movement. After locking the opponent, the kingdom's power contained in the fist shadows burst out instantly. Boom, boom, boom! Raisin had already used 70% of his power in this blow, and the Fallen would at least be severely injured. At this moment, the explosive fist energy suddenly distorted strangely, and it was instantly decomposed and transferred. The Fallen in it was actually unscathed. What caused all this was the countless red crystal lights around the Fallen. This light converged into a long stream, hanging upside down on the head of the Fallen like a dreamy sky river. Chinrue was shocked suddenly, and he couldn't help but stand up. He finally understood why he felt familiar with this Fallen before. He also understood why Sarandi could save her life. Catherine, who had just returned to the rest area after the battle, happened to see this scene. The calm black eyes behind the veil revealed a strong shock. The most shocked was naturally Raisin in the field. His face changed drastically, and he blurted out, "It's you!" If what he saw before was only a vague sense of familiarity, then the glittering Milky Way had completely unveiled the mysterious veil of the Fallen. Dream Galaxy, the strongest territory of the great Emperor, who was famous in the demon realm in the past. At that time, even someone as arrogant as Raisin could only look up to this person's existence. That person was the goal that he wanted to chase in his life, and he also regarded him as his destined enemy. When that person fell in the war with the human world, Raisin was not happy. Instead, he locked himself in the house for 3 days. Even his most beloved woman was not allowed to approach. 200 years later, that person unexpectedly reappeared in front of him, but with an unexpected identity. In that equally unexpected battle, he and Catherine, who had already turned into a kingdom, almost died in the hands of that person who only had the strength of a demon overlord. In the end, that person and his son's life disappeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he actually saw this person again today, right in front of him as his opponent, the former fallen angel emperor, the top powerhouse of the demon realm, Midnight Sunday Lucifer. No matter what the reason was for this person to be reborn, Raisin only knew one thing. This person is now in front of me. No wonder he can match my strength of the intermediate stage of the kingdom as an early stage. Ha ha ha. Raisin laughed. It was not a sneer or a proud laugh, but a real laugh. The fallen did not take the opportunity to make a move. He just looked at Raisin quietly. In this martial arts competition, the Bloody Empire had the largest audience. There were many empire generals and ministers among them. Looking at the laughing Raisin, they all looked surprised. In their memory, this emperor, who was the top powerhouse of the Bloody Empire, seemed to have never laughed like this. After a few laughs, Raisin's gaze at the fallen seemed unprecedentedly bright. His whole person seemed to have been reborn, and he was surging with powerful fighting spirit. You are right. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The blood around Raisin's body was boiling. Today, let's end it. The fallen slowly held his hands flat, and the flow of the galaxy above his head became more and more turbulent, flashing a dreamy brilliance. Chapter 866. What is this move called? It was no longer that kind of overlapping strange sound, but a deep voice. All the spectators of the Bloody Empire were shouting Raisin's name in unison, even though this shout could not reach the ancient battlefield, even though they could hardly see the two figures moving at high speed. Raisin was obviously in a passive position in terms of tactics, but he had the power to suppress others. He was able to gain the upper hand most of the time when he fought against breaking through ingenuity. Raisin recognized the speed. It was the thing that almost killed him and Catherine, the bead of blood red. This strange gesture had great pressure. The distorted starlight rolled back one after another, and the gesture had been enlarged in front of Baiku. The power of this attack was far above Thunder Emperor Seal. I have never seen Raisin use it before. It should be a newly realized ultimate move. It was too late to dodge, and I couldn't take it. As long as it was touched, even if it was a crystal body, it would be completely annihilated. The gap of a small realm was not as insurmountable as a big realm, but the higher the strength, the more obvious this gap was. Facing Raisin of the middle stage of the kingdom realm, Byakuya still seemed to be at ease. The sea of blood in the sky wrapped toward Raisin, and he could no longer escape. Raisin didn't expect such a change to happen. He gritted his teeth, urged the gesture, and attacked with all his strength. After the two fists collided, Raisin's figure shook, and Byakuya took a few steps back. The entire live projection trembled, and the image couldn't be seen clearly. The cracked part of the ground turned into powder under some kind of terrifying force, and the solid ground was shaved off a whole layer. Condensed star break. Byakuya didn't give Raisin too much chance to react. With a wave of his hand, the starlight in all directions drew an unpredictable trajectory and whizzed toward Raisin. The speed and route were all particular, as if they were well trained. Byakuya was like a chess player who controlled the entire chessboard. He also went all out and launched the strongest counterattack against Raisin. This time, Byakuya, whose true body was seen through by the blood chi, was wrapped in the light of sin. Raisin had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he launched the strongest attack without hesitation. Even in death, it was the same. The blood puppet Pearl wanted to completely control my soul. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong person from the very beginning. It was just a faint sentence, but it was filled with disdain and arrogance. Byakuya's strength level was inferior, but Chinrue had fought with Byakuya before. It was a feeling of being controlled and suppressed everywhere. Not only that, but Bai also seemed to have absorbed his understanding of the water technique from his last battle with Chinrue and integrated it into his footwork. His river of stars dream, which was transformed into a kingdom, was becoming more and more perfect. At this moment, Raisin had an illusion that it was not Byakuya in front of him, but a sea of blood with huge waves. Chinrue could tell that although the battle between the two seemed to be intense, they were only probing attacks, trying to find the best opportunity to break through. Selfless seal. He was unable to move, and if he took it head-on, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Acidic rainwater poured down. My fate is my own. He is indeed a peerless genius with the ability to challenge above his rank. Raisin was shocked. The light of sin was actually reflected back. Raisin stared blankly at the disappearing smile, as if all his strength had been lost. He let the rain pour on his face and body, and his bleak back looked unprecedentedly stooped. I just want a battle, that's all. It was a simple and unadorned punch without any fancy moves or power. It wasn't fast either, but it had tempered all of Baye's essence, energy, and spirit into a single point. If this punch landed, even with Baye's strength, he would still be smashed to pieces. Seeing that this gesture was about to touch Byakuya's heart, Raisin suddenly saw the red bead jump. Not only the plants, but also the demons. The arena was open air, and there was not much place to shelter from the rain. But this did not stop the enthusiasm of the audience. They were all watching the projection live broadcast in the arena in the heavy rain. While Raisin was distracted, he suddenly had a strong warning sign. He wanted to move, but he was affected by the light of sin. He was surrounded by countless destructive red starlight when he was half a beat away. A terrifying force firmly locked him. This was a strange body. The body was not made of flesh and blood, but was a sparkling and translucent light red crystal. There were no internal organs. Only a strange red bead that looked like a heart could be vaguely seen in the chest cavity. Therefore, Byakuya should have deliberately revealed a flaw previously to lure Raisin to use the light of sin. As a result, he made a surprise attack and reversed the passive situation in one fell swoop. This was the terrifying ability to control the battle situation. Raisin, who had the upper hand, did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, he retreated quickly. The galaxy in the sky flowed, and the trajectory of Raisin's retreat was intertwined and penetrated by several undetermined figures that appeared out of thin air. This was Byakuya's incredible means. He was calm and proud. "Get out of the way." Raisin clearly felt that something was wrong, and he shouted. The Thunder Emperor Seal fist energy that was weakened by various influences was quickly wrapped in a layer of crystal-like matter. Although the crystal-like matter was immediately turned into powder by the fist energy, the crystal-like matter was constantly being destroyed and strengthened repeatedly. Finally, the weakened Thunder Emperor Seal turned into a crystal-like solid fist. It was shattered by Byakuya's finger. It was just that Raisin was no longer the Raisin of the past. From the moment the two sides entered the real battle, people could only see the figures of the two occasionally paused. Most of the time, their vision was filled with blood and dreamy galaxy. Facing countless fatal starlight, Raisin suddenly closed his eyes. Byakuya's crystal pupils shrank slightly, and a sense of danger came from his heart. He saw the starlight of condensed star break distort uncontrollably in an instant. A strange symbol appeared in it. Looking closely, this was a gesture. The dark red cloak on Byakuya was also corroded by the power of the light of sin, revealing his true appearance. You're still the obsessed martial artist. It's like I'm self-righteous. You will go further than me, right? Raisin almost suffered a big loss under this move previously, but his retreat this time was different from the hasty last time. While retreating, the power of the kingdom quietly covered the phantasm with a layer of faint blood chi. After those phantasms were stained with blood chi, there was no difference on the surface, but in Raisin's eyes, they were no longer strange and unpredictable. In the fist, the index finger and middle finger were raised, and the thumb was slightly buckled inwards like a beast opening its mouth. Are you surprised? Byakuya said calmly, I can survive thanks to this body. This was originally the body of a strange dragon's. As a result, he was unfortunately chosen by the bead of blood puppet as my body. But it was too late. The only thing Raisin could do was to see Byakuya's eyes. Yes, there is no self when there is an enemy. This time, there is no self when there is you. You win. Although the light of sin was not a skill that could directly kill the enemy, in the duel between powerhouses of equal strength, a little negligence could lead to the loss of the whole game. With Raisin's king-level strength, plus the artifact blood ring with a strong dark element buff, the power of this talent could be imagined. This blow was likely to become the key to controlling the entire battle. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a click, a crack appeared on the red bead in his chest. The cracks became more and more, and it completely shattered. The sea of blood was filled with a terrifying, destructive breath. Raisin instinctively felt that, as long as he was stained by this sea of blood, even the body and soul of the king level would shatter without any suspense. Chenrue, who was the only one who could hear the conversation between the two, suddenly understood that the strange dragons was the crystal dragon Jacob. At this moment, the image of the sea of blood trembled and quickly dimmed. Byakuya's figure reappeared in front of him. The one who should be annihilated should be me. Raisin's voice was very low. What happened just now? Raisin's rapidly retreating figure stopped abruptly. As he opened his hand, several condensed black lights burst out, wrapping one of the phantasms in it. Mammon royal family bloodline talent, light of sin. Suddenly, Raisin felt that the Thunder Emperor Seal's fist power slowed down incredibly, and the Byakuya phantasm began to shake rapidly again. The speed was twice as fast as before. Raisin suddenly realized that it was not that Byakuya became faster, but he himself became slower. If it was another opponent, Raisin might still rely on his strength, but facing Byakuya, he did not have the slightest fear or reservation. Now he was neither the Blood Fiend Emperor nor the top powerhouse. He was just a pure martial artist who devoted himself to the battle. Slow down. If it weren't for the protection of the blood ring, I'm afraid his situation would be worse. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be no regrets. In all fairness, this former #1 powerhouse was indeed a peerless and extraordinary figure. When Terrace, who Byakuya was parasitized, died, Byakuya should have died as well, but he was affected by the strange power of the blood bead. His soul was preserved, and he escaped and disappeared together. Later, he probably encountered the crystal dragon Jacob, and he was reborn after some mutation. This was the unique reign of the demon realm. It didn't rain every time, but there would always be at least 10 acid rains in a year. It could cause a considerable degree of corrosion or even fatal damage to plants. Because of this, the plants that could survive in the demon realm were far stronger than the human world in terms of vitality or durability. Raisin and the fallen Byakuya. The crystal dragon's body was no longer simply anti-magic, but it was completely immune to magic. The light of sin was completely useless when it touched the crystal body. Not only that, Byakuya's body also combined with the power of the crystal mirror that Chenrue had learned last time to reflect the light of sin to Raisin. Boom! It was not the first time Raisin faced this move. This move once made him unable to get up from the territory to the current kingdom. He still had that unsolvable feeling. Thunder Emperor Seal. The light of sin was a powerful talent that weakened the opponent. It could even restrain the Asmodeus royal family's war puppet to a certain extent. The enemy who was illuminated by the light of sin would have various negative statuses that couldn't be offset by removal or buff magic in a short time. Not only slow down, but also various negative statuses, such as weakening and exhaustion. Most of the audience looked at the big screen with slow motion playback, but even in slow motion, it still seemed extremely fast. Only a few people, such as Chunrui, could keep up with the movements of Raisin and Byakuya in time. When you were fighting me, did you always fight against such an enemy? Raisin gasped and shook his head slowly. I didn't win against you, I never did. It's you who won against yourself. Chapter 8, 67. In the arena, although the projection was blurred due to the violent shock force, the audience saw the final annihilation scene of the Fallen on the big screen. The victory and defeat of this match was not unexpected to everyone, but the Dark Horse Fallen was able to fight with the top powerhouse Raisin for so long, which was beyond many people's expectations. Only Chunrui knew how lucky Raisin was to win. No matter if Byron was a hero or an ambitious person, no matter what he did for hundreds of years was out of his heart or influenced by the Pearl of Bloody Death. At the last moment, the man who thought was the real Byron, he would rather be annihilated than kneel. Perhaps Byron came to this martial arts conference for this moment. The Pearl of Bloody Death controlled his life, but it couldn't control his pride. Chunrui was deeply touched and sighed softly. Since ancient times, famous generals are like beauties. They are not allowed to see white hair in the world. The famous general is dead, but what about the beauties? Catherine was also sighing. Byron finally died in the hands of Raisin. Looking at the lonely figure, the Dark Shadow Empress suddenly had a different emotion in her heart. She glanced at Chunrui in the distance and happened to meet his gaze. The two looked at each other this time, and it felt completely different from the tit-for-tat when they registered last time. At the same time, they saw the gentleness in each other's eyes. Catherine's reaction was very fast, and her eyes immediately turned cold. Unexpectedly, that guy actually blinked his eyes frivolously. Although he was wearing a mask on his face, she could imagine that kind of expression. She was inexplicably annoyed, looked away, and ignored him. Chunrui smiled slightly, and his mood suddenly felt relaxed. After Raisin and Catherine both advanced, Lala Arya, Chunrui, Rala, Paglio, and Red Pipit also advanced one after another. The most impressive ones were Rala and Lala Arya. Rala's opponent was a magician named Thursday Phil. This mage was a powerhouse who lived in seclusion. He had already faintly touched the edge of the laws and was just one step away from stepping into the kingdom level. Furthermore, he was proficient in magic arrays. His gorgeous magic and unpredictable methods had attracted a lot of attention in the previous competition. Unfortunately, he encountered Rala. Rala didn't suppress him with her realm. She controlled her strength at the demon overlord level. Then, she used magic to defeat magic and magic circle to defeat magic circle. She defeated him in the way that Thurstfield was best at. After Thurstfield was completely defeated, he made a shocking move. He actually expressed admiration and adoration towards the fairy Miss Long. In the end, the fairy Miss Long pretended to be deaf and mute. Thurstfield's defeat turned into a complete abuse, and he turned into a shooting star, disappearing from the audience's line of sight. Compared with Rala, Lilia's battle was even more bizarre. Lilia's opponent, Lucia, was a slender and cold-looking dark elf beauty. She was at the peak stage of the demon overlord, and she was also a rare assassin type. Her figure was strange and fierce. The bearded flat Loli's eyes widened as soon as she saw the beauty. She used all kinds of seduction. The cold-looking beauty naturally didn't fake her expression, and she launched an attack mercilessly. Unfortunately, no matter what form of attack, it was like tickling to this bizarre Loli. Instead, she had an intoxicated expression as if hitting and scolding was love. In the end, the cold-looking beauty really couldn't stand the harassment of Lilia. She crushed the number tag and fled from the battlefield in a panic, judging from the scream that she lost her composure before leaving. This beauty would probably have a shadow, like homophobia, in the future. Although there were many weirdos in the competition, this martial arts conference allowed Chun-Rui to further understand the hidden strength of the demon realm. Let alone the super powerhouses. In terms of the high-level powerhouses of the three empires could not represent the entire demon realm. Originally, the demon realm had 7 empires. There were quite a few vestigial tribe or powerhouses of the corresponding factions who did not join the 3 empires. Instead, they lived in seclusion outside the empire or the empire's territory and chose to become rogue cultivators. Demons had a much longer lifespan than humans. In contrast, they had more time to devote to training. In this martial arts competition that was open to the entire demon realm, there were many rogue cultivators who came for actual combat training and breakthrough bottlenecks. The last match to enter the top 8 was between Lomont and Dodo. Both of these guys were people, insects. That Chun-Rui couldn't be more familiar with. On Lomont's side, there were the 2 sisters, Delia and Metaloo, waving the flag and shouting. On Dodo's side, including the unscrupulous master, all the relatives and friends were sitting with their legs crossed, eating melon seeds and watching the show. On the battlefield, Lomont and Dodo were facing each other from a distance. Both of their eyes were very cautious. They didn't make a move easily. They seemed to be carefully looking for each other's flaws. The bleak, cold wind blew, and a familiar pepper smell made Dodo sneeze. A cunning smile appeared on Lomont's face. His figure appeared in front of Dodo like lightning. The high-speed blue sword light weaved into a dense light net, wrapping Dodo in it. My nephew's first move was the fiercest killer move, no return. These 2 swords were legendary grade weapons tailor-made by Chun-Rui for Lomont. They were extremely fierce, and they had the characteristics of acceleration and defense breaking. Dodo had no time to dodge, and he was instantly divided into countless pieces by the sword light. Just when the audience thought that Lomont easily killed Dodo in seconds, Lomont's expression didn't relax at all. The sword light fell on those pieces, once again shredding them into thousands of pieces. The pieces were decomposed again. This time, the sword light was attached to the layer of electric light, and the pieces turned into powder. Lomont still didn't give up. His figure turned into a whirlwind, blowing the powder away. Just when the audience thought that this guy had a perverted hobby of breaking stones, the answer was revealed. The scattered powder actually flew up automatically and quickly condensed together. It wriggled and reassembled into the shape of an onion. The audience was in an uproar. Immortal body. Lomont and Dodo had fought countless times. He knew that this level of attack couldn't kill the slime, so he let go. Lomont was very clear that although Dodo's immortal body was powerful, it wasn't endless. Once his physical strength was exhausted, he couldn't be reborn. The most important thing was that Sir Slime was a hero that could be subdued by force. As long as he was exhausted or afraid, he would immediately surrender. However, Dodo's strength, combat power, and endurance were far above Lomont. Especially the vitality he showed now. It seemed to have improved. It wasn't easy to make him surrender. Without waiting for Dodo to recondense, Lomont launched No Return again. But this time Dodo's healing speed was much faster than the last time. After several repetitions, Dodo's regeneration speed was getting faster and faster. Lomont's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. After the sword net, the scattered pieces were no longer broken limbs, but countless onions. These small onions flew toward Lomont from all directions, surrounding him in the middle. Lomont thought of a certain tragic emperor who was eaten by Dodo and excreted, and he felt a chill in his heart. He immediately activated the Belphegor royal family's flash talent. His body turned into lightning, and he barely dodged the onions at the moment when they were surrounded. Dodo didn't stop. Countless small onions bounced toward Lomont like homing missiles. Lomont's eyes turned, and there was something in his hand. He quickly threw it to the back and nailed it to the ground. It was actually a skewer of barbecue. The small onions immediately abandoned Lomont and began to pounce on the barbecue. The barbecue instantly became only a bamboo skewer, which was thrown away by Dodo. Lomont's hands didn't stop. He continuously launched barbecue and various other food. Dodo chased while eating. Lomont took out a bottle of wine. When he was about to throw it out, his stomach suddenly let out a growl. It turned out that after throwing for a long time, his gluttony was triggered too. Therefore, the situation became that both sides were eating and throwing. They were in a stalemate for a while. The friends group covered their faces and were speechless. How is this a fighting contest? It's clearly a foodie convention. Dodo, who had already gathered into a large onion head, pounced on a bagel again. Suddenly his vision became hazy. He saw some strange lines around the ground of the bagel. These lines made the slime instinctively feel a sense of danger. The flames were blazing, and it actually exploded with a bang. The explosive force was quite fierce. Dodo's onion head deflated by half, but it protruded back to its original shape in an instant. Then he felt that the scene changed and he entered a strange space. His surroundings were filled with the patterns that gave him a warning. Dodo rubbed his eyes and saw Lomont standing not far in front of him. He thought it was an illusion, but as soon as he took a step, countless white lights flashed like a knife. The slime was suddenly cut into dozens of pieces. It took a long time for him to recover. Only then did he realize that this seemingly close distance contained countless fatal dangers. This scene made Catherine in the audience slightly startled. She glanced at Florence, next to her faintly. Florence lowered his head guiltily. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't speak in the end. On the royal family group side, Delia frowned and asked Medellin next to her, "This is the Nirvana sandbox from last time? Did you give it to him?" Medellin nodded. "And I gave it to him for self-defense. The Nirvana sandbox was a self-defense item that Catherine recently gave to Uncle Florence. Catherine injected the nation-level Nirvana power into this item, which was equivalent to a powerful magic circle. As long as the strength of the nation level was below, it was impossible to break through the space of the item. If one acted rashly, it would also trigger a terrifying attack from the magic circle. However, this item could only be used 3 times, and each time was for an hour. Florence accepted this gift from Her Majesty Empress and gave it to his daughter, Medelu. As a result, girls tended to leave their home, and the Nirvana sandbox soon had the surname Luo. Lomont was very clear about the time limit of the Nirvana sandbox. He smirked, sat down, and took out a few bottles of wine and a lot of delicious food from the space ring. "Admit defeat. Dodo, as long as you crush that number plate, all the food here is yours. Look at what's here. This is your favorite roast duck, and there are a few plates of braised food. It's so fragrant. Wow, there's also this bottle. It's the best yellow wine. I got it specially from the captain." Lomont's voice carried a strong temptation. In fact, the previous barbecue was actually coated with special spices which could stimulate the appetite and make them hungrier. It was prepared for the current brilliant plan. This way, I can definitely win without bloodshed. I'm so smart that even the captain can only look up to me. Dodo's stomach was growling, and his saliva was flowing, but he shook his head resolutely. Although he didn't have the quick calculation ability of the black dragon chick, as Master Slime who had countless hands and could theoretically bend his fingers infinitely, he could still calculate clearly. Oliphius's mistress had carefully calculated the prize money of the competition in front of him. If he won, he could get a lot of black crystal coins, which was enough to buy more food. However, Master Slime also wanted to eat the food in front of him. He really wanted it. "What should I do?" Seeing Dodo's salivating look, Lomont sighed. "If you don't want to, then I will eat all of these now. This roast duck is so fragrant. Smell it." The slime struggled in his heart. He almost couldn't resist the temptation several times. He just swallowed his saliva desperately and stared at the delicious food. Even if they couldn't hear Lomont's voice, the group of relatives and friends knew what this guy was doing. Sure enough, there are only weirder, but no weirder. Knowing these two guys is really embarrassing. Witnessing Master Lomont eating those delicious food into his stomach one by one, Master Dodo, whose gastric juice and salivary amylase had been secreted crazily, was completely enraged. He rushed directly to Lomont. Lomont was taken aback. The Nirvana sandbox immediately sensed it. For a time, countless terrifying attacks flew toward Dodo. Amidst the explosions, countless dangerous lights continued to flash. The foodie, with an explosive appetite, began to devour those attacks desperately. His body swelled more, and muffled sounds or lights constantly emerged from his body. In this process, the slime's body seemed to have undergone some changes. This change was only subtle at first, but it became more and more obvious later. Dodo's eyes seemed to have become black and white, and his body became more and more transparent. This scene reminded Chinrue of a certain false god remnant soul that had disappeared in the Tower of Glory, and he couldn't help but look surprised. The Saint Dragon had been completely annihilated. He was not worried about resurrection, but judging from Dodo's current state, he should have unknowingly merged with Rodriguez's soul power that had yet to be digested. Counting it, the countless accumulations from Rodriguez had finally reached the time for a qualitative change. Unknowingly, the sound of the explosion became smaller and smaller, and the speed of light fading was getting faster and faster. However, the slime didn't notice it himself. He just felt that the taste of the attacks he devoured seemed to have improved a little, and the damage to his body was also dropping sharply. He couldn't help but devour even harder. Boom! Under Lomont's dumbfounded gaze, the Nirvana sandbox's space was actually broken open. The familiar onion came with an unprecedented, overwhelming breath. Before his nephew could react, he had already blacked out and fainted. On the magic TV screen, Master Onion was sitting on Lomont's head. The food in his unfortunate nephew's space ring was poured all over the ground. Master Onion had 4 hands and was enjoying the delicious meal with a happy look on his face. The last place for the top 8 was decided. Dodo defeated Lomont and advanced. Chapter 868. The emergence of the top 8 represented a step closer to the final battle. Upper half, Raisin, Chenrue, Lala Arya Rala. Lower half, Catherine, Red Pipit, Paglio Dodo. The final winner would be born among these 8 people. At this point, this martial arts conference was no longer a battle between ordinary powerhouses, but a battle between super powerhouses. The grouping of the top 8 was randomly rearranged. The result was that Raisin versus Lala Arya in the upper half and Chenrue versus Rala. The lower half was Dodo versus Red Pipit and Paglio versus Catherine. The result of this draw surprised Chinrue a little. He thought he would meet Raisin in advance, but Raisin was actually lucky to be drawn by the mustache-flat Loli, and he was matched with his beloved fairy Miss Long. There were only 4 matches in the top 8, and it was a single live broadcast. After drawing lots, the first match was Red Pipit versus Dodo in the lower half. Although Sir Slime staged a loser's counterattack in the battle to advance into the top 8, he successfully broke through to national level in one fell swoop. However, facing King Octopus, who had been at the pinnacle of the nation for many years, Sir Slime's strength was still too weak. King Octopus saw Dodo's strength at a glance, so he didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand casually, and a circle of mist surrounded the slime. Dodo's body began to freeze quickly. In the blink of an eye, he solidified into an onion ice sculpture. Then he exhaled, and the ice sculpture turned into powder. To King Octopus's slight surprise, the powder that should at least lose the ability to move quickly condensed automatically and restored Dodo's appearance. In the battle between Dodo and Lomont, King Octopus had seen Dodo's immortal body. Now that he experienced it personally, He really felt the uniqueness of this physique. Whether it was physical or elemental damage, he couldn't really kill this strange creature. The mist reappeared, and Dodo turned into an ice sculpture for the second time. This time, King Octopus didn't destroy the ice sculpture, but he directly froze the slime's movement. A moment later, a sharp, translucent blade protruded from the solid layer of ice with a cracking sound. King Octopus raised his eyebrows. He had already used 30% of his strength. He didn't expect Dodo to break the freezing power so quickly. A weird-shaped mouth arched out from the sharp blade instantly. King Octopus thought Dodo had some ultimate move. Then he heard the mouth yelling, "Surrender!" King Octopus, a soft object, slowly squeezed out of the gap created by the sharp blade. It looked like a piece of gum, and as soon as it landed on the ground, it expanded into the shape of an onion. 7 or 8 hands grew out of it and hugged its shivering body tightly. "I'm frozen to death. Surrender! Surrender!" Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dodo was talented. Since he could break through the ice like this, he could at least fight for a few more rounds. However, Sir Slime didn't think so. Master said that this opponent was very strong. Even the poison dragon was far inferior. Since I can't win, I might as well suffer less and go back to drink and enjoy myself. Sure enough, if there's no pressure, even if I advance to the kingdom level, I'm still the lazy bug that likes to live and hate to work. Compared with the first game, the second game was particularly eye-catching because Raisin, the favorite to win the championship, was fighting. Raisin's opponent was the strange, lowly Lala Aria. This game was generally considered to have no suspense. Lala Aria once amazed in the screening and created a record, but the subsequent games seemed relatively mediocre. What impressed people the most was the scene where she teased the opponent in the previous round, causing the dark elf girl to flee and admit defeat. In the audience's impression, this was just a weird girl with good luck. It was impossible for her to be the opponent of the top powerhouse, Raisin. Lala Aria swaggered into the arena. She looked at Raisin, who was as calm as a mountain, and said arrogantly, "What I hate the most is men. I'm too lazy to fight with a thin man like you. I'll let you punch me 3 times. If you can make me move a step, you win." Even though Raisin had always been confident, he couldn't help but show his anger. 3 punches move a step? By the way, there's also the title Thin Man. Hurry up! Don't make me waste my strength. The flat lowly said impatiently, "I still want to have the mood to beat that guy's face into a pig's head." Your psychological tactics are very successful. You have already angered me. Raisin's eyes flashed fiercely, and a murderous intent surged out. "You will pay the price for this." "Scaring people with your breath?" The flat lowly said disdainfully, "I'm stronger than you." As soon as she finished speaking, Raisin felt a terrifying breath coming toward him. His murderous intent was completely suppressed, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Raisin was really taken aback. His gaze suddenly became dignified. "The opponent's level of strength is actually above me, the pinnacle of the kingdom level. I misjudged you. It turns out that you are a good opponent." Raisin was completely serious. His fist had condensed great power in an instant, and he took the lead to attack Lala Aria with a punch. In Raisin's consciousness, since she was an opponent worthy of fighting, he must go all out at all costs. He would not be modest or lenient just because the opponent was a woman or even a little girl. The fierce fist force whistled over, and the wind pressure caused by it caused the nearby fallen leaves and gravel to roll back. The momentum was extremely shocking, but Lala Leah had her nose in the air, looking indifferent. Just as the fist approached the little girl, this shocking punch became weak in the blink of an eye. It changed from a stormy wave to a calm wave, and finally it was completely extinguished. Raisin's pupils suddenly shrank. Although this punch was intended to probe, he had already used 70% of his strength. The opponent didn't even move her finger, and it disappeared without a trace. Absolutely a strong enemy. Before the decisive battle with that person, I can actually encounter a strong enemy of this level. The pinnacle of the kingdom level? Then, let's try a cross-rank challenge. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with surging blood. Raisin had unreservedly displayed the power of the kingdom. Thunder Emperor Seal. Raisin's second blow was already his full strength, and it was a famous killer move. After the battle with Byakuya, this punch seemed to be more concise, and its power had increased considerably. Wherever the fist passed, the huge pressure caused many cracks to appear on the ground. However, Lala Arya still did not move, but she finally glanced at the purple fist light. There seemed to be a flash of light in her eyes. Boom! The killer move Thunder Emperor Seal actually collapsed completely under this gaze. Raisin was shocked. Too strong. What kind of power is this? She defeated Thunder Emperor Seal with just her eyesight. The peak of the kingdom can reach this level? Impossible. Could it be an incredible conjecture suddenly flashed through Raisin's mind? Demigod. When the mustache loli heard these two words, she laughed loudly. An entire projection began to tremble violently. On the ground with her as the center, countless cracks spread rapidly around, and the oppressive momentum suddenly erupted. Raisin's body was involuntarily pushed back quickly. His feet dragged a shocking mark on the ground. In the end, he actually couldn't support it and was blasted hundreds of meters away. The astonishing laughter echoed in the sky above the entire city. Even the people in the arena could hear it. The clouds in the sky drifted away, and the projection was already blurred. Even the big magic TV screen had a temporary interference change due to the effect of some terrible force. Catherine felt the great power in this laughter, and she couldn't help but be moved. Octopus King Red Pipit also stood up, and his face changed suddenly. The momentum gradually converged into Lala Arya's body, and Raisin's figure appeared, not far ahead. His eyes were full of amazement. This weird girl is actually a demigod. The gap between the kingdom and demigod far exceeds the difference of ordinary big realm. It can only be described as unreachable. Raisin was very clear that he had no chance of winning. Why, Skinny, you even lost the courage to attack. Madame Lala Arya squinted at Raisin. Raisin took a deep breath, and that sentence sounded in his ears again. You will go further than me, right? The blood that was suppressed to the point that it almost disappeared was unprecedentedly rich, burning like a flame. Just like the fighting spirit in Raisin's eyes, due to the accumulation of too much power, his facial features had gradually overflowed with blood, but his eyes were getting hotter. The burning blood gathered into a strange gesture. The index finger and middle finger of the clenched fist were raised, and the thumb was slightly buckled inwards. Selfless seal. Not bad. Lala Arya's eyes flashed with admiration. The power of this punch is already quite close to the peak of the kingdom. When Lolly said the word "not bad," the selfless seal had already rushed toward her with an overwhelming force. The selfless seal was seen stretching out one hand and squeezing in the air. The selfless seal was like a balloon that was squeezed and instantly collapsed. At this moment, she happened to say the last word, "Done." Raisin panted violently. This blow had consumed almost all his strength, but it was easily defeated by the opponent. This was absolute power. Admit defeat, Raisin. It was rare that Lala Arya didn't use the word "skinny." You should be very clear about the gap between us. You took 3 punches from me. Raisin tried to adjust the rhythm of his breathing. Now, I will take 1 punch from you. Are you sure you can take it? Raisin didn't speak. He just put on a defensive posture. Lala Arya stared at Raisin for a moment, and she seemed to be a little more serious. She took a few steps forward, suddenly turned back, and punched out. This punch seemed ordinary, but even Raisin's hair stood up. He felt an extremely terrifying power, as if a peerless beast was coming. At this moment, everything in the entire ancient battlefield was collapsing and disintegrating. It was simply the end of the world. Raisin shouted, and the power of his whole body skyrocketed to the peak. He faced this beast. The moment the two touched, Raisin felt that he couldn't block it. His entire soul trembled, and it was annihilated bit by bit. His will also tended to collapse. Raisin shouted angrily again. His soul and life were burning to resist this collapsing force. Not knowing how long had passed before his life was exhausted, the terrifying collapsing force finally, gradually dissipated. His blurred vision became a little clearer. He saw Lala Arya slowly retracting her fist in the distance. The ancient battlefield did not collapse, but the cracks on the ground and the weak body that was close to collapse told Raisin that it was definitely not an illusion just now. It was just a casual punch. If it weren't for the opponent's mercy, he would have been turned into ashes. Is this the power of demigod? At least, I have seen the way to the future. You will go further than me, right? This sentence sounded in his ears again. Raisin used the last strength to clench his fist, as if he was clenching a promise of life. Then he fell to the sky. Almost all the audience was in an uproar. Only the Dragon Island's diehard fans were still as strong as before. Madame Lala Arya, I love you so much! The second match of the top 8 broke out the biggest upset since the start of the competition. The top powerhouse, Raisin, lost. Lala Arya advanced to the top 4. Chapter 869. This competition was broadcasted live to the entire demon realm. The top powerhouse, Bloody Empire Lord Raisin, was eliminated, which shocked the entire demon realm. Only a few people, such as Chun Rue, understood that Raisin's failure in this match was without any suspense in the face of the demigod-level Lalalia. The top powerhouse was actually just relative to the ordinary level. After entering the super level, this title was actually no longer suitable for Raisin. It was just like the top martial arts master in the mortal world became a cultivator and entered a whole new world. If he wanted to get the top title again, he had to start from scratch. This defeat was not a bad thing for Raisin. Instead, he could get rid of some psychological shackles and go further. Lalalia became famous in one battle and became the biggest favorite to win the championship. But this weird lowly who insisted that I'm a man didn't care about it. In her heart, nothing was more important than defeating the abominable Chun Rue. Next was the third battle, Catherine versus Paglio. The arena was also randomly selected. This time, the battlefield of the two was a hill near a small lake. Looking at the mysterious beauty wearing a veil opposite, Paglio's eyes flashed with a burning gaze. He seemed to be full of fighting spirit. After the poison dragon experienced the training on the Dragon Island this time, he had already stepped into the kingdom level. Originally, he wanted to challenge Raisin as a disgrace to Cheverock Fortress, but he was assigned to the second half. In the second half, the strongest should be Octopus Emperor Chien. Paglio had heard about Emperor Chien's strength from Chinrue a long time ago, so he knew that he was not his opponent. However, this Empress of the Shadow Empire should have just advanced to the kingdom level 2 years ago. Although the reputation of the second strongest, the first wisest, and the first beauty was extremely resounding, it still couldn't scare Master Poison Dragon. I don't like to attack women. Beauty, it's better to admit defeat earlier. If you don't mind, let's find a place to have a drink and talk? Even knowing that the opposite was the Shadow Empress, who was famous in the demon realm, Master Poison Dragon still teased her impolitely. There seemed to be a smile behind Catherine's veil, as long as there is someone who doesn't mind. No matter who he is, I will make him not mind. The Poison Dragon chuckled and raised his fist. Not mind your ass. Someone could not help but grit his teeth. In fact, the Poison Dragon knew that Catherine's opponent was not simple, and it was even more impossible for her to admit defeat as soon as she came up. On the surface, he was talking nonsense, but a powerful poison sneaked into the ground under his feet and silently headed toward Catherine. Since they were enemies, he would try his best to defeat them, even by fair means or foul. This was Paglio's style. Back then, Chun Rue, who was still a rookie, had learned from Paglio that he had abandoned all his tricks and used the most concise, ruthless, and effective means of attack. Paglio just said a few words, and the ground under Catherine's feet suddenly collapsed. The foundation of the land seemed to turn into liquid in an instant, turning into a terrifying quagmire that emitted green smoke. This was only a superficial phenomenon. The real poison had already seeped into the enemy's body. Catherine seemed to be ambushed by the poison, and she lost her ability to move for a while. When the ground turned into a poisonous quagmire, she sank into it. Many fans in the audience screamed. Paglio's surprise attack was successful, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. His figure flickered, and he appeared in midair. Almost at the next second, a figure broke out from the ground below and grabbed nothing. This method was exactly the same as Paglio's previous sneak attack. It could be considered as giving him a taste of his own medicine. This figure was a golden humanoid, about 2 meters tall with red glowing eyes. Its facial features were a little blurred, and its whole body was engraved with mysterious patterns. The Asmodeus royal family's most advanced war puppet, golden puppet. Not only the one on the ground, but 3 identical golden puppets appeared around Paglio, surrounding him. Meanwhile, Catherine's figure was faintly discernible in the air on the opposite side, as if she was ethereal. The poison dragon was slightly surprised. As expected of Catherine, not only did she see through the sneak attack, but she also almost succeeded in counterattacking. Catherine pointed her finger at Paglio, and the 4 golden puppets turned into 4 swift golden lights and flew toward the poison dragon at the same time. Paglio had no fear. He turned into a cloud of green smoke and wrapped the golden lights in it. The green smoke carried the powerful power of the kingdom, and the 4 golden lights suddenly dimmed. Before they were about to be extinguished, they suddenly burst forth with countless golden lights, interweaving into a huge golden net, and sliced the invisible green smoke into thousands of visible pieces. The fragments scattered and condensed into Paglio's figure. At the same time, the golden giant net also twisted and turned into a brand new bright golden puppet. It rushed toward Paglio with speed and power beyond the previous one. Pung, pung, pung. The sounds of intensive and high-speed attacks could be heard. The 2 figures quickly launched an offensive and defensive battle in the air. Although there was a considerable distance between their positions and the ground, under the enormous pressure, the ground continued to crack, and the water in the small lake even set off monstrous waves. Paglio was more and more shocked as the battle went on. In the Warlock Fortress that day, Catherine once displayed the undead puppet which moved Raisin. However, Catherine didn't even make a move now. She didn't even use the legendary strongest secret treasure puppet. She just used the bright golden puppet formed by the 4 golden puppets' mystic arts to fight evenly with me, a national-level powerhouse. In just 2 years, it seems that something extraordinary must have happened to this dark Shadow Queen. Her power is unfathomable. I just entered the national level 2 years later than her. Even if I have the talent of the dragons, my strength is far inferior. Paglio, who understood this, looked more focused. He had completely put away the arrogance of the dragons. On the path of training, there is no invincible powerhouse. Sometimes failure is a precious accumulation. It is a rare opportunity to be able to test the results of training in front of such a powerful opponent. Thinking of this, Paglio calmed down instead. He shouted, flew to the small lake, and plunged into it. The water in the small lake surged wildly. Countless green smoke spread quickly, covering the entire battlefield. In the poison dragon's kingdom, all the plants withered and died in an instant. Even the hard ground and rocks were reduced layer by layer under the terrifying toxin corrosion. The bright golden puppet punched at the small lake. The terrifying fist pressure caused a huge hole that couldn't be filled to appear on the water surface. The hole continued to spread, and the lake water quickly evaporated into poisonous gas. In the blink of an eye, the entire small lake had dried up, but there was no trace of Paglio. The bright golden puppet was looking for the enemy. Suddenly, two huge fluorescent lights appeared in the mist all over the sky. It was a pair of huge eyes. Corresponding to the huge eyes was the ferocious behemoth condensed by the mist. It swallowed the bright golden puppet with lightning speed. In the process of being engulfed by the phantom of the giant beast, the surface of the bright gold puppet began to corrode rapidly. When the giant beast threw the puppet to the ground, it turned into smoke and dispersed. The bright gold puppet was already broken and dark. Pam! It scattered into 4 incomplete human figures, instantly evaporating into smoke and disappearing. After Paglio dealt with the bright golden puppet with a big move, he was about to take advantage of the situation to attack Catherine. Suddenly, his body stiffened and he stood in place. "Do you still want to fight?" A quiet voice came from behind. Paglio clearly felt that his whole body was locked by a powerful force. This force had an overwhelming and powerful momentum, and his heart suddenly had a feeling of being unrivaled. At this time, in the highly poisonous kingdom, shrouded in green smoke, a little green began to bloom one after another. The originally withered and dead plants began to rejuvenate. Even the lake water that turned back to liquid became clear. The deadly toxins were instead transformed into nutrients by some strange power. This scene made the poison dragon smile bitterly. He didn't pester her anymore, and he shook his head like a gangster. "I admit defeat." Paglio was very clear that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Catherine was merciful and did not use her real strength. Otherwise, if she killed him at the beginning, he had no room to resist at all. In the 3rd round, Catherine advanced with a complete victory, which made many fans breathe a sigh of relief. It was said that after the game, a slime revealed that the recording of Master Poison Dragon's previous teasing of Her Majesty Empress was forwarded to Emerald Miss Long by the mysterious person, and he added details to report some previous secret violations. As a result, the next day, there were a few more claw marks on Master Poison Dragon's face. The official explanation was, "I accidentally scratched an itch." In the 4th round, Aguile versus Rolla. This is the most incredible game since the start of the competition. The two players who were supposed to be fighting fiercely stared at each other in the field, actually affectionately, for a while as if they were looking for each other's flaws. Finally, Rolla walked toward Aguile leisurely, and Aguile was motionless as if he was under some mind-bewitching magic. Just when everyone thought that Rolla was going to take the opportunity to make a big move, Fairy Miss Long really made a move. She hugged the guy's neck, and their bodies were close together. Death's embrace? Throwing skill? After a while, Fairy Miss Long disappeared from the field. At this time, the audience finally reacted. Rolla admitted defeat. Aguile advanced directly. Awesome, this is the top 8. Moreover, Aguile is the husband of the fallen angel emperor Ja. The mysterious and powerful female magician, Ms. Rolla, is actually the lover of the fallen angel emperor Aguile. For a time, this game became the focus of heated discussion throughout the demon realm, especially the newspapers of the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire. The always rigorous front pages were impressively filled with gossip headlines. A certain prince's husband's Gigolo plus soft rice skills have reached the peak, and he entered the top 4 without a fight. Prince's husband cheated. The crown on Her Majesty Ja's head seems to be starting to turn green. The mysterious magician openly challenged Her Majesty the Empress in this regard. Chinrue could only smile bitterly. Rolla doesn't like to be in the limelight, but these gossip news made Fairy Miss Long very proud. In any case, the Soft Rice King, Prince Royal Highness, successfully advanced and entered the top 4. The matchups of the top 4 were Red Pipit versus Catherine, Chinrue versus Lilia. This would be a real contest and test.